Good afternoon, councillors. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Looks like we have a full house. No apologies. Minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,711th meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,711th meeting of Council held on the 30th of May 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we have a public participant here today with us, now coming into the chamber. Master Charlie Lacey, I think is the youngest public participant we've had in this place, certainly during my time here. Master Lacey is asked to address the chamber on Share the Dignity, and his mum is joining us here as well. Thanks, Master Lacey. You've got 5 minutes.
Mr Chairman, Lord Mayor and members of Council, thank you for giving me a chance to speak to you all today at our beautiful Brisbane Town Hall. My name is Charlie Lacey and I'm 10 years old. I live in Pullen Vale and attend Ambrose Tracy College in Dripilly. At my age, kids should be hearing the words State of Origin, Brisbane Broncos, the Brisbane Lions, the best AFL team ever, or the words MCG Grand Final. Instead, us kids hear the words cyclones, floods, bushfires, interest rates, and homeless, as well as domestic violence. This is sad because we are kids and some of us have experienced these things and some are currently experiencing these things with their mothers. These ladies are doing it really tough. These ladies are homeless, they are scared, and they are sad. I would hate that if that was my mum or sister. Recently, I collected over 40 handbags and filled them with lots of stuff, but I made sure each bag had period items in it. This went to a charity called Share the Dignity. They then give it to ladies who really are needing these bags. That was over 40 ladies who deserve them. These ladies need to know they are loved, wanted and safe. The reason why I wanted to help Share the Dignity was because during the 2022 floods, I collected items for flood-affected families and put them together into care packages. I then went out into the community and gave them to families who lost everything. One lady asked my mum if there was any period items, as her daughter just had got her period, but there wasn't any left. I couldn't help her. The nurses at hospitals help out their patients in giving up their period items or buying them for the patients because our hospitals don't have any. I do hear those words cost of living, and all I really know about that is things cost a lot more now. So I wear my shoes for a bit longer. I might have to cut down from doing 2 sports to doing 1, but I can't give up my AFL. Some mums will choose to make sure that her family's stomachs are full and to not buy the period products she needs, and will use tissues or toilet paper instead. These ladies deserve dignity. I have been really lucky to have Councillor Greg Adamant lend me some of his office space. It's awesome because we have a great community who drop off period items, period item donations for my charity Share the Dignity. In March and August, they have a huge drive where we really need the community support and hopefully yours. A space for donations either in your local office or perhaps your local library. You can register online on the Share the Dignity website. In July for the August drive, a volunteer from the charity will deliver the box for donations and will collect it throughout August as well. Not only is August an awesome month because it's my birthday, but each one of you has a chance to make a difference to a lady. If the community wants to help, then we should help these ladies remember what it's like to smile. It may just be the only present they receive. Remember to share the dignity. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Well done, Charlie. Councillor Howard, are you responding?
I am responding, and I'm very delighted to be able to respond to you, Charlie. You are indeed one of our youngest speakers, and I think that one day you could even be sitting in the Lord Mayor's chair just here. And I know a number of our councillors are also aware of the fantastic work that you are doing, and it is really wonderful for you to come in here and share with all of us today. So on behalf of all of my colleagues, I'd like to thank you, and particularly for the wonderful work that you are doing. You are setting an incredible example. So your generosity, your passionate spirit and your dedication to this cause is truly admirable. And hearing from you today gives me, and I think all of us here today, the assurance that Brisbane's future is in safe hands. Share the Dignity is an incredible charity making on-the-ground difference to those experiencing period poverty, and it's because of the efforts of people like you that we're able to help so many women as the charity does. It's wonderful to hear that Councillor Adaman has supported your efforts by hosting a Share the Dignity collection box at his local ward office, and I also hear that it's already made a large impact in just the last few weeks, with it being filled many times over. So I also know Councillor Landers has a collection box at her office, and thanks to you, my office is ordering one right now, so Central Ward will be there as well. And I'm sure that everybody else in the chamber has taken note of what you've said and will be going out to order a box for their area. I'm also keen to talk to our libraries to see what we can do there as well. I think it's a wonderful idea and something that, as I said, every councillor here would love to contribute to. So you may also be interested to know that Council established a special partnership with Share the Dignity last year, providing funding support to have a Share the Dignity vending machine right here in City Hall, and that machine is located in our Red Cross Cafe downstairs. And this is in addition to the many years of support provided through the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, who have provided thousands of dollars of donations to Share the Dignity over the years. And I know that the Lady Mayoress Nina Schrinner is also very passionate about sharing, about the supporting Share the Dignity. So thank you once again for all you're doing to support this important cause. Happy birthday for August, and we'll do our very best to be able to support your wonderful cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. Lacey, now 10, soon 11. Great speech, thank you. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, last week we announced our plans for the Kurilpa Peninsula, which was one of the key actions of the Brisbane Sustainable Growth Strategy. I read today in the Courier Mail that the Acting Planning Minister has raised concerns about this plan to ease the housing crisis. Can you please update the Chamber on how this council is already addressing the Minister's concerns?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the question, because I am very excited to stand here today as we bring through the TLPI later in this meeting to fast-track the delivery of housing in Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct, a plan that will facilitate more than 10,000 new homes in this part of Brisbane. This plan will not only help address housing demand,
Councillor Johnston, please.
but it will also ensure we plan for the future in a sustainable way and that we can maintain and amplify the intrinsic urban neighbourhood that everybody loves so much in this precinct area as well. We are at the epicentre of a housing crisis, and I was glad to see that the Acting Planning Chair and Housing Minister is engaging in the conversation, and I'm very proud to stand here today to present the TLPI and the opportunities we have in this precinct and address some of the concerns or questions that Minister Scanlon raised this morning as well. It is a complex issue that requires industry and government to work together to address immediate pressures and secure a strong pipeline of housing into the future. In just over 2 years, housing prices in Brisbane have risen nearly 30%, and rental vacancy is at its lowest level in 20 years. We have seen years of sustained interstate migration, global supply chain issues, labour shortages, cost of living pressures, all added to high level of housing need and putting further pressures on prices. So as the fastest growing capital city in Australia, the demand for housing is simply outstripping supply. And that's demand for all types of housing, including, but not just limited to, social and affordable housing. Ultimately, more housing supply across the market will free up less expensive housing and make rents cheaper, particularly for people in lower income brackets. It is widely recognised, maybe by not those opposite, but it is widely accepted rule of thumb in property economics: supply equals affordability. And we agree with Minister Scanlon. We do need to find solutions and pull the many different levers across the housing spectrum. There's a lot we can do to unlock latent supply in the market, but we are a city with limited greenfield development sites, so it's not simply a factor of releasing more land. We know that 94% of the growth in Brisbane will occur through infill, and most of this will occur in just 7% of the city, along key transport corridors and around major centres. That means we need to be smart about it and how we plan for new housing and supporting infrastructure to cater for this growth. So when land is limited and prices are high, maximising development in well-serviced and located areas is the most sustainable and effective way to boost housing supply. The Lord Mayor released the Brisbane Sustainable Growth Strategy in March and mentioned then that we were going to allow CBD-style heights in Kurilpa Precinct for residential infrastructure. Today, we see the TLPI that comes through is setting a new benchmark for sustainable development. We are going beyond just the heights and guaranteeing that new buildings will be designed and built to higher green and sustainable standards. To be eligible, height entitlements buildings will have to be conditioned to meet 5-star Green Star rating and incorporate conditioned higher green plot ratio. Taller buildings will need to deliver more public and open space and incorporate other community benefit elements such as public facilities, accessibility improvements, housing diversity, affordability models such as build-to-rent or long-term rentals for low to moderate income households. Car parking rates will be set to a maximum to further reduce car dependency in this area. I've spoken again before about this is the most public and active transport infrastructure serviced area in Brisbane, and hopefully in the very near future residents won't need to own a car when they live in these new dwellings. They will have great access to public and active transport. We are acutely aware of the need to continue to deliver services and infrastructure needed to meet the growing demand. Under the TLPI, we will have the ability to capture the uplift from these buildings through additional infrastructure designations and charges to ensure services keep pace with anticipated growth. The Lord Mayor has long held the vision, and we've heard it here, about South Bank 2.0 at the Kurilpa Peninsula. As these riverside industrial sites undergo renewal, a significant portion of the land will be required for public parkland, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reclaim the riverfront and transform this long-standing industrial precinct. The Kurilpa precinct is set to be one of Brisbane's most sustainable and inclusive neighbourhoods. We hope that the state government agrees with this fantastic opportunity with large land holdings to provide social and affordable housing. It's a win for housing, a win for the environment and a win for the livability of Brisbane.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Not only is your LNP team driving up rates each year, you quietly increased the establishment account fee from $199 to $299, a 50% increase over last year's budget. When residents are having to downsize or rent their properties to try to alleviate some of the living cost pressures, how do you justify the increase, knowing it will make it harder for Brisbane residents to manage their household budgets?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Strunk for the question. Well, Budget Day is tomorrow week, and I know you're all very excited about it. We've certainly been very busy working on that, and what we're focused on is easing the cost of living for residents in Brisbane. We'll have plenty of time to discuss these matters and other matters in the budget debate next week, Mr Chair. It will be a financially responsible budget. It will be a budget that's focused...
Point of order to you, Councillor.
Councillor Strunk's question was about a 50% increase on rate establishment fees that are current now. We're not talking about the next financial year's budget. So just on relevance, the Chair's not being relevant.
Councillor Cassidy, the context was talking about cost of living increases. The Chair is being relevant to the question, but I will bring you back to the specifics in the question, Councillor Cunningham.
Well, thanks, Mr Chair. Now, I note Councillor Cassidy brings it up now, 51 weeks after. Welcome to the party, Councillor Cassidy. 51 weeks later, you've brought it up. Budget Day is tomorrow week, and I look forward to discussing more elements of the budget next week.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Maddock.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, we all know that the Queensland Government is short of $1. It's a tale as old as time itself. Can you please update the Chamber on the State Government's latest proposal to sell off part of Victoria Park?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Maddock for the question and for his passionate advocacy on this issue, because I know that Councillor Maddock is as disappointed as I am that the future of more than 5 hectares of inner-city parkland and an important active transport connection at Victoria Park is at risk. What I can report to the Chamber is that last week the Department of Transport and Main Roads confirmed it does not intend to include a significant part of Victoria Park through Kelvin Grove as part of Council's Victoria Park Master Plan. They wrote back to Council advising us that this land will be disposed in accordance with the Queensland Government's land transaction policy. Now, if you look at that policy, what does it tell you? Well, it tells you that the state would flog it off to the highest bidder rather than secure this land for future community use. Now, Mr Chair, I know that we have some new councillors here in the chamber, so for their benefit I'll provide a little bit of background. The land I'm referring to is technically known as Reserve 3725 for transport and development purposes, and it was resumed by TMR many years ago. The planned road was never built, and now we're told that this reserve is surplus to TMR requirements. Since we reopened the park for public use...
Councillors, please. Councillor Johnston, another one.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Since we reopened the park for public use, this land has become much loved by the Kelvin Grove community as local green space because it connects Normanby and the urban village to the rest of the park. And for as long as anybody could remember, this land has been maintained by council at no cost to the state. In our draft master plan, this area was identified for a large dog off-leash area and an accessible connection through the park, which received wide community support. But now this is at risk because the state Labor government is putting profits before people. Since 2020, the Lord Lord Mayor has been advocating to Minister Bailey to surrender TMR's trusteeship over the land so that council can apply to bring it under the deed of grant in trust. But the response from Minister Bailey and his department has been a resounding no. Any transfer to council, they say, would have to be at market value, which, as we know, is whatever someone is willing to pay for it. So you can only imagine, Mr Chair, what a private developer would be willing to pay for 5 hectares of vacant inner-city land surrounded by parkland. But Minister Bailey knows that he doesn't have to go down this path. With the stroke of a pen, just with the stroke of a pen, the state could simply grant council a trusteeship under the Land Act, which is how the rest of Victoria Park is currently administered. And of the 7 pieces of correspondence from Minister Bailey's department to council on the issue, every one of them has completely dodged the issue that was raised by the Lord Mayor. Mr Chair, it begs the question why the state Labor government won't even consider what is obviously the most sensible option and the best outcome for Brisbane ratepayers and the community. Perhaps, as Councillor Maddox suggested, it's because they're hoping to recover some of the massive cost blowout of Cross River Rail. And Mr Chair, while we're on the topic of Cross River Rail, I can also inform the chamber that Minister Bailey's department has now formally advised council that they are going to remove...
Councillor Cassidy, please. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister Bailey's department has now formally advised council that they are going to remove the state-owned half of the Western Footbridge for Cross River Rail Works. We've written to TMR seeking clarification on what they intend to do about replacing this section. After all, it is a state asset and they've allowed it to fall into disrepair. But do you know what their response was, Mr Chair? Their response was telling Brisbane ratepayers that they should bear the cost of a new $80 million bridge. And why is that? Well, it's because they've got no plans and no budget to replace it. But this is straight out of the Minister Bailey playbook, Mr Chair. He is a master of dodging responsibility and shifting it onto local government to deal with. As both Councillor Maddox and Councillor Howard will tell you, this bridge is an important connection for their residents and especially for local school kids. This is such a disappointing outcome for the local community and for Victoria Park. But if this is about Minister Bailey trying to show us what a fourth term of the state Labor government will look like,
your time has expired.
Your time has expired,
Councillor Davis. Councillor Collier.
My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee. Councillor Allen, Brisbane is in a housing crisis. Leading to this crisis, your LNP administration prioritised 5-star hotel developers by giving them over $8 million in discounts on development fees and charges. Over this same period, you only gave community housing providers a measly $250,000 in discounts on development fees and charges. Will you now admit that your priority of 5-star hotels over affordable housing was a mistake?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Collier for the question. What the question fails to focus on is infrastructure charges are generally a function of the value of the development, and not surprising, the 5-star hotel sector and those developments in particular, I think 17 in total, were something of the order of about $2 billion worth of development. But at any rate, you know, what Councillor Collier hasn't recognised is that there is a magnificent and significant economic and tourism value that was brought about through that 5-star hotel incentive. It helped to position Brisbane as a leading tourism destination of choice in the Asia-Pacific region and on the global stage. The incentive scheme achieved an additional 1,577 rooms across the city. In addition, it created an extra 2,100 jobs through the investment made. It is estimated the scheme saw $1.92 billion invested in the city and a total of $4.55 billion economic impact. Councillor Cassidy has also, Councillor Collier has failed to acknowledge that there was infrastructure charge reductions provided on student accommodation as well. Now, the reduction on student accommodation supported an industry, one of our most important industries, which is education. It supported 90,000 international students in this city. The export revenue is $3.5 billion and the direct economic contribution of $1.87 billion to the Brisbane economy and supported 12,000 full-time jobs. So both the five-star hotel incentive and the student accommodation incentive supported significant job growth and it supported significant economic activity. This is ignored by Councillor Collier's question. Now, importantly, the five-star hotel, so you look at the incentive up front, but to look at the incentive up front in isolation is nonsense. As I pointed out, the cost of the five-star hotel developments were close to $2 billion. Of course, the size of their reduction in infrastructure charges was going to be large. But importantly, it's worth bearing in mind that these five-star hotels pay rates. And they will be paying rates for decades to come. And they employ people. Now, here's an interesting little fact. Some of those five-star hotels are paying $800,000 a year in rates. Compare that to a typical community housing development who pay $1,800 in rates. Now, we obviously provide those particular housing providers with infrastructure charges as discount. We provide them with rates discounts. We also provide them with
Councillor Cassidy, please.
Swift approvals of their development applications. So this sort of nonsense that we aren't supporting this sector is factually incorrect. And importantly, it's worth bearing in mind that the five-star hotel incentive provided a massive uplift in this city in terms of economic activity and jobs, and for years to come, they will continue to contribute to the rates revenue in this city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question this afternoon is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, last year the Schrinner Council undertook consultation with residents in regards to our bus network review. As a strong advocate for public transport across our city, I request you please update the chamber on how this body of work is progressing.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you to Councillor Owen for the question. As this chamber will remember, on the 10th of October last year, we released our proposal for Brisbane's new bus network. Once Brisbane Metro is operational, we'll increase the capacity of the South East Busway by approximately 30%, which means we'll be able to move an additional 30.4 million passengers every year by 2031. Because of this, we are rewriting our network to take advantage of this new capacity to move buses out of the CBD and into the suburbs. It means that over 50% of journeys will be faster, especially during peak times. Mr. Chair, this is the most extensive bus network review in a decade, and I'd like to thank the council officers who put many years of work into this review behind the scenes. Late last year, we finally reached one of the most important phases of the process, which was community consultation. The community had the chance to give their feedback on proposed changes to the network, with consultation open for 2 months at the end of last year. To make providing feedback as simple as possible, we produced a comprehensive guide to the proposed changes and brought our bus network to life online, developing the first ever interactive digital map of Brisbane's bus network. Through the interactive map, residents can still view both the current and future bus network to see the proposed changes, to enter their address, to see services nearby, and to learn about why the proposed changes for each route are being made. And we know that hundreds of thousands of residents visited that council website to learn about the new network. And in person, thousands of residents interacted with our team at bus stops or at information sessions across Brisbane, in our libraries, including at the Brisbane Metro Visitor Information Centre. And we received over 5,000 submissions during consultation, Chair.
Now, we've spent the last few months reviewing that feedback, and today we are releasing the community consultation report. This report outlines the key themes we've identified from residents. So, Chair, you might ask, what did we hear? We heard how important buses are to connecting residents to local shops and services. Some requested better bus connections to nearby suburbs to avoid travelling via the inner city. Most Brisbane residents welcomed the new network, and many who use bus services have told us they are ready for change. Just like us on this side of the chamber, residents are also excited about the addition of new Metro services into our network, and there was overwhelming support for Brisbane Metro to be extended to other parts of the city in the future. There was a strong desire for bus services to integrate with different modes to allow customers to connect quickly and easily with Metro, high-frequency bus services, rail, ferries and e-mobility. Under the new network, we propose to shorten some routes and end them at busway stations where residents can transfer onto Metro services. This means that customers will be boarding a high-quality, high-frequency service, which will not only make their trip more comfortable and reliable, but it'll help us to ease congestion on the busway. We did hear from some residents that had uncertainty about the need to interchange between services, but the reality is, Chair, that be it a bus or a train or a CityCat, transferring of services is already done extensively on Brisbane's public transport network, more than any other city in the country. We've been very careful to provide same platform transfers where we can to make the transition for our customers as simple as possible. There was specific feedback that we received on 189 different routes, and we're now working to refine the bus network based on community input to ensure that we get the best outcome for everyone. The way we travel in Brisbane is changing, and as the feedback showed, it's important that we adjust our network to deliver the best outcome for our customers. TransLink's feedback was that we, quote, set a new benchmark, unquote, for community consultation with this review. And it's not just TransLink who thinks so, Mr. Chair. In fact, just this past weekend on the other side of the world in Barcelona, this council was recognised for its work on the bus network review. The Community Consultation Campaign won a special recognition award as part of a global summit hosted by the International Union of Public Transport, or the UITP as some may know it. This award is given to a select few projects around the world. I'll take that interjection from the Lord Mayor. It's one of the very few unions that we do support. This award is given to a select few projects around the world that have a notable positive effect on their region, and the international jury said our submission demonstrated exceptional local impact. Now, this is the third award, Chair, that Brisbane Metro has won before it has even started services. We've won 2 UITP awards, one for the project's overall sustainability goals and another for the network consultation, and another from the Climate Council for our innovative charging solution.
Councillor Murphy, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Standards Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, yesterday, June 5, was World Environment Day. Since 2020, the amount of organic waste dumped in Brisbane landfill has increased from 80,000 tonnes a year to a massive 100,000 tonnes a year. When will you and the LNP stop being environmental vandals and start diverting 100,000 tonnes of organic waste from landfill?
Councillor Marx.
Sorry, Mr Chair, I actually didn't get what the question was right at the end after that sort of fairly long spiel. But anyway, I get the gist of it because it's been asked of me numerous times in the chambers, and the answer has not changed. The answer remains the same. The opposition, they seriously just don't grasp the complexity of running a program like this in Brisbane. The one thing that Brisbane residents can take comfort in this side of chamber, is bringing food waste recycling to Brisbane in a way that suits our clean, green lifestyle, and ensures that the compost is put to best use in the community. Now, I'm aware that those opposite, through you, Mr Chair, are quite keen to reduce the red bin down to, well, actually increase or reduce, whatever way you want to look at it. We have the red bin removal once a week, which is where all our really yucky stuff goes into. They want to bring that down to fortnightly in replace of that. So I know that Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr Chair, he keeps trying to beat the FOGO drum in the chambers. but he really has no plan for the City of Brisbane in this space. What that concerns me with the opposition is they turn up...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, on relevance, and Councillor Marks admitted she wasn't listening when I was asking the question, but it was about when the LNP are going to start diverting 100,000 tonnes of organic material from landfill that is now being dumped on their watch. Very simple question. It's gone up 20,000 tonnes.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Question is about relevance, and I'll bring you back to the question, Councillor Marks, about the provision of food and organic waste services.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And through you, Councillor Cassidy continues to beat the drum in this chamber that we're not doing anything with food organics. Can I remind him we have a food waste recycling pilot that's been in operation since the 1st of March 2022. We have 6,000 households from 8 areas around Brisbane that were invited to participate in the pilot, and they were invited to put non-protein food waste into their existing green bins for fortnightly collection. We actually provided them with a caddy to do this, as well as information. We don't want people using caddy liners because they can lead contamination. So far, we're very happy with what's happening in that space, and the reality is I know that those opposite continue to talk about the size of, other councils do it and all that sort of stuff, but what they don't realise is the size of our council. You can't just suddenly turn on full FOGO into a city of our size because, you get the bins are fortnightly. We need everyone to get a green waste bin to start with, and then what do you do with all the product? It's all very well collecting thousands of tonnes of food waste product, but what are you going to do with it? It's just going to be left somewhere on the landfill until we actually work out there's a solution. There has to be an end product place for this, stuff that we're talking about. You can't just collect it all and then have nothing to do with it. So, look, this administration has a plan in place, and I just think we're very happy with it. We've got the trial going, and we will continue with the trial in Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, Brisbane's libraries are amazing community assets, loved by Brisbane residents. Can you please update the chamber on how the Schrinner Council is making our libraries more accessible for everyone?
Councillor Howard. Councillor Johnston, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Landers for the question. Only the Schrinner Council can be trusted to make sure the Brisbane of tomorrow was even better than the Brisbane of today, and we're committed to delivering a better Brisbane, and as part of that we're always working hard, creating more to see and do so that residents and visitors can enjoy the very best that Brisbane has to offer. And we're making it easier and cheaper than ever before, because we know times are tough at the moment, with the cost of living increasing everywhere you turn. So families can rest assured that we've got their backs, with our libraries continuing to deliver hundreds of free or low-cost activities for the whole family to enjoy. We also know that not everyone has time to make it down to the library during the day, so we're making sure no one misses out on Australia's largest public library, with the Lord Mayor today announcing the rollout of Council's brand new 24/7 library lockers. Our network of libraries are an incredible community asset, adored by residents across Brisbane, and the ability to borrow books and a great range of other resources for free has become an increasingly valuable service, with living costs on the rise. So just like the lockers you've seen from Australia Post and Amazon, our new library lockers will provide 24/7 access for busy residents to pick up books when it's most convenient for them. It's as simple as placing your favourite item on hold and then collecting it from the library locker. And you don't have to stop at one, Mr Chair. Even better, you can place up to 20 holds at a time, including books, DVDs, audiobooks, magazines and CDs. The first two library lockers are currently being installed at the Holland Park and Carina libraries, with residents being able to enjoy this exciting new service from the 19th of June. This is just one way the Schrinner Council is working to deliver a better Brisbane. A stark contrast to Labor, Chair, who spent their time demolishing libraries. The Shrinner Council has and always will continue to invest in the future of our libraries because we know how important they are for our communities, for the development of our little ones and for the lifelong learning and enjoyment that reading brings to people of all ages. I say again, Chair, this is just one way that we're delivering bigger and better libraries for all, with work progressing on the brand new Everton Park Library that's set to deliver an incredible new community space for the local residents at McDowell Ward. And I know that Councillor Cassidy is very excited to see the Zilmia Library refurbishment coming to life, with hundreds of residents already enjoying the new facilities, with the brand new indoor area already open. And I have to say, Mr Chair, it really is a beautiful space, complete with chess tables, beautiful new artwork and meeting places. The new children's area is on the way. And next month, everyone will be able to enjoy the full picture with the Bush Tucker Garden set to be completed in just a few weeks, the outcome of a beautiful collaboration with representatives from the local Aboriginal community. Another example of how we're always delivering more ways to celebrate and promote Brisbane's rich cultural heritage. Now, when I say the Team Shrinner is serious about delivering a better Brisbane, I mean it, and we're doing it in a clean, green, sustainable way. The Zilmia Library is now the beneficiary of clean and green energy, with solar panels installed as part of this latest upgrade, and even that was done in a sustainable way, Mr Chair, with half of the solar panels being recycled from the old Everton Park Library. And the new Everton Park Library is also set to get a solar boost, with solar panels set to power the new library, which will also benefit from an environmentally friendly design that minimises solar penetration into the building during summer, while maximising solar penetration in winter. Roof water will also be collected by tanks and used to support the beautiful new landscape set to take root later this year. With more than 4.4 million visits and 6.4 million physical loans last year, it's clear that our libraries are loved by residents of all ages. And we're looking forward to seeing even more people enjoying our libraries, with upgrades coming to life right across the city. Again, Mr Chair, all of this would not be possible without the strong economic management of this Shrinner Council and our continued dedication to building a better Brisbane, whether that be creating more to see and do so families can enjoy the best of Brisbane without breaking the bank, or continuing to invest in Australia's largest library service like our Zilmia refurbishment project, our new multi-million-dollar Everton Park Library, or taking our libraries 24/7 with Brisbane's new library lockers. It's all part of our plan to make sure the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Deputy Mayor, who's also the Chair of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee. Deputy Mayor, there's not been a presentation to the committee on any Olympic and Paralympic Games specific items since the 23rd of August 2022, despite you saying previously that there is one presentation on the Olympics every session. How can you justify the additional $250,000 a year it costs ratepayers to run this committee? And do you think that's good value for money for Brisbane residents in the middle of a cost of living crisis?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And Councillor Cassidy and now Councillor Collier never pay attention in my committee. They spend the entire time on the phone, and I've been asked to present 5 or 6 committee reports in the motion last week, of which at least 4 of them I presented in the last 6 months. Every session, and I reiterate that, every session there is a presentation from the Brisbane City Host Office. They may not notice, which is highly likely. Today, we gave the presentation as requested by Councillor Collier on housing insecurity and supply, which is the same presentation I gave 4 weeks ago when it was presented by the Manager of Urban Renewal within the Brisbane City Host Office. The Brisbane City Host Office presentation last session, we gave the presentation. They're not even listening because that's how much they care. It's vile political games, I think, as their master, Minister Bailey, calls it, because they don't listen. They don't pay attention at committee. They are downright rude to officers.
Councillor Cassidy, point of order.
That's outrageous. I've never been downright rude to a council officer, and I've never been downright rude to a council officer, and I would ask you to ask the Deputy Mayor to withdraw that comment because that is untrue. There's no protection in this place.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor, will you withdraw those words, please?
I'll withdraw the comment and reword it. Councillor Cassidy doesn't believe he's being rude, but sitting on your phone during a presentation...
Councillor, please sit down.
Sitting on your phone through a whole presentation that officers spend a lot of time...
Councillor Cassidy,
I do not
please.
sit on my phone for the entire presentation. This morning he scoffed and made a remark when he didn't like something that the presenter was saying.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
All of the things the Deputy Mayor are describing in presentations that have come to this committee are things that can be covered under the old City Planning and Economic Development Committee. Our question was about the need for the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor to have set up a $250,000 a year committee and whether that was good value for money for ratepayers, given we're never getting any presentations about the development of the Olympics.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Deputy Mayor, if I could bring you back to the nub of the question, please.
Thank you very much. And look, I will go back to, again, the things that Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Cook before him and now Councillor Collier don't realise. The Brisbane City Host Office, as I've explained in this place before, is heavily involved in the urban renewal, the planning and the delivery with our games partners around the venues and the precincts within the inner city 5K. As I said, second committee presentation this session was delivered by the Urban Renewal Manager on the inner city strategy. Last session we had the Big Book of Ideas. The session before we had the Inner City Spark, all delivered by the Brisbane City Host Office. And they're just off the top of my head. I'll go back and make a list of them if Councillor Cassidy needs to hear that list. But the fact that they don't listen, they don't pay respect to the officers in acknowledging who they are and where they're from, says to me that I think they are. I feel that Councillor Cassidy is extremely rude to our presenters. He doesn't look up, he doesn't listen.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Not only did Councillor Adams ignore your request, she repeated the comments that are untrue as raised by Councillor Cassidy. But secondly, the meeting's local law require the Deputy Mayor to answer the question. She should not be attacking and debating the person who asked it, and I would ask you to enforce the meeting's local law.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold your point of order. The Deputy Mayor was describing her feelings and I asked her to come back to the question.
Thank you. I'll very clearly answer the question because, again, they're obviously not listening. My committee is about driving the economy of this city. As Councillor Allen just told us, the economy is everything, whether it comes to five-star hotels, student accommodation, homes for aged people in this city to live and age in place. But this committee is absolutely vital to ensure not only that we focus on being the most small business-friendly council in Australia, but the delivery around the venues and the precincts, and they're rolling their eyes and moaning and groaning because they ask the question but they don't like the answer. And I've just said again, the question was, we haven't even seen a presentation. And that is absolutely wrong. Every session. And I'll take the question on notice and name the sessions, but I have given the ones...
Cassidy.
On relevance, the question was whether the Deputy Mayor thought setting up a $250,000 a year committee was good value for money. All of the things the Deputy Mayor is describing in terms of presentations and work could already have been done in the committee structure we had.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Cassidy. The question was about the presentations to the committee.
Yeah. And the false accusation by Councillor Cassidy that they have not had a presentation since last August from the Brisbane City Host Office, which is just plain right wrong.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is of the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the Schrinner Council's plan to see new, clean and green residential and commercial buildings has taken its next step. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest tools helping facilitate the construction of these buildings?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you, Mr Chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Hammond for the question. Last week I had the opportunity to launch the Brisbane Green Factor Tool. We all know that Brisbane is a great place to live, work and relax. It's a vibrant, green and prosperous city, valued for its friendly and optimistic character and enjoyable lifestyle. We also recognise that the design of future buildings, places and spaces across our city should build on these attributes, capitalising on our great climate and reflect our diverse community. And by installing green infrastructure, important benefits accrue to our city, such as increasing our health and well-being, providing shade and urban cooling, improving air and water quality and providing habitat for wildlife. Several years ago, Council released Design-Led City, a design strategy to support Council's vision for our well-designed subtropical city. The strategy seeks to ensure that as Brisbane grows, new development will feature high quality and attractive design, makes good use of place and space, and complements the identity and communities in which it is built. One of the actions from this strategy was to encourage design excellence through mechanisms such as design rating schemes. And the Brisbane Green Factor Tool forms part of this scheme. The Brisbane Green Factor Tool is a green infrastructure ratings tool for urban developments. It will provide urban development practitioners with a clear methodology to assess the quality of any proposed green infrastructure in new developments, to optimise landscape designs and maximise the ecosystem services they provide in the context of Council's strategic priorities. I can assure you that the tool has been developed to suit and reflect Brisbane's local climate. Additionally, it measures all forms of greening on a development site and assists to deliver increased vegetation within the city's developments. After importing all the relevant data, a ratio will be provided of green areas on a site compared to its total area. This basic equation provides an indication of the project's composition, with projects that have more green elements, such as trees, shrubs, climbers and lawn, likely to score higher. Because the Green Factor tool is relative to a project's size, the score will allow for comparison and benchmarking across urban development projects. The quantity of green elements on a site that might be grouped or located in the ground or on walls, facades or on roofs will naturally be the key determinants of the project's green factor area. The calculation of each element is, however, more subtle. At a practical
Point of order,
level,
Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Collins.
Chair, we just heard from the Deputy Mayor about respecting people when they're talking or presenting on their phones.
That's not a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Chair. At a practical level, this calculation rewards certain types of vegetation over others. For example, rewarding native trees over exotic or introduced trees, rewards the retention of presumably mature green elements. This benefit comes from the assumption there is a difference between the size of a new versus a mature and retained element. It rewards elements that have more favourable configurations at each location. For example, elements that are publicly visible and accessible are scored higher than those that are hidden or publicly inaccessible. It also rewards elements that are more desired for their greening efficacy against a set of ecosystem services that have been chosen and prioritised. While the tool is voluntary, we want to encourage developers and designers to use it on a range of developments, including residential, hotels, retail and shopping centres, public and community facilities, commercial offices and light industry, warehouses and service station developments. The tool can be found on Council's website by searching Design Strategy and Guidelines and then selecting Brisbane's Green Factor tool. We are hoping by having such a tool available, it will improve green urban outcomes and help Brisbane achieve its goal of being a well-designed subtropical city. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends question time for today. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of 29th of May, please.
Thank you. There it is. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday 29th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 29th of May 2023 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
I move...
Councillor Massey.
Hey, point of order. Chair, I move that the vote and debate on item B be taken in seriatim.
Okay.
Seconded.
Item B, seriatim. Thank you. Item C.
D.
So, which item?
D.
Okay. Because item D. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Right here. Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr Chair. First we'll go to items A to C and then later move to D. But before I do touch on those items, I wanted to touch on an issue that came up in the questions today, and specifically about green waste, because once again, we're seeing Labor councillors not being upfront with the people of Brisbane about a couple of important things. First of all, they're absolutely making up figures. They are making up figures about green waste that they have no basis in fact for whatsoever. And in fact, what we saw last week was a question on notice asking about volumes of green waste going into landfill, and the answer that came out of the organisation was that we don't actually have that data available. And so despite getting the answer last week, Labor just made one up. Here's one they prepared earlier. There is a consistent theme here where they conveniently just make stuff up to try and suit their political ends. But I do have some facts and figures for those who are actually interested in the issue and want to know the green waste that is actually being diverted and recycled, which is the important figure here. So in just 3 financial years, between 18-19 and 21-22, the tonnage of green waste collected and recycled by council went from 24,700 tonnes in 18-19 to 38,874 tonnes, an increase of almost 60%. An increase in 60%, and 57% to be precise, of the green waste that we are collecting and recycling. So if Councillor Cassidy wants to make up figures, I've actually got some facts here. And there's been a couple of big pushes here that we've initiated. Number one, we've continued to expand our green waste recycling service. And one of the early things that I did on becoming Lord Mayor was to get rid of the $30 establishment fee on the green waste service. And so previously there would be a $30 establishment fee, and then there would be an ongoing quarterly charge. We got rid of the $30 fee altogether, and that has helped grow the number of green bins out there in the suburbs, which now exceeds 110,000. And I think the number is around 114,000 from memory. And not only are the number of bins out there significantly increased, but also the tonnage of green waste that is collected and recycled is significantly increased, significantly to the tune of 57% in tonnage. So they're the figures that matter, Councillor Marx. They are the figures that support what we're doing.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
I'm just wondering whether the Lord Mayor will take a question about his misleading comments just now.
Lord Mayor, will you take a question? No. No. Thank you.
We just had question time, and yet again I didn't get a single question from Labor councillors. Councillor
Cassidy, please.
They were too scared to ask me a question. Councillor Cassidy. They were whimpering away, not asking a question, but that's all right. Question time is over. Now it's fact time. It is fact time. So, Councillor Marx was explaining about our green waste recycling, the food waste recycling pilot that's underway with 6,000 households. And I heard Councillor Strunk yell out across the chamber that this is not best practice. Did anyone else hear that?
Yes, absolutely.
He said that's not best practice. He said it, in fact, a couple of times. He said that is not best practice. Now, I wonder what Councillor Strunk might mean. What does he mean? What is best practice? As we've done a little bit of research into what Labor thinks is best practice.
It's what the other councils do.
Yes, he said it is what the other councils do. Councillors,
please.
When you
Councillors,
find
please.
yourself in a hole, you stop digging, Councillor Strunk. He just said it's what the other councils do. And that we're not doing. I added to the record. Okay, I'll tell you what we're not doing. We are not going to cut the size of the red top bin or cut the frequency of collection of the red top bin. That is what we are not doing. And I can tell you, as long as I am Lord Mayor, we will not be cutting the red top bin collection from weekly to fortnightly. Because I tell you, that's what Labor thinks is best practice. Labor thinks that is best practice. And I even heard Councillor Cassidy say, oh, there's 100 councils that do it. Well, I did a quick scan myself and came up with more than 20 councils who have introduced food and organics recycling by cutting the red top bin from weekly to fortnightly or cutting the size of the red top bin. And some councils have even done both. They've cut the frequency of the red top bin to fortnightly and reduced the size. This is what Labor thinks is best practice. And let's have a look at some of these councils. Townsville City Council, where we know a well-known Labor mayor of Townsville City Council. The FOGO bin will be collected weekly while your general waste bin fortnightly.
Oh, there we go.
Banyule City Council in Victoria, which is led by the Greens. FOGO collected weekly, red top bin fortnightly. We move on. Burwood City Council in New South Wales, a Labor mayor. FOGO bin collected weekly, red top bin fortnightly. ACT Government, which is a Labor Greens alliance. FOGO weekly, general waste red top fortnightly. The City of Melville in WA, which is run by a Labor mayor and a former Labor federal member. Once again, fortnightly red top bin collection. The City of Vincent, mayor is a Labor Party member. They're giving a smaller red top bin, and that will be collected fortnightly. So this is what Labor thinks is best practice, cutting the size and delivery schedule of the red top bin. A basic service. You don't get any more basic than rubbish collection and management. They want to cut it in half. That's what they think is best practice. Well, I think that's worst practice. I think that is appalling. That is a reduction in a basic service for the people of Brisbane. We've always believed that you add additional services in, not reducing basic services. And so I again state we reject Labor's plan, which they say is best practice, to cut the red top bin collection service either in size or in frequency. Our plan will be to increase the opportunities for green waste recycling. Our plan involves providing carrot. Labor's plan involves providing stick. There's a very different approach here, and it is very important to point out. And so thank you, Councillor Strunk, for pointing out what you think best practice is. We do not agree. We, in fact, think that would be a huge detriment to the people of Brisbane. And you only have to actually do a quick search about what the people in those council areas think about their reduced services. They call it a bin tax. There's been protests in the street. They've been campaigning against these changes. Why? Because it's all based on stick and not carrot. Our approach will be based on providing incentives for people to recycle their green waste and organic waste, as we have continued to do, whether it's reducing the $30 administration charge to increase the number of bins out there and also increase the tonnage by almost 60%. We'll always be looking at ways to grow the offerings and the incentives for people to do the right thing, whereas Labor is looking for punishing and taxing people, and as do the Greens. Last night, all our assets were lit up in teal to support Thank a First Responder Day. And whether it's the police, paramedics, ambulance workers, fire brigade, our first responders dedicate their lives to keeping us safe, and we sincerely thank them for the work they do. Today is Queensland Day, and unsurprisingly, all our assets will be lit up in maroon to celebrate. And it celebrates our separation from New South Wales in 1859. A very good year that was. Tomorrow night, our assets will be lit up in red to support World Hemochromatosis Week, which is a condition that you're born with that causes the body to absorb and store too much iron. This disease is relatively common in Australia, with 1 in 200 people affected. On Thursday night, our assets will be lit up in the colour purple to support Hearing Dentists Suppurativa Awareness Week, another unique disease, which is one that causes painful lumps to develop deep under the skin, which affects less than 1% of the Australian population, but obviously a challenging disease and one that they want to raise awareness for.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Second.
We have a motion for an extension of time moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
This Friday, Legacy will be running its centenary torch relay here in Brisbane. This relay celebrates the 100 years of the amazing organisation that is Legacy. And as all councillors know, Legacy was established to support the partners and families of war veterans or people that had their lives lost either in battle or as a result of their service to the people of Australia in the military. And even though it's been 100 years and the world wars are still a long way away, there's an increasing need even to this day with more recent conflicts and service that the Legacy is supporting our families with. And so this torch relay aims to raise $1 million for Legacy, which is a great aspiration. And the torch relay is working its way right across Australia, and this Friday will be in Brisbane. I will be honoured to participate in this relay and certainly wish Legacy all the best in their centenary year and also their efforts to raise $1 million for the great work that is happening to support the families of veterans. On Saturday night, the Victoria Bridge will be lit up in teal again to support International Myasthenia Gravis Awareness Month. And I mentioned this last week in the Council chamber as well. On Saturday night, the Story Bridge will be lit up in green, red and yellow to recognise Portugal's National Day. This day is celebrated on the 10th of June every year to recognise the important contribution of our Portuguese community in our city. And Councillor Hutton has the great local Portuguese centre, which I've visited in her ward. Finally, on Saturday, all of our assets will be lit up in blue to support Fight MND and the 2023 Big Freeze. This campaign shines a light on the battle being fought by people across Australia who are diagnosed with motor neuron disease, of which there are over 2,000 of. It was great to be with a number of local councillors, including Councillor Owen, Councillor Marks, Councillor Huang and Councillor Strunk in Forest Lake on the weekend, together with the Speaker of the House, Milton Dick, to celebrate the Multicultural and Dragon Boat Festival, which is a wonderful annual event which brings the community together and unites people across different cultural backgrounds, celebrates what's great about our city and particularly that multicultural element in that part of Brisbane which is so strong and vibrant. So it was good to be there, and it was also good to join Councillor Hutton for a World Environment Day celebration where Nina ticked off a bucket list item and got to cuddle a wombat, believe it or not. His name is Bumpy, and he was a little bit stinky, but it was still a beautiful creature. Yeah, definitely not something that we're used to seeing around Brisbane, but a wonderful wildlife presentation. But one of the things that was really accurately pointed out down there at Poo Corner in Wacol was that bushland, which was owned by the federal government and came across to council as a result of a good local community-based campaign and support from council, has seen that large area of bushland protected. And now we're running a program where we're seeing the reintroduction of koalas into an area that previously didn't have koalas or hasn't had koalas for quite some time. And so nearby is the RSPCA Wildlife and Animal Hospital, and koalas that come into the hospital from different parts of Brisbane that are treated and that are healthy to be released. There's been at least 6 koalas released in that Wacol Poo Corner bushland, and they're doing well. And it's great to see that this is part of our ongoing research that we're doing with koalas. And it's been mentioned before by Councillor Davis, but if this is the success that we think it is, then it provides the opportunity for us to reintroduce koalas into other parts of the city where there were koalas but no longer are koalas. And that is really an exciting and incredible opportunity. You know, we're one of the very few large capitals that has koalas living so close to the CBD, and long may it be the case. And I know the Deputy Mayor is doing a great work to fight against the state government's unfair manual of uniform traffic control devices, which doesn't allow us to consider wildlife when it comes to speed limits. That's a campaign I believe that we will win, Deputy Mayor, but we'll keep fighting. Item A on the agenda is the lease of council land to community organisations. And this is our regular process where we're either establishing lease processes or going into renewal processes for leases of council land to community organisations in particular. This is the regular process we go through to start those discussions, and with the aim of getting a lease in place or a lease renewal in place. And this obviously is something that provides significant community benefit and supports the many great organisations of our city. Item B, the Stores Board submission regarding the lease and operation of the cafe at MacArthur Avenue, Hamilton. Some people may recognise this as a familiar submission. It has been through recently. As a result of our competitive tender process, this came to council and was awarded to an operator. Following the council decision and the agreement to enter into a lease, that operator then withdrew their offer. This is re-awarding the tender to the operator that was second on the list in terms of the competitive process. But that operator happens to be the existing operator of the cafe, and so this will effectively allow a continuation of that existing arrangement. Unfortunate situation, but obviously these things do happen, and operators do have the right to put in an offer and then withdraw that offer. That is the reality. I understand, Councillor McLaughlin, that they've decided to set up elsewhere nearby. Item C is the Events Local Law 2022. And this is all about changing the way we regulate events and also have permits for events that are being operated, and also entertainment venues. And this is one of the examples of where we're reducing the requirement and the burden on people, reducing the red tape. And we're also offering something new for ongoing and established festivals. And so councillors would be aware that there's a number of great community festivals which have been going many, many years. At the moment, under the old local law, they have to apply for a permit every single year. Now, they go through a process every year, even though they know what they're doing, they know what council requirements are, they know how to manage a large event, they know how to manage community impacts, yet they're required to apply for a permit every year. And that permit not only requires paperwork, it also comes at a cost. And so what we're doing as part of this change, and something that excites me, is that we're changing the requirements so that we can offer a permit for up to 3 years. And so where there's a large community festival or event or an ongoing event that's established that requires a permit, that permit can be granted on a 3-year basis. So they have to apply once every 3 years as opposed to every single year. So that not only cuts down the paperwork, it also cuts down the cost. And there are many thousands of dollars in savings to be had for events with this new process. We're also introducing a new category of self-assessable permits where for the smaller, lower risk events and festivals, they can apply for a self-assessable permit online. It's just $75, instant approval, and that cuts down their fee from, in many cases, $1,500, is it, Councillor Marks? $1,500 down to $75. So this is a reduction in red tape, it's a reduction in fees, and supports the wonderful activation that festivals bring to our community, and bringing people together and providing free and low-cost events for people to benefit from. And we see every single weekend there's wonderful events being organised by different groups across the city, and we want to try and support them as much as possible. This local law will help to do that. Given that item D is seriatim, well, I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. So, Councillor Massey moved seriatim for vote, debate and vote on item D. So, further debate on items A, B and C. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on these three items and ask that item B be taken seriatim for voting, please.
B seriatim for voting.
Yeah, that's right. I just want to at the outset read a quote from Adrian Schrinner. I sometimes get those two confused when it comes to facts. And this is a quote. Unfortunately, food waste is a growing problem as households throw away approximately 80,000 tonnes of food waste every year, which is more than a quarter of the average rubbish bin. That was back in 2019.
Cassidy, this is not an item that's before us.
Going on this administration's and this Lord Mayor's own figures, he made himself out to be a liar.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Howard. Can you please sit down, Councillor Cassidy?
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I don't believe that this is in the report that we're talking about in this debate.
Councillor Cassidy, I ask you to come back to the items before us, please.
Of course, Chair. So item A is the lease to community organisations. And these organisations, not just the ones that are in the list before us today, but those community organisations, not-for-profits that run and operate and maintain our community facilities right around Brisbane, are the lifeblood of our suburbs. So they should be supported by a council, not just through a leasing process, but also in an ongoing way. Yes. You know, you would hope, and we certainly do hope, that this administration is setting a good standard in the way in which these leases are executed. And we are starting to see a change in a policy approach from a political level where the onus of maintaining sometimes 50, 60, 70-year-old council-owned facilities isn't put on the back of a small group of volunteers. And I know councillors, and we talk about this a lot, Labor councillors, when we get together, about the challenges that are facing the community groups that are running our lease sites. I don't know whether LNP councillors raise those issues in their party room talks or with the Lord Mayor or with the relevant chairs much. But there's a consistent theme in the outer suburbs of Brisbane that community groups who are running council lease sites are struggling. They're struggling, whether they're grass field sports organisations struggling with the cost of water and electricity, whether they are community groups, they're struggling with maintenance, whether they have to do physical maintenance on buildings and they have to run cake stalls and sausage sizzles and raffles and fundraisers to maintain a publicly owned facility. All the while, we as a council and the Lord Mayor, as the Lord Mayor, is expecting them to deliver community services out in the suburbs of Brisbane. So we want to see a council that not just leases buildings to community groups, but actually values the contribution that those volunteers are making in our communities. We'll be supporting these leases today, but reiterate our calls for more support for community and sporting organisations right around Brisbane. On clause B, the lease of this cafe took 3 months. 3 months for the Lord Mayor and his LNP administration to prove me right. In debating this back in March, I said, and this is a quote, as you know, it's got to be once bitten, twice shy when it comes to these kind of arrangements under this LNP administration for the lease of these cafes, because we know one of two things happens. Either they don't do, the city administration don't do due diligence around really critical aspects of these leases, or they do and in fact enter them knowing that lots of things may eventuate. In some cases, that it may be work is being ripped off, and the businesses that are engaging those contracts also may never carry out the terms of their lease. Obviously not a lot of due diligence was done just 3 months ago when this lease was entered into with this operator. They just walked away after 3 months, and we're now asked to award a lease to an organisation that missed out on council's own criteria. They didn't meet the needs of this council lease site, they didn't meet the needs of the community, and the Lord Mayor's come in here today and said to us that because he didn't do his homework and his administration didn't do the work that was required, the due diligence, that just another one will do. Just wave the next one through. I don't think that's very good. I don't think that's a very good public policy outcome when it comes to this lease site. So that's not an item we'll be supporting today. Clause C, the events local law. This is something we do support. And just as I said about those community groups that are operating those lease sites, local events that are so often run by community groups and groups of volunteers and not-for-profits out in the suburbs of Brisbane make our communities so special. So we, of course, have previously called for and do support a fee reduction and a fee waiver in an ongoing way for community groups organising community festivals. It's a long time coming. We would argue that more charges, not just for community events, but also small businesses in a really critical time for doing the kinds of activities they do out in our community, supporting our community, should be looked after even more. I've seen firsthand, I know other councillors on this side certainly have, in working with community organisations to deliver those festivals, that they'll often see festival funding, whether it's multicultural festival or community festival, coming in the door from council and then straight back to council. There would be, no, I don't have the exact figure, but there would be, just in the last few years alone, taking out the COVID years where a lot of events didn't occur, so there weren't events, weren't permits issued, hundreds of thousands of dollars that was awarded to community groups through festival and multicultural festival funding that went back to council in these fees. For what? Yeah. Turns out it was never really required. No. It turns out that this Lord Mayor for so many years made a political decision to charge those community groups fees to hold public events for the public, in public spaces, most often in council parks or on lease sites, and took that money back. And all those years said it was required and it was needed, but it turns out it isn't, because it just requires some political leadership and to make a political decision to actually support those community organisations. So there does need to be a whole lot more support in this space. I'm involved in a lot of our local community events, whether it's the Iron Bumpin' Festival in partnership with Sandbag, whether it's the Zilmia Festival that is looking increasingly likely not to be able to go ahead because of a massive funding shortfall in that festival funding, or whether it's other events that the Ward Office organises alongside other community groups. It's getting increasingly hard to run these events with this council administration not providing enough funding for it, not providing enough support, and now, through these changes as well, we've been advised by City Legal, the inability for councillors, who we collectively, under the City of Brisbane Act, constitute the council, councillors will now be banned from using council's public liability insurance to support community events. That's the advice that I've been given. Now, it's not included in this events local law, but that's a change that has been made. We've been advised of that within the last month. So councillors who are either hosting events or supporting events through council's public liability, that is now banned. So I've been advised as a local councillor, whether it's using a Ward Office budget or Lord Mayor's community fund to host a council event, I, as an individual, have to go and purchase public liability insurance. So that is now going
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnson.
I seek leave to suspend standing orders to enable me to move an urgency motion, calling on the Lord Mayor to immediately disclose whether or not councillors are still covered for public liability insurance for the undertaking of ward office events.
I second the motion.
We have a motion to suspend standing orders by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. Councillor Johnson, you've got 3 minutes as to why this could not be put before 1 o'clock yesterday. Thank you.
Look, I've been shocked by what I've heard from the opposition leader here today, and I am incredibly concerned that a very serious legal issue has arisen about which myself and presumably other councillors have not been advised about. And that is whether or not we are covered for conducting community-based events by our officers in the ward. Now, I've been here 15 years, and up until now we've been told that any event being run by us is covered under Council's public liability insurance. That includes things like, on the weekend I hosted a kindy waste event. We do movies in the park. There are just hundreds and hundreds of events. Now, I think the Lord Mayor needs to be very clear, allow this debate straight away. He needs to seek legal advice to clarify whether or not what is being said is true. I accept what Councillor Cassidy has said, and I am extremely concerned that not only am I at risk, my ward office staff, but also members of the community, if public events have been undertaken without any public liability insurance. And if this is the case, that council has made a decision not to cover councillors for events being covered in their ward, as the Leader of the Opposition has outlined, why the hell have we not been told as the local councillors? Because that is an extraordinary dereliction of duty by this council. It needs to be urgently clarified. It needs to be urgently debated. And if this is absolutely untrue, the Lord Mayor can stand up and say so. But otherwise, this is a very, very serious matter that impacts on every single councillor. And it is outrageous if some secret decision has been made and the councillors who are now at risk because of an unknown person's decision, whether that's the Lord Mayor, the useless CEO up the road, I don't know, who has put us and the community at risk, and why hasn't this been made? This is an extremely urgent matter. It needs to be resolved today because councillors have events. I have events on this weekend. Are we at risk? Are we putting the council, the community at risk because council has not been upfront with residents? Who's lying? Who's kept this secret? And why haven't we been told? This is an urgent matter, and I ask that all councillors agree so we can debate it and clarify it now.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We will now put the motion to suspend standing orders. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
No seconder?
Seconder.
We have a division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left, please. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
The motion to suspend standing rules has been lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillor Cassidy, you had the call.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Well, I must start again. I've lost my spot. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. That is the, well, you know, to the best of my knowledge, I've been formally advised via FELO, Council's Festival and Events Liaison Office, to answer your question, Councillor Johnston, with advice from City Legal that where an event with a permit is required, whether it's now a self-assessable permit under this new events local law, or whether it's a major event that is being hosted by a councillor, that council's public liability now no longer. So I would like to think the Lord Mayor and the relevant chair at the moment would take that up and have a chat to City Legal about that. Because it does impact on what we want to do, and going to the community and saying, what do you want to see in terms of events? Because it's really hard, as we know, for community organisations to put these on with limited funding. We now only have 37,000 in the Lord Mayor's Community Fund. Ward Office budgets are being stretched now. So in terms of hosting these things, this is now going, the permit might be less, but in purchasing public liability insurance might be thousands of dollars. So they're, you know, robbing from Peter to pay Paul in that sense. So that is a serious issue, and I would certainly hope the Lord Mayor will take that up, and I'll be raising that further as well. And I think that probably wraps it up on these three.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Are there further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak to both items A and C, very briefly to item C. Just beginning with item A. As the Lord Mayor has stated, Council cannot enter a valuable non-current asset contract unless it has either invites written tenders for the contract or offers the valuable non-current asset for sale by auction. So this comes regularly before this chamber for that very reason. However, as has been indicated, there are some exemptions that Council may apply to the disposal of an interest in land other than by way of tender or auction, including land that is to be leased to a government agency or a community organisation. So item A is seeking Council's approval to apply the exemption set out in section 2661 of the regulations so that Council can continue lease discussions with these valued community organisations. And to give you an indication of the types of leases proposed, 3 of the leases before us today are related to the Meals on Wheels Association. Now, these groups have been operating from their respective council locations for a combined total of almost 100 years. And in fact, I joined the Governor and Councillor McLaughlin just the other day to celebrate 50 years of the Crosby Park Meals on Wheels, who are not part of today's, of course. But so as some Meals on Wheels groups within Brisbane have recently restructured in order to gain operating efficiencies, Council is now required to continue lease negotiations with these new entities to ensure that they can continue delivering for the local community. And so through our network of more than 600 community lease sites across Brisbane, the Shrinner Council aims to empower and support our valued community organisations like these. And I obviously commend item A to the chamber. And Mr Deputy Chair, through you, I would like to say for once I agree with Councillor Cassidy, only on one thing. I saw that he was leaving the chamber and I thought that this may return him to the chamber because through you, Mr Deputy Chair, not-for-profits are the lifeblood of this community. And everybody in this chamber, particularly those on this side who have the responsibility of supporting those community organisations, agrees with that. What a slap in the face, though, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, to all of those council officers who work with over 600 community organisations across our city to support, to comfort, to help. We all know everyone's doing it tough. Everyone is. And what a disgrace to hear the Leader of the Opposition stand up in this chamber and not once say thank you, to the very many people of our organisation dedicated to a better Brisbane, which they are. And you can tell that I am angry. I am really angry that the Leader of the Opposition in this council cannot get up and thank the people that are out there on the ground supporting each and every one of those organisations. So shame on him.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnson.
Mr Chairman, you can't...
Oh, your point of order.
Thank you. Mr Chairman, this is a bylaw that's being enacted. It's got nothing to do with how, for events, it's got nothing to do with how officers manage facilities in the community.
Your point of order, Councillor Johnson,
that Councillor Howard's personal attack on Councillor Cassidy is completely not relevant to the issues here before us today.
Sorry. I don't uphold your point of order because I'm not quite sure what you're objecting to, but thank you. Was it relevant?
Well, if Councillor Murphy hadn't have been shouting across the chamber, I'm
Councillor
sure you
Johnson,
would have heard it, Mr Deputy Chairman. It is because
right,
the personal
thank you,
attacks
Councillor
by
Johnson. You can sit down now. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
This is a bylaw.
Councillor Johnson,
about
I have
events.
asked you to resume your seat. Councillor Howard, can you please come back to the report?
Well, Mr Deputy Chair, I was actually just talking about item A, not item C. But I'll talk about item C now. I'll talk about item C because the only thing that I heard from Councillor Cassidy was that the Zilmia Festival was struggling for money. Absolutely untrue. Totally false. The Zilmia Festival people are struggling with volunteers. There is not one cut to any funding that this Shrinner Council has provided to the Zilmia Festival anywhere. And I know that our officers have been talking practically daily to Councillor Cassidy's ward office to find the support for this organisation. All of the things that he's just stood up and said in this chamber. And what's he doing? Political footballs. And
Councillor Adderman, there's no calling out across the chamber. Councillor Howard?
So through you, Mr Deputy Chair, you know, again, I'm being abused by the Leader of the Opposition that I'm wrong. Well, I'm not wrong. I've been talking to the officers on a regular basis this week about this very festival. We have reached out to do whatever we can through his ward office.
Just one moment, Councillor Howard. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I'm just wondering what Councillor Howard meant by she was being abused by me. Just then, I don't know what that, like, that's a very serious accusation.
I don't believe that's a valid point of order.
It's a very serious accusation.
I don't believe that's a valid point of order.
I'll ask that Councillor Howard withdraw that statement. Abuse has a very specific connotation.
Councillor Howard?
I'm happy to withdraw the word abuse and say the constant griping of the Leader of the Opposition against the officers that are out there working their guts out to help these organisations is absolutely shameful through you. And so in terms of the Zilmia Festival, let me just put on the record here today, there is no funding cut from this organisation to that organisation. They are struggling with volunteers. A request that has been sent to the Deagon Ward Office to support a community organisation in the Deagon Ward.
Just one. Councillors, bit of shush, please. Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
Again, relevance. This is not in item A, it's not in item B.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
It's not in item C.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
You're going to do something about it?
Well, when you resume your seat, yes. Councillor Howard, relevance, please. Can we come back to the report?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm putting on the record.
Point of order.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I have put on the record the facts about the Zilmia Festival and I commend both items to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Cassidy, your misrepresentation, please.
Yeah, I didn't say that in any of my contributions to the debate that there was a cut from council to the Zilmia Festival. I said they were struggling financially to put that on, and that is a fact. And Councillor Howard misrepresented what that community organisation is struggling with, and I just think it's not very good.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers. Councillor Johnson, I think you rose to your feet.
Yeah, I definitely did. I rise to speak on items A and C and ask that C be taken seriatim for voting purposes as well.
Noted. Thank you.
Look, like everything the LNP does, there is a problem with what they say and the gap between what they say and what they actually deliver. It's very clear today with this event's local law supporting rules, delegations, fees and charges, that the LNP is proclaiming to do one thing, that is making things easier for community groups, but two, when you look at the detail of what is in this, it's actually making it harder and worse for some groups. Now, my concern is that this local law does not reflect the necessary flexibility and nuances needed to ensure that all community groups can ease the regulatory burden that council asks of them when they are coming to do community events. So, for example, under the local law that's been proposed today, if you have an event, so you are required for any event to do, or any smaller events, to do a self-assessable permit, which, if I understand it correctly, costs $75 to do. That means that every single community group that have not had to seek a permit before are now going to be charged a fee. That is outrageous. Outrageous. This is a cost recovery exercise by council. It's just not right that we should be charging small community groups to apply for a non-permit. This is the point of the bylaw that council is raising, allegedly to make it easier for groups. So now groups are going to be charged a minimum of $75. That is wrong and I don't support it. Secondly, when you look at the detail of what is proposed, it is an issue with how many groups have exemptions under the provisions. And I'm just going to look at section 4 of the new event local law. And just go to 4B, for example. So, exemptions from the local law. A sporting event undertaken at a dedicated sporting facility unless it involves a firearm activity or a motorsport activity. So they're exempt from seeking a permit from council under this. Now, as the Lord Mayor knows, last week I raised concerns with how the tennis centre is being managed around my ward, in the middle of my ward. Major events are held there. It seems now that by exempting sporting facilities from this bylaw, that they will no longer be required to seek permits for management of their activities around the site. So they're not put into the accessible category. So an application for a permit for an accessible event, there are a whole heap of requirements there. If you have a risk issue, and we'll come to those, if there's some sort of risk or you have an event over 1,000 people attending, then you are required to seek a permit. But sporting organisations at sporting facilities are exempt. That would mean that any event being held at, say, the Brisbane Tennis Centre would be exempt. They don't have to seek a permit from council. Now, that permit has historically included traffic management. Now, council botches the traffic management without question, but at least there is an attempt to put some traffic management in place. Are residents of Yeronga, Yeerongpilly and Tennyson now at risk because sporting facilities are being exempted from this bylaw? Next one. Western Districts Netball Association. And I know Councillor Wines has jumped up here a few weeks ago and said how important it is the good burgers of the far western suburbs can drive over to Graceville and park, but I can tell you the residents of Graceville and Chelmer who are adversely impacted by the size of the sporting events that happen at Faulkner Park are concerned. Now, at the moment, when the WNDA holds a carnival event, which is teams from all over Queensland and northern New South Wales, they are required to get permits from council to do so. Now, under this exemption, it would seem to me that council, because it's a sporting facility being held on sporting grounds, they are no longer required to seek a permit. They are exempt. So my concern is here again that in seeking to exempt some organisations, which may be appropriate, there are a number of organisations that are a number of community groups that may be adversely impacted by these exemptions. So let's take another look at the next problem. The next problem is that council may establish a self-assessable system for this local law. Fine, that's designed to weed out those small groups that are having a low-key event. Now, this is where it gets really complicated, and again, Councillor Howard, you can pass my thanks on to the council officers for this, because it's going to be tying up their time, mine, and everybody else's here for the next, I don't know how many years. Under this scheme, it is a self-assessable event if there are less than 2,000 people, unless there are some risk, issues attached with it. And then, if you have more than 1,000 people at your event, you have to go and get a proper permit with all of the requirements that you are required to do. Council classifies risk in a number of ways, and I will just say what those are. Commencing before 7 a.m. on any day. So let me say this, Lord Mayor. If a group needs to set up at 6 a.m. for their event on a community lease, they're going to be breaching this. And if they have more than 1,000 people at that event, they're going to have to get a permit. If it finishes after 10 p.m. on any day. Now, I presume this might impact on a lot of inner city events, probably not so many out my way, because the latest we usually have are some fireworks in the evening. But I suspect there are some inner city events that finish after 10 p.m. That will mean if you are having more than 1,000 people on your site, you automatically trigger the need to get a full permit. Next one, the service or consumption of alcohol. Is the Lord Mayor trying to kill off having a drink at a community event? Does he not know that one of the key ways that community groups raise money is by running a bar at their local event? If you have an event with more than 1,000 people and you are going to sell alcohol, that might impact on Councillor Griffiths. What's your event out there? You run a bar at that. Crime Street Festival, right? A group that you might expect would benefit from a change that are going to be adversely impacted. I presume there's more than 1,000 people that attend that event. Right. Next one. Involves road closures or traffic management. The Lord Mayor has essentially killed off, with this local law, he's killing off traditional street festivals in Brisbane. So I look at my group, the Sherwood Community Festival, who for many years have closed part of Sherwood Road to run an extraordinary community event. It's run by volunteers. They're not members of a group. They come together to run this event. For the last couple of years through COVID, they've found it very difficult to run the event, but they've persisted in various forms. But now the onerous requirements mean that they're finding it hard to run it in the street. Well, guess what? They would still have to apply, a group that I expect the Lord Mayor might think that would benefit from this, under his bylaws before us today, because he's lowering the requirement from 2,000 to 1,000 people. You have to apply for a full permit. So if the Sherwood Community Festival wants to run an event in the street, prior to this, it was over 2,000 people they had to apply for all the permits through council, and now it's over 1,000. I look at any number of other events in our community that would have over 1,000 people in it. Now, I am extremely concerned that this does not reflect how festivals run and occur in our community. I can see that residents are going to be adversely impacted by exempting sporting facilities from seeking a permit where they are engaging in large events. Their day-to-day stuff, we all understand. That adversely impacts on the surrounding residents every weekend. Some of them don't like it, and I hear them very loud and clear. But when specialised events, major events, are run at sporting facilities, this Lord Mayor is proposing to exempt them from having to seek some approvals. And that means they won't be required to put in place traffic safety management arrangements
Councillor
to deal
Johnson,
with the
your
adverse
time
impacts.
has expired. Further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Mr Deputy Chair, I rise to speak on item B before us, and note that Councillor Johnson chose not to speak on item B in this debate, and can conclude that perhaps after the comments that she made here in debate on this matter on the 7th of March, perhaps Councillor Johnson's actually been down there to have a look at the cafe operating down here and concluded that the scaremongering that she...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yep, I'm not mentioned in this report whatsoever.
Don't uphold that point of order. Councillor Johnson. Sorry, Councillor McLaughlin, please continue.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The last time this item came before us, there were a lot of comments made, some of it which you could conclude was scaremongering about what was happening with the lease of this cafe, which has been in operation since 2008, since before Councillor Johnson was elected in this place. So it's been operating as a cafe for a long period of time. The opposition, the Labor Party, Councillor Cassidy said here just a short while ago that to ask that this item be taken seriatim, so I'm concluding that either they're going to abstain from voting or vote against it, which again is unfortunate because and Councillor Cassidy said words to the effect that the consequence of this going to the next in line in the tendering process is a failure of a due diligence process. Well, due diligence was followed in the offering of these tenders. It went to 4 tenderers who responded to the tender documents. The first tenderer, unfortunately, has chosen not to proceed with the offer, but it falls to the next business operating that was on the tender list on the value for money equation, the VFM equation, to offer the lease to that tenderer. And I'm pleased about that outcome because that is the current and existing operator of this great cafe. Now, at the time when this was debated, there were all sorts of debates and discussions about whether it should go to a community group, which ignored entirely the reality that it has been operating as a cafe since 2008 and successfully. This was a building that was built by the Port of Brisbane Corporation and operating as a cafe, as I said, since 2008, and a few years after that came to council for council to operate as it's part of the council park that's down there. So it now falls to council to find a commercial operator for this cafe, and I'm pleased to see that this operator, the current operator who's there on a month-to-month contract, has been successful in now winning this contract. But I wanted to table, Mr Deputy Chair, a photograph of the location for the cafe to put to the truth proposition about where the cafe is in relation to other cafes that are in Racecourse Road, and the proposition that was last proposed that this cafe here, been operating since 2008, is in competition with cafes on Racecourse Road. Well, the photos show that it's 500 metres from Eat Street, 1.5 kilometres from the portside cafes, and between 2 and 3 kilometres from the cafes on Racecourse Road. So it's hardly operating as competition for existing cafes in Racecourse Road. It provides another opportunity for residents across Brisbane to come and enjoy the great outdoors that we are able to provide in our city. It's at the destination, the final destination for our ferries, and it's very common practice for people to catch a ferry to North Shore, Hamilton, to get off and go and have a coffee at this coffee shop and then go back up the river or to enjoy the parkland that's down there. So, Mr Deputy Chair, I'm really pleased that this operator has been successful in the tender. I am disappointed that the ALP, the Labor Party, won't be supporting it because it is a great outcome. I'm very pleased that the lease to this operator excludes the public toilet that was attached to the building in the first instance and is now being rehabilitated under council control for a disability access toilet, which is a corollary project that's being undertaken while this lease is being decided. And what we will have, Mr Deputy Chair, is yet again a great operator of a great location on commercial terms for a cafe operating since 2008 in North Shore, Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Are there further speakers on items A, B or C? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And, yes, it's gone back to zero. Look, I just stand to speak briefly on item A, in particular the exemptions of two of the community groups that are the lifeblood of our communities, Councillor Howard and Councillor Cassidy. I agree with you totally. And I'm very excited to see the exemptions come through for the Holland Park Meals on Wheels and for the Hopewell Cafe as well. The Holland Park Meals on Wheels have done a most outstanding job over the years and have seen some fantastic improvements to their site as well, to what they've been doing. Meals on Wheels, if you have them in your local area, you know they've been through some tumultuous times in the last few years, but the Holland Park Meals on Wheels have gone from strength to strength and are now in their large facility, well, it's not a large facility, but in their very sophisticated catering kitchen and their cold room, are now catering for many other Meals on Wheels and supporting them through the south side as well. And of course, when it comes to the Hopewell Foundation, the cafe on Malcrivat Outlook, this is the most outstanding success that it was always going to be a success up here, but it did take us a couple of times to get through, to get the right people with the right aspects for the cafe up here. They're a social enterprise, which is something we always love to see. And this exemptions here today, which means we don't go back out to tender for these sites, has taken up so much pressure, I know, to Annie and the team up there, because they have put their heart and soul into the cafe, and the thought of going out to tender to have to compete again was really causing them some stress. They do the most amazing work in supporting women who are coming out of addictions or the sex industry, and make sure that they sorry, you're correct. I'll take that interjection, Councillor Murphy. Make sure that they support them by doing the work, giving them certificates in food and bev and catering as well. I am calling them Hopewell because it used to be the Hope Foundation, but it's the Lovewell Cafe. So as I said, there's been a few iterations of this actual cafe. So the Hope Foundation, which is the Lovewell Cafe, do a splendid job up there, and we are very excited to see with this item that comes before us today that we'll have an opportunity for them to continue to do that without the stress of going to a full tender document as well. I thank Councillor Howard and the officers that I know work so closely with both of these community groups in my ward for this item that comes before us today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there further speakers on items A, B or C? Is someone...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. Seconded.
We have a 15-minute adjournment by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton for afternoon tea. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Yes, Mr Chair.
Councillor Marx, I'm calling you to items A, B and C. I'm just remembered to turn my microphone on.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I've turned mine on. I rise to speak on item C, which is the Events Local Law 2022, or L, as it is now being referred to. I might add, previously it was Events Venues Local Law, so it was called the EVIL Law, so I'm quite happy to change this to the L Law. But look, before I start, I'd like to set the record straight after Councillor Johnson's, through you, Mr Chair, extraordinary contribution on this item. Like Suncorp and the Gabba, the Tennis Centre is owned by the state government, managed by Stadiums Queensland and regulated by the state. Stadium Queensland have written and they do support this amendment. Let me be clear, Mr Chair, the risk-based approach to event regulations under the proposed local law will allow Council to ensure we are directing resources to the regulation of higher risk events, ensuring the community remains safe and amenity issues on local residents are minimised. The permitted times of the event do exclude bump in and bump out times, and on the point of alcohol, alcohol always has and always will be controlled by state legislation. We know events are integral for a thriving and vibrant community as they bring people together and deliver more to see and do for residents. Whether it's a major festival that's attended by tens of thousands of people or a school fete with a few hundred locals, our reforms to event fees are a huge win for organisations and well as residents. We know that the last update to this particular local law was in 1999, so it was important that we review every provision to ensure they are fit for purpose, to protect the public health, safety, amenity for patrons attending these events and for neighbours or surrounding neighbours where the events are located. I'd like to talk a little bit more in detail about some of the key changes that the Lord Mayor talked about, which is now part of the new our law that we're looking at passing today. This is what the Lord Mayor mentioned. There's two major issues here, or two major items that we're working on. One is the introduction of a self-assessable events permit and an accessible events permit. Now, I'm not sure, through you, Mr Chair, if Councillor Johnston's getting confused with park bookings when she mentions the number 1,000. The self-assessable events are if you have 2,000 plus attendees over the whole duration of the event without any accessible risk. If you answer that as a yes, you are a tick. You continue on down the line on the form to go where you need to go with what you're given. If your event is from between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m, tick, you're also eligible for a self-assessable event permit. As long as you have a maximum 5 consecutive days or 30 days in total over 12 months, tick, you are automatically a self-assessable permit. So we now give you a 12-month permit duration with instant approval, where you get all the document and paperwork that you need to carry out your event and the approvals and conditions immediately that goes through. The accessible events, this is where we're talking about when you've got 10,000 plus attendees over the duration, or 5,000 plus attendees at any one time. The reason these numbers are important, because behind the scenes on the website there's a matrix which deals with the amenities, which is portaloos and waste bins. So if you're going to have 10,000 people at an event over the duration of the day, you're not going to need as many toilets as if you would having at a rock concert, say, and there was 5,000 people and they were all leaving at the same time or all needed to use the toilet at that 1 hour time. You would obviously need more toilets. That's where it's about. So also if you want to start before 7 a.m, finish past 10 p.m, dealing with the music, service of consumption of alcohol. As we said, the Lord Mayor's not about stopping people selling and serving alcohol. This has always been and always will be a state government legislation. Also, if it requires road closure or traffic management, none of this has changed. This is all the same thing that's always been in there. The difference here, and this is the good news part that everyone needs to understand, is you can now apply for that permit and it will be valid for 3 years. Okay, 3 years. So instead of you having to go every year to apply for that permit, it's valid for 3 years. And also the cost is you pay that one permit fee as opposed to over 3 years. So there's a substantial saving of some thousands of dollars. So in my role as Chair of City Standards, I'm passionate about how we can activate events across Brisbane, while we need to still continue to protect the amenity for patrons attending these events. This, as I said, this local law will deliver significant cost savings for event organisers across the city. And I want to finish by saying I need to thank council officers, particularly Tash, Alana, Kirsty, Brett, Amanda and Lizzie, as well as the rest of the team in Sursa who have worked on this local law for a huge amount of time, and I want to commend this item to the chamber.
Thank you. Further debate? Further debate? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in support of items A and C. And can I first start with item A and say a very big thank you to Councillor Howard and all of the council officers that have been working behind the scenes to support the many community organisations right across our city. I would like to say that, like Councillor Adams has reflected through you, Mr Chair, the importance of the work that has been done through the Meals on Wheels, particularly Meals on Wheels Acacia Ridge, because they do service my area, and I do note through the documents that they are now referred to as Meals on Wheels Brisbane South. And through that streamlining of Meals on Wheels, they're able to undertake more streamlining of their volunteer services and their service delivery out to their clients, which is very, very important for those older and infirm members of our community who do need the services of Meals and Wheels. I'd just like to also take this opportunity through the indulgence of yourself, Mr Chair, to say a very special thank you to all of the volunteers for Meals and Wheels, because many of them have been working with Meals and Wheels to serve the community for many years, and they do a fantastic job, and that volunteering spirit is alive and thriving right across our city. I do also reflect on the Lovewell Cafe, through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Adams, because we spent some time, the staff there and I spent some time last year as part of the Forgotten Women project, sleeping out in our cars overnight to raise the importance of particularly women over 55 who are vulnerable and living in their cars and need support. So that night we raised about $100,000 plus, and I know that the team from Hopewell Cafe and Inspector Kylie Doyle were all there. She's actually on the board of Hopewell Foundation and a former neighbour of mine actually, so she is very much from the Queensland Police Service, supporting those wonderful opportunities to help other women in need. Importantly, many of you in this chamber know my passion for my Brisbane Super Kings Junior Cricket Club at Heathwood, and it's with great pleasure that I see that the lease opportunity has come before the council chamber today. This is the fastest growing junior cricket club in Queensland, and they are the pride of Queensland cricket. We are a very multiculturally diverse community out in Callum Vale Ward, and this is a major way that we are bringing children from many different cultures together through the love of sport, in particular cricket, and it is certainly becoming a major hub for the local community. And I do recognise that because of the growth of the club, we have actually some spillover facilities at the Forest Lake District Junior Sporting Facility, which with former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, I opened, I think it was back in 2012 now, but I thank Councillor Strunk, through you, Mr Chair, for his support of BSK over at the Forest Lake Fields as well, because we do need to continue growing that junior sport right across the city. So to the volunteers and the coaches at Brisbane Super Kings, thank you for all of your efforts. It is important that we do foster sport with our young people, because through sport they learn many different things. They learn teamwork, they learn discipline, they also learn about rules, and also they develop that friendship and camaraderie within the local community, which is very important. A big thank you to all the parents and coaches for the efforts that they put in. On item C, Mr Chairman, the events local law, as the Lord Mayor said earlier, yesterday was the Parkinson Multicultural and Dragon Boat Festival in its 14th year, and this is certainly the pride of the Southwest. It is our major festival out there that really does bring people from so many different multicultural communities together, but also promotes that active and healthy lifestyle through the dragon boat racing. It was wonderful to share the day with Councillor Marx, Councillor Huang, Councillor Strunk, and also the Speaker of the Federal Parliament, Federal Member for Oxley, the Honourable Milton Dick. And this is an event that I must say, with all of us and the Lord Mayor, that we have supported from day one. And to the Haka Association, the volunteers are amazing. The amount of work that they put in behind the scenes, as well as all of the performers on the day, and the many different community organisations who support the event, in particular the Rotary Club of Forest Lake and all of the stall holders, the Dragon Boat teams. They do an amazing job, and that is why this local law is important, because this improvement to the local laws helps the organisations such as the Haka Association and the many different community events that we have right across our community. Having a 3-year permit is going to take the drain of administrative burden off volunteers. It is hard enough to get a lot of volunteers to work on a community event, but when a committee or their volunteers are bogged down in unnecessary red tape or administrative burdens, it makes it more and more difficult. So through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Marx, thank you for recognising this and implementing it into the process so that it will take away that annual requirement and bring it into line with the council contracts that many of these organisations do have with council to put on these events. I think having that clarity is a great step forward, and I know that with many of my community events, the community groups do have one or two people who end up being their treasurers or their grant applicants, and they do a lot of work. And we cannot underestimate or undervalue the work that volunteers do, not only in our local communities, in our wards, but right across our city, because they are the foundation for so much community cohesion and the foundation of harmony that we have right across our city. Mr. Chair, this local law is an important one, and I think that some of the comments that have come from the other side have probably been misinformed, and I do suggest that all councillors really make themselves aware of the truth of the matter and take the time to really understand the benefits of what these local laws are bringing in, instead of just shooting from the hip and taking different tangents. So there are many events right across our city that are regulated by the state government through whichever means they are. There are specific requirements as to what puts certain events into the accessible permit phase, as has been explained by Councillor Marks. And it is important that if we are going out and talking to our community groups, that councillors are properly informed and give the community groups the proper information rather than just their own interpretation. So I thank Councillor Marks and all of the council officers that have been working diligently on this new local law, because I know that it has been a very significant effort, and I thank them all on behalf of all of the community organisations that are in my ward across the city, but also for those organisations that put on community events for my local community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers on A, B or C? No further speakers? Lord Mayor, summing up? No? So we have seriatim for each of the items A, B and C. So we'll move to the vote on those separately. I'll move to the vote on item A. All in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We move to the vote on item B. All in favour of item B, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 abstentions.
Thank you. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, we move to the vote on item C. Item C, all in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and
seconded
by Councillor Massey. Please, ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells for 30 seconds. Okay. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Declare that carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. We now have debate, Lord Mayor, on item D in the E&C report. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item T, as councillors are aware, is the temporary local planning instrument for Kurilpa and the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct. Earlier this year, we released our Sustainable Growth Strategy, which is our housing and homelessness strategy for the city, and it's based on a number of key pillars. One of those pillars was ensuring that growth happens in the right areas, in areas that are well serviced by infrastructure and facilities, well serviced by the opportunity to travel in particularly sustainably, and Kurilpa is obviously an important part of the growth strategy for our city. Also included is having a look at where other well-located precincts can be also grown as well, and they include places like Carindale, Chermside, Indooroopilly, Garden City, Toowong, and so we'll be looking at those into the future, and also suburban renewal precincts, which are about taking industrial land and creating new mixed-use communities, as we've seen happen in places like Newstead and Tenerife, but also looking at suburban opportunities for that. So it's a multi-pronged strategy. They're the areas that will see growth, but what that means is that we will see a policy which is ultimately an anti-sprawl policy. Because really, if you're accommodating more people within the city of Brisbane, you really have a basic choice on whether you go up or out. And we know that while the councils around us continue to meet their housing targets with greenfield development, we're taking a different approach, a more sustainable approach that creates a more livable and sustainable Brisbane, and that is one that sees us going tall so that we can reduce sprawl. And this particular TLPI will help accommodate that outcome. And so in, I guess, painting the picture about why this is important, I wanted to give you a tale of two suburbs. The first suburb I wanted to mention is the suburb of Forest Lake. Forest Lake is a wonderful master plan community, but it was one that was first planned more than 30 years ago. It was in the late 1980s, early 1990s that Forest Lake became Brisbane's first master plan community. It was very much, though, about greenfield development. It was very much Brisbane expanding right towards the edge and the boundary of the city and creating opportunities for people to live in Forest Lake in a master plan community. Now, I was out at Forest Lake on the weekend, and I know people love living there. It is a very nice suburb and a very nice place to live.
Councillor Johnston, please, you'll have an opportunity to debate.
But when it comes to planning for future growth, very much the logic and the reasoning and the rationale for growth in the city has changed from 30 years ago, where the benchmark was seen as a suburb like Forest Lake, greenfield development around a lake, master plan community, with a shopping centre, some community facilities, but this was 23 kilometres away from the Brisbane CBD. This was an outcome that we have now seen, adds more traffic congestion onto the roads, it adds more time in people's daily lives as they commute around the city. It is also one that requires very expensive retrofitting of infrastructure or the construction of a lot of new expensive infrastructure to service a community 23 kilometres away from the city. And so that is planning 30 years ago. Planning today is different. We have learnt a lot over the years. And so we moved from Brisbane's first master planned community to now our vision for Kurilpa, which is Brisbane's most sustainable new community. A community that will be car light,
a community that will have access to both Brisbane Metro and rail services, a community that will be able to walk just 1 kilometre to the CBD and is right in the heart of so much activity, so much infrastructure, so many facilities, and also so much green space, and green space that we plan to grow even further. And so the approach has very much changed from one that sees greenfield development in the outer suburbs, right at the boundary of the city, to one where we're looking at how we can use existing infrastructure better and bring the people to where the infrastructure is. And interestingly, if you compare these two suburbs, or these two precincts, Forest Lake, 23 kilometres from the city, there's currently around 8,200 homes in Forest Lake. It is almost 1,000 hectares, in fact 985 hectares of land to be precise. So Forest Lake takes almost 1,000 hectares. Kurilpa will be home to 10,000 new homes, and that is an estimate. I believe that that can potentially be more than that. 57 hectares. So 6% of the land size of Forest Lake to accommodate the same number of homes, or even potentially more. Not 23 kilometres from the city, but 1 kilometre from the city. Brisbane Metro, rail services, walking and cycling opportunities, bikeways, parkland, jobs, green bridges. And so these are two very different situations, and you can see how the planning has changed over the last 30 years, where 30 years ago, Forest Lake was seen as the benchmark. Now the thinking has changed. And so what we're doing today is we're effectively moving forward to allow us to fast track the provision of new homes. Now, I understand there are some people that will say, well, why don't you go through a normal planning scheme amendment? Well, we are, and we will. We will update our underlying planning scheme as part of this process. There will be community consultation involved, but we are in a housing shortage situation right now. And from everything that I've been hearing, with Brisbane growing 3 times faster than Sydney and 2 times faster than Melbourne, urgent action is required to bring on supply and enable supply now. Not in 18 months, 2 years or 3 years' time, but now, to start that work happening now. And for those who say, well, why don't you work with the state government to just do a normal planning scheme amendment and maybe they can fast track it for you? I would simply say this. This document here is called the Kurilpa Draft Master Plan. Does that sound familiar?
I remember it.
We did this planning work a decade ago and we submitted it to the state for approval. Guess what? We still have not seen it back. Almost 10 years later, the state has never returned this work that we did 10 years ago. And so for them to say, oh, just trust us, we'll work to fast track the process, rubbish. We know where that ends. That ends in a black hole, which has only contributed to the housing shortage that we have now. And in fact, if this plan had been approved 10 years ago, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation right now. We would have thousands more people living close to the city with great public transport, with great access to facilities and parkland. That was our plan 10 years ago. It is very clear that we need urgent action on this. We can't afford to wait another 10 years for the state to get their ducks lined up, but we know that action is required now. This will allow the process to start immediately, and then we can update the planning scheme in parallel to that. Both things are important. But this way is a way that we can bring forward change sooner. And I think that is what is required. Supply is needed. And this is an opportunity for 10,000 plus homes in a well-located community. And as I've said repeatedly, this is urgently required. So I commend this proposed TLPI to the Chamber. I think it will generate some really positive outcomes. It will do so in a sustainable manner. It will provide for opportunities for affordable housing, for sustainable and green housing. In this document is also embedded a change to the way that parking is considered in this precinct. And so councillors would be aware that in the city there is a maximum parking ratio which means that anyone building a building in the city cannot exceed a maximum number of car parks. And that is effectively allowing them to build a building with a low number of car parks. Why? Because we're thinking about the sustainability of the city, we're thinking about access to public transport, and other than the CBD itself, nowhere has better access to public transport than Kurilpa. And so it can be a car-like community. And so what we've done in Kurilpa, and is part of this TLPI we're putting forward today, is to introduce a maximum parking ratio rather than a minimum parking ratio.
Seconded.
An extension of time has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
And so what that means is that the letter that we received from the Acting Minister last night, those issues that were raised as state government priorities, this proposal, I believe, ticks every box. This proposal meets all of their requirements. This proposal is something that we have previously discussed with the state government, and in fact I have personally discussed with the Deputy Premier. They have been supportive of us taking action, and in fact where similar approaches have been taken in other council areas, they have been supportive of such approaches. Let's have a look at what's happening here. The state government believed that the council to our east, Redlands, was not providing enough new housing supply. They decided to take over the planning for Redlands because there's not enough supply coming online. I would hate to think that they're taking a different approach in Kurilpa, where they're trying to slow things down, where they're trying to stop new homes being built, not in Redlands, in the outskirts of Greater Brisbane, but right in the heart of the city. And so I certainly don't think it is the state's intention to slow this down or to put red tape or hurdles in front of this process, because we have certainly discussed this process with the state government and we have, what I believe, their in principle support for this process. I look forward to working cooperatively with the Queensland government to make sure we can bring on more supply sooner, and that supply, it has been shown year in, year out, to help keep Brisbane as affordable as possible. I've mentioned before about the biggest growth in new apartment supply coming on in any year in the city's history in recent times was in 2016. And there was a significant increase in the construction of apartments in 2016. And what that did, and the data shows it very clearly, was that kept prices steady for many, many years to come. Whereas when we see standalone houses, so house and land, they've continued to grow exponentially in price, yet apartments, because of the new supply coming online in 2016, the prices stayed steady for many, many years after that. And so by adding more supply, as we're proposing to do here, it will keep the price rises down. Now, I know there are some people who would like to see people's property values drop through the floor, but the reality is supply helps to keep prices steady, and that's what will happen with potential for 10,000 new homes in Kurilpa. We'll also see the opportunity for build-to-rent projects. We'll also see the opportunity for affordable housing to be provided, and I would also point out that the state government is probably the largest landholder in the Kurilpa precinct. They own significant land holdings in the precinct, and that provides them with the opportunity to meet their obligations to provide social and affordable housing on their own land. And so we look forward to working with them to achieve that outcome as well. So the combination of all of these factors, the additional supply, the sustainability of the precinct, the great access to public transport and facilities, the urgent need for more supply right now is a very compelling reason why we should all support this TLPI.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this item before us today. And the Lord Mayor's talking points then read more like a press release than a planning scheme amendment. He glossed over so many of the important details to try and sell this TLPI, and I'm going to go through some of those now. So the TLPI before us today for the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct, as it's called, is a direct result of a TLPI brought by this LNP administration back in 2018 to ban townhouses and units in the suburbs of Brisbane. So when the LNP administration rushed that TLPI through, that change through via a TLPI, the state government required council to produce a housing strategy to prove that changes from that TLPI wouldn't unnecessarily limit housing supply and housing diversity in Brisbane. So the LNP sat on their hands for 5 years and didn't produce what they're now calling a housing strategy until March of this year. And in the eyes of the industry, and particularly amongst community housing providers, they see the LNP's so-called housing strategy as just a small first step in terms of planning, for growth and planning for housing diversity right around Brisbane. So to hear the Lord Mayor get up and say that this is the result, this current TLPI is the result of this housing strategy, is a bit worrying, because so much work needs to be done on that housing strategy. So you would have hoped that in those 5 long years, so this should have been top of the Lord Mayor's mind when he was the Deputy Mayor under Graham Quirk, and then as he became Lord Mayor, that he had to work on a housing strategy 5 years ago. That's what he knew he had to do to make sure that there was enough supply and enough diversity in Brisbane to avert a housing crisis. So you might have thought they'd start doing some of that planning, and particularly developing some planning scheme amendments along the way. And the example that the Lord Mayor used of Forest Lake is an example of a lot of detailed planning work that went into planning that, years and years, and planning scheme amendments, not rushing through with a TLPI. Not a very good comparison. But today does prove that none of that planning, none of that pre-work, none of that housing strategy work was done. We can prove that because when we did a file request last year on what work had been done since 2018 on the housing strategy, there was one single discussion paper in that file. After 4 years of work, a high-level discussion paper. When we started asking questions, the LNP have cobbled together this sustainable growth strategy, which they're calling their housing plan for Brisbane, and they went on a map and dropped some pins. Yes. And the Lord Mayor picked some suburban shopping centres, as he said today, and the Kurilpa precinct, because it's close to the CBD, as he said. So TLPIs are, in a planning sense, used primarily to protect something from being destroyed and urgently protect something from disappearing. So, for instance, it might be a heritage building that's under threat from development, or some bushland that might be developed because we've heard a developer's purchased it, something like that. That's the primary purpose of a TLPI. It is reactionary planning. Yes. It's reactionary, it's not proactive. Proactive planning is done through planning scheme amendments. So we've heard for years now, going back to the housing strategy issue, from the Lord Mayor and from the LNP that everything was fine. It was late last year and early this year that the Lord Mayor claimed that Brisbane didn't need a housing strategy. He got up and said he's got a city plan. He waved these documents around. We'll all remember that. He said he's got a city plan, he's got neighbourhood plans, he's got the South Brisbane neighbourhood plan, he's got the industrial strategy. He had all these documents. He said Brisbane doesn't need a housing strategy because the future needs of Brisbane were met in all those documents. Well, we were raising questions about that and certainly said a housing strategy was needed to oversee all of that and all of those planning scheme amendments that would be needed. But the Lord Mayor late last year claimed he didn't need that. I guess now the last few months, is a mea culpa from the Lord Mayor and him admitting that he got it so wrong for so many years. Labor supports density where infrastructure is sufficient to support it, and the key to that is the alignment of infrastructure delivery alongside development. A TLPI is by definition not how you align infrastructure delivery with development. Better planning could have seen more dwellings delivered in this area long before now. If the Lord Mayor had started that work and his administration started that work 5 years ago, we could be in a situation where the parcels within the Kurilpa precinct were rezoned.
Lord Mayor, please, you were heard in silence.
I'll take the interjection from the Lord Mayor. I'm very sorry that his mate Campbell Newman, his mentor Campbell Newman, couldn't help him with that. 10 years ago, the Newman government was in power.
Lord Mayor, please.
So a TLPI is a reactionary approach, not a proactive approach. If the Lord Mayor had been proactive 5 years ago when he was told he had to be, when he was warned 5 years ago that without a housing strategy we couldn't be sure as a city we'd be delivering enough housing and enough housing choice, enough housing diversity in suburbs right around Brisbane. So we could have seen a better outcome than the knee-jerk reaction we're getting today. A TLPI, importantly, doesn't allow legitimate and genuine community consultation or engagement. Residents and the community need to feel like they are included and consulted when there are changes like this. We get that everywhere in the city. In this instance, it's not just the suburbs. People in the suburbs, the outer suburbs of Brisbane that are feeling that. People in the inner city are feeling that from this LNP administration when it comes to planning. There needs to be significant measures to flood-proof not just these dwellings, but also public spaces as part of any plans or developments that are approved, rather than leaving them entirely at the discretion of developers. So this certainly, reading through this, listening to the Lord Mayor, listening to the Deputy Mayor, feels like a developer-led approach, not a community-led approach when it comes to planning. The Deputy Mayor confirmed that this morning in saying consultation was done with the Property Council, but the community won't have that opportunity now if this TLPI is passed. I note that the Deputy Mayor said that she had previously met with Kurilpa Futures and West End Community Association Alliance, WECA Association, but not since the details of the TLPI were released. I wonder why. So the LNP approach is reactionary and not proactive. Other councils around Brisbane are looking at more affordable housing as a catalyst for increased density. Other councils are partnering with community housing providers through financial support. The community is crying out for a better planned city, not more plans imposed upon them. And we had this presentation this morning in the Deputy Mayor's committee and we learnt some interesting things. The Deputy Mayor confirmed that despite this TLPI being rushed through, and this is an important point because the Lord Mayor made out just a moment ago that the TLPI was required because we need buildings emerging out of the ground as quickly as tomorrow, basically. That's paraphrasing, but it's so urgent they need a TLPI to get these buildings up immediately. But then the Deputy Mayor this morning said, and this is a direct quote, buildings take a while to approve even with the TLPI in place. So the approval process still needs to be gone through. So there's also nothing to suggest that developers were ready to build tomorrow. We certainly asked that. If any of these sites are ready to go to address an immediate need, as according to the Lord Mayor. So at best, what we could discern from the Deputy Mayor was that this is being used as an incentive to get current landholders there to sell their land. That was sort of the sum total of it. The Deputy Mayor said that consultation would occur on the planning amendment to come, and so did the Lord Mayor just now in his opening remarks. However, the Lord Mayor didn't say this, but the Deputy Mayor did confirm the only items that the community will be consulted on through the planning scheme amendment to follow this TLPI will be park improvements and road projects.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Can I claim to be misrepresented?
Deputy Mayor, you'll have an opportunity to participate in the debate.
So there will only be on park improvements and road projects. Because this TLPI will have locked in those building heights. That's exactly what is happening here today. Affordable housing requirements and flood mitigation, for whatever that's worth, will be locked in. And I'll come to that shortly, what that means. So we heard from the Lord Mayor and we heard from the Deputy Mayor earlier about affordable housing.
Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair. I move for an extension.
We have a motion for an extension of time for the Leader of the Opposition, moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunkel. In favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Cassidy.
Thank you. So we heard we heard the Lord Mayor just now and the Deputy Mayor earlier today talk about affordable housing, and very briefly, I'm not sure if the Lord Mayor actually mentioned it, but build to rent, he might have. So we figured out now what their definition around affordable housing is and what those build to rent components will be in this Kurilpa precinct. And this has been, we need to remember, this has been a big part of the Lord Mayor's pitch over the last couple of weeks, or last couple of months about this change, and the last week about this TLPI. This is a big picture here about those affordable housing requirements and the build to rent requirements. So to qualify for affordable housing as one of the options in the TLPI to get those extra, that extra height, up to extra 50 stories, a developer would only have to provide 20% of the dwellings or units within a development at 10% below the market rate for just 5 years. In nowhere in the country, nowhere in the world, and nowhere in any industry which looks at this is that a definition of affordable housing. Just 1/5 of a tower to be 10% below the market rate for just 5 years, and that gets them the extra 50 stories. And the old NRAS scheme, which was far from perfect, of course, had a 20% reduction for 10 years. So commonly held views of what affordable housing provisions actually are is that not more than 30% of income should be spent on keeping a roof over your head. 80% of the lowest income households are in housing stress at the moment. It's probably about 50% for that next group of people above that. And there's very few groups of people that aren't under housing stress at the moment. I don't think this LNP TLPI has much of an eye to addressing affordable housing in the short term. We've heard the Lord Mayor talk about build to rent previously, particularly in this context, as I mentioned. It was confirmed today by the Deputy Mayor that just 50 units, 50 dwellings, so 50 of those units per tower have to be set aside to qualify for build to rent. So that could be 50 out of 1,500 in a tower. That would then trigger, this is the housing policy, then would trigger that increased height. It's not really about affordable housing. No. It's not really about build to rent. No. And these are optional, by the way. Yeah. They're not required. There are other options that developers can go through to exclude build to rent and exclude affordable housing. They're not required. They're just one of many options. So I think it's clear that the TLPI is not the outcome of a robust planning exercise. It's a knee-jerk reaction to a problem that has been coming for a very long time. It's a developer-led approach rather than a community-led approach. I was hoping the Lord Mayor would be here to hear this, this last bit, because this is important, and I want to put this very clearly on the record, and I have written to the Lord Mayor to advise him of this as well. If a planning scheme amendment was being brought today, not a TLPI, but a planning scheme amendment, which outlined genuine requirements for affordable housing, flood-proofing both development sites and community access, identified and provided for the delivery of community infrastructure alongside development, and that was all based on a consultative process which involved the community, then we would support it. We would support that. So I'm sure the LNP, they've all got pre-written speeches, you know, my name all written through them. They've all been out on, their staff has all been out on their Twitter accounts today. And they're going to get up and they're going to rubbish on and say Labor doesn't support the provision of increased density and housing in Kurilpa. We would if it was done right. We would if it was done right. So we would support that process where the community was involved and there was a genuine, and those genuine issues were addressed, and affordable housing and build to rent weren't just sort of off in the distance options, and genuine flooding concerns, not just in people's homes but in community access, were addressed and the community was brought along. Yes, we would support that. But in all good conscience, unfortunately, we cannot support this today. I just want to finish with this thought. The Lord Mayor said in his opening that he didn't want to see this held up through red tape. He didn't want the state government, and I'm sure they'll get up and say this about us today, that we're all about standing away in red tape. Well, if you do this right and you plan ahead, community consultation shouldn't be seen as red tape. Community consultation shouldn't be a bother. Council, one of the core functions of council is to plan for growth in a city. We've had a town plan and a city plan in Brisbane since Clem Jones was Lord Mayor, since the 1960s. Successive councils, and you can have arguments about those planning scheme amendments as they've come through, they've been able to make planning scheme amendments and plan for a growing city. Sure, we don't do the forest lakes of the 1980s anymore. We do more density, and we do need more density in a city, but there is a planning process to go through and a knee-jerk TLPI to cover for the LNP's successive years of a failure to plan for growth and for housing diversity is not the right approach, and we won't be supporting this today.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on item D, the temporary local planning instrument for the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct. Mr Chair, as this TLPI indicates, the Shrinner Council is committed to accommodating growth and supporting housing affordability in a deliberate and sustainable manner. This is why in March this year we released Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy, our city's housing and homelessness strategy. It is still pretty clear from Councillor Cassidy's continued comments that he hasn't read the document to date. And I'd like to make a point about this particular strategy. I think his comments are offensive to the council officers who've worked on this particular strategy for a number of years. They've done some terrific work with this strategy, and I'd also point out that one of the reasons that it's taken some time to land this strategy is because the state government has not updated the South East Queensland Regional Plan. We were waiting for an update on that particular plan in order to complete this strategy. We still haven't got that updated South East Queensland Regional Plan, but nonetheless, we've now delivered this strategy in spite of lacking that key information. But for Councillor Cassidy's benefit, this strategy provides key priorities and actions that we are pursuing as a council and that are within our remit. And we are very focused on facilitating vital housing supply. Several actions within the document focused on facilitating supply and delivery of housing through precinct planning in both suburban and inner city locations, including the Kurilpa TLPI and the Kurilpa precinct, which are before us today. And Mr Chair, it is this TLPI in particular that's showing that we are getting on with the job. Now, Councillor Cassidy made much of the TLPI being a reactionary move. That is absolute nonsense. I mean, I'll give him an excellent example. The state government used a TLPI to activate the Kapulcha West precinct up there. So, they've used their the TLPI in exactly the same manner that we're using it. And you'd ask yourself too, is a PDA a reactionary tool or a proactive tool? I'll leave that with Councillor Cassidy. So anyway, just 96 days after releasing the housing strategy, we are in a position to make this temporary local planning instrument. Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy yesterday called on the Lord Mayor to consider, instead of making up, rather than a TLPI, consider a planning amendment. Now, we have sat, I think, for perhaps 4 or 5 months since the state government placed a PDA over the Gabba. And at this point, we have no indication of what the precinct boundaries are, what their intent for that precinct is. And here we are, we're moving ahead. We are trying to activate some housing in this city, and we're doing that through a TLPI. The state have a PDA out there and it's going nowhere. Anyway, it's clear from the feedback we're getting from the industry that they are confused by where the state stands on their housing plans, particularly around that Gabba PDA. The suggestion, if you like, that we ditch the TLPI process for Kurilpa and go with a planning scheme amendment, it's got merit, except the history of this opposition and the state around planning scheme amendments is horrendous. At the end of the day, a planning scheme amendment in this place takes anywhere from 2 to 4 years. And that's because those on the other side step in the way of the process and drag it out. And I mean, that's assuming, of course, that they would even support it when it's finally landed. Their track record is that, yes, we go to all the work over a number of years to try and say, do a neighbourhood plan, and what do? They oppose it. So look, this sort of suggestion that a planning scheme amendment is the route we should go down,
Councillors, please.
It's utter nonsense based on their history. So, we know what their history is around planning scheme amendments. We are pursuing a TLPI, and guess what? The industry has responded well to that. You know why? Because we...
Councillors on my left, please.
Because we are providing clear intent. We have given the industry clear guidance around what we want to see at Kurilpa. We've given them guidance around what we want in terms of height, the diversity of accommodation, the public realm, the parking outcomes. We've laid it all out on the table. The state haven't done that with their PDA. What we're trying to do is create the environment where the construction and building industry can move forward and provide much needed new homes in this city. So what we're doing is we're providing certainty. We're trying to encourage the industry to get on and build in this city, not hold them back. So the other point that Councillor Cassidy made was, oh, look, we've done nothing to provide housing in this city. Oh, the fact that there wasn't a housing strategy was the reason there's no supply. That is utter nonsense. Council has been providing latent housing supply in this city for years and years and years through the city plan and the development approval process. Just on the state government's own land supply and development monitoring report of 2021, we had 9 years of approved multi-dwelling supply in this city. The fact that there was a housing strategy that landed in March had no impact on the supply that was already there. Now, the issue is the supply is there. We've been doing it all the time. We've been providing the supply into the market through...
Councillor Johnston.
We've been providing supply into the market through established processes. 9 years of supply. Now, the issue isn't that we haven't been doing our job. The reality is the federal and state government have not created the economic environment for the building and construction industry to activate those approvals. We have the approvals in place. We need the industry to be motivated enough to do it, but the federal and state government have not created the economic environment for them to do that. So today, yet again, we see Councillor Cassidy opposing and obstructing the development of new houses. At a time when he should be facilitating them, he is yet again blocking the provision of new houses. As a council, we've done everything we reasonably can to provide the platform for new houses, and these guys are opposing it.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I speak today on item D, temporary planning instrument for the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Plan. And I speak today not to talk about what maybe has happened in the past, but talk actually to the temporary implementation plan, and also maybe give some feedback since there is no community consultation in this plan. And the TLP that we have before us is full of faults, and at its core, if passed, sets a dangerous precedent for every resident in Brisbane. A dangerous precedent because intrinsically it's a unilateral decision with no community consultation. A local government may prepare a temporary local planning instrument when there is significant risk of serious adverse conditions in the local government area, and the delay in not using a TLP would increase the risk. But this rushed, unplanned use of the TLPI will leave our communities today, in Kurilpa, but also in the future citywide, susceptible to more risk, culturally, environmentally, and socially. because there hasn't been proper planning in this TLPI. I'm going to start with the Kurilpa precinct, which is predominantly over a floodplain. Last week, we heard the Lord Mayor say that Brisbane is 60% of a floodplain and that we have to build on floodplains, that the Lord Mayor clearly treats every floodplain as the same, but they aren't. And the amazing workers in Brisbane City Council already acknowledged this within the flood awareness map and also within Brisbane's Flood Smart Future Strategy. All of these have different flood categorisations done by this council because they know and acknowledge that some areas will experience more severe flooding more often, with water deeper and faster moving that leads to buildings being isolated and without power, leaving people trapped for days, maybe even weeks. I'll just add also in the LNP Council's Flood Smart Future Strategy that the #1 shared principle is protecting people's lives, property, and well-being, that a community's safety and well-being will always be the #1 priority. Well, this TPLI clearly demonstrates otherwise because it's willing to risk and create a new risk for up to at least 20,000 people. When we look at this TLPI, there's talk about sustainability. Well, we zone for educational facilities. What about them? I mean, is there sustainability for young people and children? I quote from West End State School PNC. On behalf of the PNC Association for West End State School, we wish to express concern regarding the proposed Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Plan and the lack of community consultation. As a community group, we have significant reservations about the rapid influx of population this proposal will create for the school catchment, and thus the strain it would place on enrolments. You should be aware, West End State School has experienced extreme growth from 817 students in 2016 to its current 1,445 students, with our maximum capacity being 1,675. On the current trajectory, this will occur in 2026, after which point we would need to add more buildings, which our footprint cannot manage. In addition, the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Plan will load many more families into the area, and we will not have the facilities to educate their children. As a result, the plan appears to be, in fact, the opposite of sustainable. I've got more here from Brisbane State High School, if you're interested, but are you interested in consultation? What about sustainable growth in public spaces? And this includes green spaces. The council's policy for providing green space is 0.55 to 1.2 hectares per 1,000 people in new developments. 10,000 new homes, on average 2 more people per home.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
Will Councillor Massey take a question?
No.
That's a no.
On average 2 people per home, that means 20,000 people in new developments.
Deputy Mayor, please.
11 hectares of new green space. No, not in this Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Plan. There is only a provision currently within it, which isn't even confirmed, of 3.54 hectares of new green space. This, of course, excludes a new 0.228 hectare park that's listed in it, that's pretty close to my office and pretty far away from the precinct itself. I quote from the West End Football Club. The West End Football Club is the only remaining field-based community club in the peninsula. Safe green spaces for recreation in the families of West End are grossly inadequate. The only community sporting field is Davies Park. We do not advertise, and yet our club still turns away dozens of new players each year because we do not have space for them. We cannot cater to children without a safe field or more safe fields and the infrastructure. Adults and children alike are missing out on all the mental and physical health, community connectedness, development opportunities, and also that go with participating in local clubs. Here are a couple more statements if you're interested. Just here, if you are interested in consultation. We have I quote from Kurilpa Futures. The proposed Kurilpa TLPI plan is considered a flawed, incomplete planning process and mechanism to date, which the Kurilpa community believes could create undue and unacceptable social, environmental and infrastructure impacts. I quote another from West End Community Association. The Kurilpa Peninsula has carried its responsibilities for housing, with 9,000 new dwellings built since 2010 and another 6,000 dwellings approved, even as the social infrastructure. Remember that thing that you're saying is super in this area? Education, parks, transport has lagged. Brisbane City Council's unilateral application for a temporary local planning instrument to overturn the existing system without any community consultation is anti-democratic and accesses none of the lived experience on the peninsula. Here is their full report, if anyone's interested. These are just some of the voices of residents that you refuse to consult. Residents here watching in the public gallery, waiting to see how each of you will vote in this chamber, because we are not an island alone. These residents have family, they have friends, they have colleagues across the city, and I promise you, they will tell them what happens here today. What I want to make clear is in none of these statements do residents say don't build. They don't say don't develop here. These residents, like myself, are critically aware of the housing and rental crisis. These residents and their community groups just ask to be consulted, as is a traditional expectation concerning changes to the city plan. Yet this TLPI, wrapped in see-through cellophane, packages a cure for the housing crisis today that will deliver no relief today to 46,000 Queenslanders on the housing list. It won't deliver relief today, it won't do it tomorrow, it might not do it in 2 years, probably won't do it in 5. This is an example of the use of a crisis to force limitless development without consultation. The Lord Mayor has called this housing crisis a natural disaster, but there is nothing natural about this. This has been created by government inaction by every level. And this is not the only way to develop. Today, this council could, here's some ideas if you are listening, increase housing stock by working to incentivise and the renting out of 20,000 vacant homes across Brisbane. They could purchase homes directly. We could invest more money in existing and experienced affordable housing developers like Brisbane Housing Company or other housing providers. In addition, Brisbane City Council could stop rezoning caravan parks as industrial use and develop levers within the plan that would include inclusionary zoning. Doing this would be far more effective in fast-tracking housing supply in the short term than relying on private developers to rapidly mobilise and build tall residential buildings, a specialised construction skill in the context of highly constrained supply chains for building materials and construction works. We can use more sustainable development principles and create thriving communities that are mixed density and they're distributed through the city where people are safe. This application for a temporary local planning instrument is an abuse of power and doesn't effectively address any risk, and I compel all councillors in this chamber to vote no.
Thank you. Further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes. Thank you. I rise to speak on item D, the temporary local planning instrument. Thank you, Councillor Massey, for putting your community's concern on the record. As with Councillor Sriranganathan when he was here, I've been happy to assist local councillors supporting their issues when it comes to bad planning by this LNP administration. This is the cherry on the top of the cake. The Schrinner dictatorship has now fully realised their plans for Brisbane. Back in the day, when the Lord Mayor first got on Civic Cabinet, there was this pretext that you would go out street by street, you know, residence by residence, to consult with residents, to make sure that they were engaged in community development around the planning needs for their community area. Now, that was also a bit of a charade as well, because whilst council went out and asked residents what they thought, when residents told them what their concerns were, they ignored it and did what they wanted anyway. Today, 15 years later, the LNP has actually now ditched the public consultation and is acting like a fascist dictatorship by imposing top-down planning on communities without consultation. That is unacceptable. Changing the law because you want to change it for your mates does not make it good planning policy.
Yeah,
Now,
Point of order.
Point of order. So
I
I've
ask her
got
to-
two. Hang on, there's 2 points of order, it would appear.
I just thought that Councillor Johnson's use of the language fascist dictatorship to describe this administration is unsuitable meeting conduct, and I ask that you ask her to withdraw that statement.
Councillor Johnson, offence has been taken at the language you're using and ask you to modify your language, which isn't appropriate in this place. I do regard that as a breach of the code of conduct in this place.
Just which bit? The fascist bit or the dictator bit?
Councillor Johnston.
I'm just checking what you want me to withdraw.
I ask you to withdraw.
Well, I'm not withdrawing dictatorship no matter what, right? Because this is what has happened. The LNP administration has made a decision without reference to the community and is imposing that decision on the community. That is dictatorship. There is no consultation. Now, putting aside that, that's the fundamental reason I'm not supporting this. But there are absolutely other critical issues in here that even if this had come forward with consultation, I would not support it. I do not support this LNP's decision to allow development in flood-prone suburbs of Brisbane. No more residents should be put in harm's way because of the bad planning policy of this LNP administration. When I started in 2008, you could not build on flood-prone land. It changed under the Newman administration, and it has, to take the deputy mayor's language, they want to amplify that. They want to amplify. They want to actually put more people in harm's way. The deputy mayor wants to pull all of the levers to make sure that there's more development in a flood-prone area that only 15 months ago experienced extreme dislocation and hardship that lasted for weeks and months. Extreme dislocation and hardship. The deputy mayor wants to pull on all the levers, but she's essentially acting like a pokies addict at the casino, going ding, 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 ding. This is not good policy, it is not good planning, and it is not acceptable.
Councillor Johnston, could I ask you not to make the personal observations in a debate about this matter and stick to the matter before us, please?
Well, it's the deputy mayor that's pulling all the levers, Mr Chairman. That's her language, and if she's not pulling all the levers, I don't know what she's doing, because she stood up and took credit for this earlier today. So, number one, no more building on floodplains. And I'll say that apparently there's been some sort of decision by all of the states and the federal government that there will be no further development on floodplains. So how is it Brisbane City Council hasn't got the message? How is it Brisbane City Council hasn't got the message? I hope the state will do the right thing, and I've seen some promising signs from the Housing Minister in the press as we've been sitting in the chamber here today. But let's look at the next thing. Let's look at the design issues that come with allowing this gigantic increase in height in this peninsula that is so flood prone. Are there going to be better building standards to make sure these apartments don't flood? No, there won't be. When the Kurilpa precinct at West End, well, outside Kurilpa, sorry if I get this a little bit wrong, but all the units that have got jammed down in West End already, they were supposed to have watertight basements. They were supposed to have all their facilities above the flood line. None of that happened. I know from talking to Councillor Sriranganathan, every single one of those high-rises that flooded lost power, lost the use of their lifts, lost the use of their emergency facilities. People lost their belongings, their cars. And this administration's going to jam 20,000 more people into one of the most flood-affected precincts in Brisbane. It is not only bad planning, It is absolutely negligent, and I just say to everybody out there down the track that's going to live in one of these apartments, you need to get some legal advice, and when this happens to you in the future, which it will flood again in Brisbane, seek legal advice and sue council. They are taking a decision today to put you in harm's way. It is completely unacceptable. It should not happen. They know that the high-rise that's already been built post-2011 didn't work because it all flooded, and now they want to jam more people in. It's not acceptable. Then let's look at the impact of this on the local community. And this is the other issue that deeply concerns me, because it is a community that adjoins mine, and you know, whilst we welcome all people from Highgate Hill, West End, etc., over the hill down to Yeronga or Fairfield, you know, our sporting fields and schools are chockers too. Yeah. But the problem we have here is this administration, in their self-acknowledged decision today to do this for the developers, to greenlight the developers, has fundamentally failed to recognise the impacts on both the social and the hard infrastructure this community needs. You heard the Lord Mayor stand up and say, oh, there's great public transport. There's schools that are overburdened. Brisbane State High School, this will all be in the Brisbane State High School catchment. It will all be in the West End State School catchment. The schools are overburdened. Public transport's overburdened. There's no parkland, there's no sporting facilities. Who puts intense development into an area where the capacity constraints are so significant that the community cannot support itself in its own area? The Lord Mayor says we should be creating these neighbourhoods in their sustainable planning policy. This doesn't. This creates housing enclaves that jam people in without the necessary parts of life that Brisbane is famous for. Open space, good services, good schools, good public transport, and these things are all at jeopardy because of the bad planning by this administration. And I know they're not even here. Deputy Mayor's not here, Lord Mayor's not here, Planning Chairman's not here. None of them are here. They don't even want to listen. I am also, you know, extremely concerned about the trade-offs. These are two best things, right? Number one, for those who heard something from the Lord Mayor earlier about infrastructure charges, again, when Newman was here, and probably when the Deputy Mayor, the Mayor was Finance Chair, they decoupled infrastructure charges from investment in local areas. Any infrastructure charges now go back into general revenue, and they are spent by the LNP administration in their budget in the way they want. They are not tied to the delivery of better services in the local communities where development is happening. That is an appalling outcome of this LNP administration. So when they say you'll get better infrastructure, you cannot believe them. You cannot believe them. Does West End think you've got better infrastructure out of what's happened in West End already? No. Then we also heard about the sustainability. Oh my gosh. So if your building's higher than what's already allowed, you've got to have maybe a party roof on the top with some green vines flying over the side. I mean, is council actually going to make sure that every single new building in Brisbane and in this precinct meets 5-star sustainability guidelines? No, they're not. It's only going to happen if your building's over. It's only going to happen, she can't help herself. It's only going to happen if your building goes over up to these new 90-storey limits. So this
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I stand to speak on item D and to support this TLPI in the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct to the Chambers. We've heard a lot of screaming across the chambers this afternoon, and we've heard a lot of just blatant mistruths come from some people who've spoken on the other side. I'll go back to the beginning of this debate where we heard that this TLPI came from the townhouse ban. And the townhouse ban was bad, apparently. Well, I don't think that's what it seemed like when I stood at a public meeting, which apparently I never go to, according to Councillor Griffiths, with Councillor Griffiths yelling at me with the then failed candidate in the last election that I should stop all townhouses in Holland Park.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
I mean, the Deputy Mayor is actually in charge of this TLPI, but she's talking about Holland Park. Could you bring her back to the Kurilpa precinct?
Councillor Johnson,
TLPI.
Councillor Johnson, I don't uphold your point of order. The debate has been fairly broad-ranging across a whole bunch of issues, and that issue was raised, and I'm allowing the Deputy Mayor to respond to it.
From the time that she called us a fascist dictatorship, I have no respect for that woman.
Councillor, point of order to you, Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, just claim to be misrepresented.
Claim. You haven't spoken, Councillor Griffiths. You can't claim misrepresentation.
Thank you. The other thing we heard was that the TLPI is about protecting something, that it's reactionary. Yes, it is reactionary. Over the last 3 years, we have seen our capital grow faster than any other capital in Australia. We have seen 27.9% higher prices today than there was just in August 2020. We have seen our Brisbane's rental vacancy rate at its lowest, 1.1% in the past 20 years. So is it urgent? Is it reactionary? Absolutely. Because we hear continually from the state government that we, as a council, our job is to give supply to the building and construction industry. And this is providing supply. I hear from Councillor Cassidy that it shouldn't just be in one space, it should be master plan and be out in the suburbs. We did that. It was called the Sandgate Neighbourhood Plan, and guess what? They didn't support it. They didn't support 80% of the 2 to 4 year neighbourhood plan amendments that we've done in the last 15 years. So forgive me if I absolutely do not believe the line from Councillor Cassidy that if it was good planning and done with community consultation in a planning scheme, we would support it. Porkies. Porkies. Absolutely. Councillor Cassidy will support buildings where there is infrastructure, but apparently not where there's Cross River Rail, Metro, city gliders, 2 green bridges, pedestrian bridges. Walkability to the city is about 15 minutes. And the other verballing from what I said about in committee this morning, I'm not even going to address, because what I want to address is what we are actually presenting to Chambers today. We are presenting a TLPI to get thousands of homes off the ground. We are presenting a TLPI which proposes a clear path forward to boosting housing supply and easing the housing shortage. I am reading quote from the Deputy Premier on why TLPIs are needed in South East Queensland. Deputy Premier and Minister of State Development has said that growth pressures from interstate migration being felt across the state, including Toowoomba in this case, means that a TLPI is a positive example of council being proactive in tackling housing issues and finding local solutions to get new homes off the ground sooner. The Deputy Premier is supporting TLPIs for growth. He has spoken to the Lord Mayor and he's spoken to the Chambers in state government that he's looking forward to the Kurilpa initiative, and we look forward to presenting today exactly what is happening. If I got to ask a question of Councillor Massey, I would have asked her if she'd actually read the document. Well, she quoted the things in the document she thought suited her, but didn't actually quote the things that expanded on how this is different to anything else that we have done before. The building heights are dependent on many things. The building design to 5-star Green Star is a level of assessment trigger. It will be conditioned. The green plot ratio will be conditioned. There are community benefit elements that are compulsory, item 1 and 2, which is actually the public realm and the public art. Now, when I said amplify before, one of the things I said about amplifying was amplifying the wonderful intrinsic urban nature of this neighbourhood. It is in the heart of the cultural precinct of our city. So we thought it justly right that they present community art. It can be sculpture, it can be artwork, it can be facades, but they have to put in some public art.
Sorry, are you asking a point of order, Councillor Massey? Point of order to you, Councillor Massey.
Deputy Mayor take a question?
Deputy Mayor, no.
I'm running out of time for what I want to say. There was a complaint that they were only getting 3.5 hectares of public parkland. I'm sure there's plenty of people here that would love 3.5 hectares of public parkland.
Councillor Massey, please.
But this doesn't include the compulsory community benefit of public realm that must be provided. Towers in parkland, as was described today. The compulsory component of, if you're over 1,800 square metres, of 100 square metres of public realm. That can be park, it can be green, it can be public space, and the same if it's under 1,800 square metres. If it's, under 1,800 is 100, over 1,800 square metres, let me correct, is 250 square metres, which can be a continuation into the parkland that we will get back through the LGIP.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston, enough.
I believe Councillor Johnston's had her say, apparently not. They are the compulsory community benefits. Then there are 4 others that they have to pick 2 from. Community and cultural facilities, accessibility, housing diversity and housing affordability. Let me be clear. The new national code that is starting from the 1st of August in Queensland has a silver certification compulsory for all new builds in the Australian living housing design for accessibility. Silver certification. The 20% that gives you a bonus here is if you go gold or platinum. The tiny details that those opposite like to leave out of the debate. Housing affordability. I would love to be able to say you have to make your housing affordability 100% of your building. But if we had a state government planning act that provided how you do affordable housing, we would implement it. We had a motion here that we'd have public housing 30% on the Cross River Rail site. How'd that motion go from the other side? There is no state government planning legislation that tells us how to do inclusionary zoning in new buildings. If it comes in the long awaited South East Queensland Regional Plan, we will implement it. But that's how the Planning Act works. Tell us how to implement it and we'll do it. The whole of the state is waiting to find out how inclusionary zoning might work. If you own your building and you have management on site, affordable housing and rental is easy, BTR, managed apartments. But if you don't, it's near impossible to maintain because somebody buys it or rents it for under 10% and then they sell it off for a big profit. That's not affordable housing, that's gouging. And there's no Planning Act instrument that stops that. And when it comes to community and cultural facilities, hey, I'd love to see a new library in West End. It would be wonderful if one of these opportunities is a new library. Protect land for community infrastructure. And of course, with the Olympics coming up, there is opportunities for indoor sports centres as we come out of this as well. Car parking rates have been maximum. We are trying to reduce the reliance on cars, so we are trying to reduce the ability for apartments for these dwellings to have umpteen cars. We want to reduce reliance on cars. This is a riverside industrial precinct which will have an amazing opportunity to be regenerated over the next 5 to 7 years, 10 years to 2032 and beyond. This is a temporary local planning instrument that allows us to start considering development applications now, which will not happen overnight, but they will happen a damn lot faster than if we have a 2-year major amendment to wait for before development services can look at them. Once this goes to the state, we hope that the Deputy Premier sees this exactly the same as he saw the Toowoomba TLPI that was delivered in December. Then we are already starting the major amendment, which will be full community consultation, statutory, which we always do more of, and the major amendment will come through before this TLPI is concluded.
Silence, please.
It will not be built in 2 years, but the approvals can start now so that we can get moving on delivering housing supply to a city that's desperately in need.
Thank you. Further speakers? No further speakers. We now move to the vote on this item. All in favour of item D, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and Councillor Johnson. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Keep it ringing. Okay. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, Mr Chairman. I just seek your advice on when our light starts flashing, how much longer is there to speak?
Generally 30 seconds.
So why are you cutting me off when the light starts flashing?
I didn't.
It was still flashing green when
I have a timer here, Councillor Johnson, and I timed you out when you got to 10 minutes.
So I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
So this timer here is not what you're using.
I'm using the timer that's in front of me, Councillor Johnson.
So
and
why
Councillor Johnson,
I'm seeking this as an
I've provided you with an answer.
No, well, why wasn't it red, Mr Chairman?
It doesn't go red, Councillor Johnson. Thank you. We've dealt with this issue. We're moving on. Please sit down. Deputy Mayor, Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 May 2032 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And before I get to the committee report, there's a couple of things that I always like to speak about before the report, and that is what's happening in the Business Hub workshops and mentoring program for the upcoming week. On Thursday morning, we have Navigating HR as a Small Business for attendees to gain insight on HR compliance, which is pretty tricky nowadays, when it comes to people, processes and procedures. So that's from the Impact Business Consulting. On the 13th of June at 9:30 a.m, BDO are doing a masterclass, Control Your Cash Flow. Mistakes and how to avoid them, understand how cash flows through a business, identify strategies to decrease cash flowing out and recognise your ATO payments and obligations. So thank you to BDO, one of our senior partners and very big supporters from the beginning of the Business Hub. And on the 14th of June, we have the Neurosciences of Success. What would you do if you knew you would succeed? And that is from the Neurotrust Institute, and it's an interactive workshop for participants to learn how to be more successful in their business or career by applying the brain science of success. So a little bit for everybody there, and please, councillors, as I say every week, share that with your communities and your local businesses so they can also take advantage and opportunity of those. As I said, most of them are in person now, but there's still some that are done online as well. So we got some feedback today from a fantastic group called Cloud9 Baby Bedrooms, which is a furniture store importing baby furniture from China and distributing in Australia. And they were really seeking assistance about buying business and evaluating processes, and they said it was absolutely amazing when they met their mentor, a great resource, and has been a wonderful support, education and guidance. So that's the type of feedback we're getting regularly from our businesses that are finding us and trying to set up in Brisbane and make sure that our economy thrives, and hopefully they'll go from a micro to a small to a medium-sized business in the near future. The other thing I'd like to touch on is the accusation made in question time today that our committee has not seen any presentations from the Brisbane Host Coordination Office. I remembered some of them off the top of my head, but I'll actually list them now so it's very, very clear. In this financial year, in July, we had the Brisbane Creek Sports Precinct presentation. We had in August the Inner Spark presentation. In the second session in December, we had the follow-up of the Inner Spark. In March, we had the Kurilpa Planning Overview, which they didn't seem to have too much of an issue with then. In May, we had the Inner City Strategy, and today we had the Inner City Strategy again and the Kurilpa Precinct Plan, all through the Coordination Office. So I hope now that Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier will pay a little more attention and show some respect to the officers to recognise at least where they come from within the organisation. Last week, speaking of which, we had a fantastic presentation from the International Relations and Multicultural Affairs Unit, in particular on the program for the International Internship Program. This is the third year of the program that it's been running, and it's a small but effective way to make sure that our sister city students, whether they are Brisbane-based or international students from our sister cities studying here in Brisbane, get an experience in our local businesses. And our local businesses are getting some great support from these students on when they want to reach out to those countries. So they're learning cultural mores, learning the language, figuring out how the legal system works in those countries that they're interested in. And we have students that are getting some fantastic experience for their CV in Brisbane businesses. This year we had a fantastic outcome that 50% of our interns got employed by their work, the group that they did their work experience with. So this is a program that is going from strength to strength. It is slightly hampered by financial restrictions at the moment, but we do know University of Queensland have expressed their interest in partnering with us because we have the contacts with the businesses and they have the students, so we are going to see how we can expand this program in years to come, and I'll leave the report to the chambers. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? No further debate? Move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report, please.
I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 May 2023 be adopted. Is there any debate?
Thank you, Mr Chair. As I said earlier this afternoon, Chair, the Schrinner Council is proud of the record amounts we're investing in the city's public transport system. At the end of 2021, we opened two of our newest terminals, the upgraded South Bank Terminal and the new Howard Smith Wharves Terminal, but we are dedicated to making public transport in Brisbane even better. And so that same year we also announced funding to deliver another two upgrades in our network, both upgrades to the Mowbray Park Terminal and to Dockside Terminal as well. Now, it was our plan to prioritise the Mowbray Park and Dockside terminals because we know how much the community wants these terminals upgraded. I know that the temporary closure of the Dockside Ferry Terminal has impacted and changed the way some Kangaroo Point residents move around the city, and the community is extremely passionate about seeing this terminal return back to the network, and I want to say so are we. Of course, Mr Chair, the February floods last year had a devastating impact on the entire ferry network, so we've had to pause the program of new and upgraded ferry terminals so that we could focus our efforts on restoring existing infrastructure. So earlier this year, we were able to bring the last of those damaged terminals back online, and since then we've been hard at work progressing both Dockside and Mowbray Park terminal upgrades. Both terminals will be built by Fitzgerald Constructions. They are an experienced marine contractor who has helped with our flood recovery works, and they've worked on construction of other terminals for council in the past. Off-site construction has been underway for some months, but this week we will start works at Dockside Terminal. We've made the commitment that Dockside Ferry Terminal will be upgraded first, and that the terminals at Mowbray Park and Dockside will not be closed at the same time. These upgrades are all about making our terminals more accessible for everyone and more spacious. Dockside ferry terminal upgrade will construct a new fixed walkway and flood-resilient articulated gangway and pontoon. We'll be entirely removing the old structure before we replace it with a new fully accessible terminal. The new terminal is a bespoke single berth design that will be designed to cater for all vessel types in our fleet. When on-site works commence this week, they will include removing existing on-site infrastructure from the old terminal, installing a new fixed walkway and a flood-resilient gangway and pontoon. Barge-mounted cranes and machinery will be brought in for piling and concrete pours, and that will create new support structures for the new terminal. At Mowbray Park, an additional fixed walkway will also be constructed to connect the repurposed waiting area to a new flood-resilient gangway and a dual berthing pontoon. There are also some landside improvement works included in the Mowbray Park terminal upgrade to enhance accessibility for the nearby set-down area, parking spaces and pathways within the park. I want to thank residents for their patience and in council getting on with these works post-flood, and the commencement of construction of these terminals is a fantastic milestone. I'm looking forward to keeping the community updated on the progress of both of these projects, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber. Thanks, Chair.
Is there any further debate? No further debate. I'll move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee report, please.
I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The committee heard last week a report on the BMTMC, a much appreciated and respected facility this council provides in cooperation with the state government and the Queensland Police Service. It ensures it monitors our traffic system to ensure a safe and efficient road network, covering areas as north beyond Brisbane's boundaries, Pine River Bridge in the north, beyond Ipswich City to the west, and includes much of Logan and parts of Redlands as well, to ensure that we cover the whole network. As I say, it's a partnership between the state and the police, opening in the year 2006, and I hope most councillors will be familiar with it, because when I offered a tour of the facility, all committee members declined because they'd already seen it. So, I'd already enjoyed it. So, once again though, please, I hope that the people who work at BMTMC don't take that personally. It was a view that the committee already was well aware of what they did and appreciated what they do. So hopefully all councillors appreciate the work of the BMTMC and appreciate the information in the report.
Any further debate? No further debate. We move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be adopted.
Second that.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Hammond that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before moving to the report, could I request that item A be taken seriatim for vote?
A seriatim for voting, sure.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item A was a committee presentation on 111 Boundary Street, West End, and this is part of the approved development in the West Village Master Plan. It's the final tower in what has been one of the most extraordinary residential or mixed-use developments the city has seen, and certainly in recent times it's a great example of what can be done with reuse of some old buildings and some thoughtful development. The West Village project has received numerous awards for urban design and sustainability over the past 3 years, reflecting its commitment to creating a vibrant and environmentally conscious community. This particular tower will consist of a 15-storey tower and a 2-storey podium incorporating a childcare centre, retail space and residential units. The site is conveniently located and will promote active travel with the South Brisbane train station a 1 kilometre walk away and the Queen Street Mall half a kilometre further by foot. This prime location is surrounded by coveted schools, shopping precincts, medical facilities and markets. The development offers a diverse range of units with 1 2-bedroom unit, 34 3-bedroom, 38 4-bedroom and 1 5-bedroom configuration. Furthermore, the recreational areas within the development provide private open spaces ranging from 15 square metres to 91 square metres, ensuring residents have ample opportunities for relaxation and leisure. To cater to the needs of residents, the development offers 161 resident car parks and 11 visitor car parks. Additionally, there are 98 bicycle spaces provided, encouraging alternative modes of transportation and promoting a sustainable lifestyle. The rooftop garden and the active and passive communal open space spans 1,370 square metres at the podium and rooftop levels and enhances the overall livability of the development. Promoting architectural excellence, this development possesses many elements that align with Council's Buildings that Breathe design guidelines, including a rooftop garden that provides a tranquil outdoor space for residents, cross-ventilation within units effectively managing solar glare and noise, external shading devices, awnings, colonnades and shade structures for habitable room windows and the rooftop garden, and containerised landscaping. In conclusion, the proposed mixed-use development showcases a range of positive attributes that contribute to the vibrant and sustainable West Village community. With its thoughtful design, diverse unit mix, childcare centre, rooftop garden and recreational spaces, the development provides an appealing living environment for residents. Moving on to item B, it was a petition about a development application for an extension to centre activities at 125 Bow Desert Road, Maruka. The development application was for a material change of use to facilitate an extension to the existing centre. The application was code accessible and therefore the applicant is not required to undertake public notification. However, all matters raised by the submitters were carefully considered by council officers as part of the assessment process. With respect to the petition, the main concerns related to the increase in gross floor area without any increase to parking and existing service issues impacting the local road network. I can advise that Council's delegate approved the application on the 5th of May 2023, but this approval included conditions that related to the petitioner's concerns. This included that the application had to provide a traffic parking study endorsed by a registered professional engineer of Queensland to support the performance outcome for car parking on the site. Additionally, Council has conditioned the submission of a site servicing management plan, also prepared by a registered professional engineer of Queensland, to ensure that the safe and satisfactory operation of the delivery and servicing areas. And finally, conditions have been imposed precluding the office component of the development from operating on weekends to ensure peak parking demand can be met without impacting the external road network. The applicant provided a traffic parking study to support the proposed performance outcome for car parking at the site, and the local councillor was consulted on the petition response. However, he neither agreed nor disagreed with Council's recommendation. Item 2 is another petition and it refers to the assessment and development approval of a lot at 32 McLean Street and 121 and 131A Spade Street, Brighton. This particular petition related to concerns about flooding and stormwater drainage. Mr Chair, I've discussed this site and development application several times this year in this chamber. As has been previously noted, this development application was code accessible and approved by Council on the 7th of October 2022. Whilst no formal public notification was required by the applicant, all issues raised by submitters was taken into consideration during the assessment. This includes specialist hydraulic engineers who are employed by Council to review applications and technical reports. I can advise that as part of the application, the applicant submitted a response by a certified registered professional engineer to address stormwater, earthworks and flooding elements of the Stormwater Code of City Plan. Council engineers agreed with these findings. Additionally, Council has also commissioned an investigation to update the existing flood study for the Brighton area. Any identified works resulting from the investigation will be evaluated for funding according to citywide priorities and budget availability. Finally, Council has decided to install a micro height gauge downstream of Beaconsfield Terrace. This gauge will enable Council to gather information following rainfall events, thereby improving the understanding of the tides and weather events at this location. As I have stated previously, as the development is approved and code accessible, Council has no grounds or mechanism to stop or revoke the approvals. 2 weeks ago, the local councillor voted against 2 other petitions on this development. However, this petition response was sent to him for consultation and he now supports Council's recommendation. Councillor Cassidy has previously made comments about how public notification was not required. However, I wanted it noted that when this application was under assessment, he made no formal submission or comment when contacted by Development Services, and I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? No further debate? We're in... Oh, sorry, Councillor Griffiths. Away you go.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. I just rise to speak on item C, which was a petition objecting to a development application for the extension to centre activities at 125 Bow Desert Road, Maruka, which was actually the Maruka Woolies Centre, as it's often commonly known. This proposal is to build to the side of the shopping centre, which is to build onto Luxworth Street. There's new office space, there's some more retailers. The real issue that residents, particularly local residents, had with this particular application I think was answered by the chairperson, but largely it was around truck movements and trucks servicing the site. Unfortunately, one of the difficulties we've had with the Woolworths site has been that truck movements have been out of hours, and so trucks have been really impacting local residents. I understand with the new DA that there's been limitations put on truck delivery times. Similarly, and delivery times overall. Similarly, I do understand that office space has been limited with the hours at which they can use that space at night time, hence not impacting local residents. The really big issue is parking for a lot of residents. This is, my understanding, is one of the most successful sites in Brisbane, and caters to many thousands of people every week, and so parking is a big concern at this site. And what Council has done is across the road there is a new childcare facility, and people are concerned about the impact of having a very large childcare facility in proximity to this facility, as well, and the amount of traffic that's going to impact on the users of that site. My position is that I think that this petition has or does answer residents' concerns. However, they still remain concerned about the no additional parking to this site. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just briefly, and I wasn't going to speak on item B, the petition, because I did in fact support the recommendation, because at the end of the day, this development application was approved because it met all the requirements of City Plan, and that's been my point from the start, that this development application was code accessible for this subdivision in Brighton, Spate Street and the end of Maclean Street there. The community didn't have an opportunity to formally make submissions, and I do take what Councillor Allen said just now in his contribution with the slightest of offence, because my office was in constant contact with the assessment team representing the views of my community. Yep. And I have been very strongly on the record here, and directly myself with the assessment team as well, about those issues, about the broader City Plan issues in allowing that kind of development in flood-prone areas that had a metre of water through them in February 2022, about the no notification and no consultation with the community. So for Councillor Allen to get up and somehow say, because I didn't make a formal submission apparently, there'd be lots of file notes about that. I can tell you that somehow that's not the right approach. Well, maybe Councillor Allen, I'll try and find this out actually now. I'm going to make the submission. I'm sure he makes submissions on every single development application that's in his ward. I'm sure he does, given those comments then. I don't on every single one, and on this one my approach was to represent the views of my community, and I represented them very forcefully. In the end, as I said, I supported the recommendation because it did outline that this application was approved, and we all knew that. But the issue still remains that that type of development isn't appropriate in flood-prone areas and not appropriate where the community doesn't have a genuine say, something we've been talking about today.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Allen, summing up. Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I will just point out that at the end of the day, this development in Brighton was for low-density residential lots on a site that's zoned low-density residential. The access to the site was gained or achieved through using a road reserve that was a state government gazetted road reserve. So, you know, at the end of the day, it is about providing additional housing in the city where we've got a challenge on housing. You know, to Councillor Cassidy's point, do I provide a lengthy response on all development applications? If I've got nothing to add of value, I generally provide a very short response. But if I think a site is contentious or there's some local knowledge that I can bring to bear, I will provide a longer response. And that was Councillor Cassidy's opportunity. If he thought there was something untoward or something that was valuable as a local councillor that he understood about this particular site, you know, he could have provided a formal response. But, you know, ultimately that's his call. Every councillor has an opportunity to respond on development applications. Ultimately, it's their prerogative. A lot of development applications are relatively straightforward. They align with city plan and other codes and other planning considerations. And so, you know, the expectation would be is if a councillor had local knowledge or some specific insights into a development application, they'd provide that. Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you. Now move to the votes. Item A is seriatim, so the vote first is on item A. All in support of item A, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Landers and the Deputy Mayor. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Councillors, please resume your seats. We move to the vote on items B and C. Items B and C in this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, 30 May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 30 May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Last week's committee presentation was an update on Brisbane's Botanic Gardens. Brisbane is a city famous for its parks and natural areas, and the Mount Cootha and City Botanic Gardens are very well known to Brisbane residents. With the City Botanic Gardens being the oldest heritage garden in the city and the Brisbane Botanic Gardens, Mount Cootha recognised as Queensland's premier subtropical botanic gardens, we also know that visitors to our city put the gardens on their list of things to do when they visit Brisbane. But as you know, Mr Chair, there is a third, Sherwood Arboretum. And in March 2025, they will celebrate their 100th anniversary. The team in News has been very busy with preparations for this milestone, and we're currently undertaking a suite of capital projects to refresh and enhance this heritage space. We've recently completed a footpath upgrade to make it easier to get around, and we have been working with Friends of Sherwood Arboretum in designing new wayfinding and interpretive signage. The presentation provided the committee with a look at the new nature-inspired playground that will be constructed at the Arboretum, and I know that there's already been great feedback on the draft concept plan. Over at the City Botanic Gardens, we are delivering a number of upgrades identified in the 2015 Master Plan, including new accessible pathways, lighting and refurbishment of the Edward Street entrance, which, as we know, will be the gateway to the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. The presentation also took us through much of the work being done at the Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens and some of the key opportunities which were identified in the 2018 Master Plan. One such project is the school's entry upgrade, which is well underway. The new marshalling area at the entrance to the gardens will feature drop-off and pick-up zones, seating nooks, pathway regrading, planting area upgrades, a crossing and some artwork. The entry space has been designed to link the future education centre, auditorium and library with sheltered and accessible spaces, and will vastly improve the experience of the many schools which visit the gardens each year. Mr Chair, we also had one petition requesting Council undertake remediation of stormwater drainage for properties in Tillydale Estate and east of Tillydale Estate to Greencamp Road, Wakeley. And I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just super quickly on the Brisbane Botanic Gardens report. I note that it's through the advocacy of the Friends of the Sherwood Arboretum many years ago in my office that the Brisbane City Council has finally recognised the significance of the Sherwood Arboretum and included it within the Brisbane Botanic Gardens collection. It's an extraordinary parkland on the Brisbane River where the only investment for more than probably 12 years before any of this funding happened a couple of years ago was what I put in through the Lord Mayor's Suburban Initiative Fund, or what's called the Parks and Footpath Ward Trust Fund, and it's had other names before that. So it's taken a battle in the 15 years that I've been here to get Council to recognise this as a significant collection within Brisbane's botanical areas of significance. Now, it's fascinating that Councillor Davis and the Lord Mayor does this too, and I understand why they do it because I'm not silly, but the Friends of the Sherwood Arboretum were not consulted about the footpaths. And when I got the plans and said, have you guys seen this? It's extraordinary. They went nuts. I think that's the only way to describe it. They were so angry with Council for failing to consult with them. It was extraordinary. Now, I objected, they objected. Council dialed back their program a little bit, but in the end, Council didn't even deliver what they told us, the community, they were going to deliver. So whilst there are new pathways there that are useful, there's now a giant road through the middle of the Arboretum which does not connect to the children's playground. So if you're a mum with a pram or a person with a wheelchair, you still cannot get from the footpath to the seating facilities and the playground on a pathway. That's just how bad this has been by Council. And by any measure, a park where it is fairly level, not all of it, but most of it, where you can get from the car park to the play areas, having some accessibility for prams and wheelchairs and people with wheelie walkers would have been pretty critical, but no. The LNP didn't even do what in the end they told us they were going to do, and we still have no connection between the pathway and the park and the seating facilities. A couple of other things to put on the record here. It's fascinating, I think, that this money came for the 5 years. Like, it came 6 years in advance of the 100th anniversary, and it actually came in the year that Graceville Memorial Park turned 100, and there was no money for it. Again, the only person who marked the centenary of Graceville Memorial Park was the History Group and me, and I used our local funds to undertake an interpretive signage project in Graceville Memorial Park which is a fantastic resource which everyone can see, giving some of the history to the park and how it was first started. Then we go on to look at what Council's doing with its wayfinding and interpretive signage. So that's been promised now for 3 years. The only thing that Council has installed is the wayfinding signage. It's now 3 years since the local Indigenous community asked for an interpretive sign for the Sorry Day plaque to give residents visiting the site better understanding of the sorry place that is located within the Sherwood Arboretum. 3 years ago. And at that stage, Council said, yes, we're going to do this great interactive signage project in the Sherwood Arboretum. And I said, okay, can this be considered? And Council said, yes, we will do it as part of that project. 3 years later, still hasn't happened. Still has not happened. So one of the most significant places within the Arboretum has not been recognised by Brisbane City Council, despite requests by the local Indigenous elders. And we had another Sorry Day event just a couple of weeks ago where I had to say again to them, look, Council's still not done it. They're telling me it's coming, you know, but so's Christmas in 2020, 2021, 2022, and probably 2023. So I appreciate that Councillor Davis thinks things are going well. They're not. They are not. They are not. And I hear her saying they are. Where is the interpretive sign for the local Indigenous elders that Council promised years ago? Here's another one. Has this enormously important part of the Brisbane Botanic Gardens collection had all of its assets fixed since the floods? Anybody want to guess? No, it has not. No, it has not. And as people know, I've been asking questions in this place about when the pontoon at the Sherwood Arboretum is going to be fixed. Probably, and this is Council's best guess based on the advice they've given me after questioning, February to April next year. More than 2 years after the floods, this significant part of Brisbane's Botanic Gardens collection is going to have its flood-damaged assets fixed. How proud you must be. And it's all going very well, isn't it? Now, I've spoken to the staff who are working on the nature play playground that's coming, also been promised for well over a year now, that nature play playground. And I've been encouraging them to consult with Sherwood State School students. The last playground upgrade done at the Sherwood Arboretum, yes, done by me with the local suburban enhancement funds, was brilliant. We consulted with the students at Sherwood State School, the whole school voted and they chose the playground design. I've strongly recommended that Council consults with the local school about this and I hope that that has been done. So, I'm really interested in the fact that Council's 2 years out started centenary celebration planning. That's fantastic. It's wonderful. I look forward to being invited at the last minute to that event, like the 95th anniversary a couple of years ago.
Further speakers? Councillor Davis? No. Move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Marx, City Standards Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded, Mr Chair.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. We had a presentation on the well-loved resource recovery centres. I do note that in Councillor Davis's speech, through you, Mr Chair, she mentioned places that all tourists are dying to see and want to see across Brisbane and are really visited. I wouldn't suggest that this is probably a place that visitors would want to go to necessarily, but certainly they are very well loved by our local residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Whitney.
Thank you. So during this committee session last week, I asked a question regarding the percentage of organic waste that was put into landfill each year. Now, during that session, Council wasn't actually able to answer that question, but it's okay. I've done Council's job for them and they can thank me later. Now, using council's own data, landfill has increased by 20,000 tonnes since 2020, which again, according to council's own data, means that we're looking at 100,000 tonnes of organic waste entering landfill, which equates to about 30%. The introduction of organic recycling, and I'd like to point out that the Lord Mayor started talking about organic recycling and then went on to green waste, but it's okay, he doesn't invest in it, so we can forgive him for not knowing the difference. Now, organic recycling, or FOGO, would see residents given a separate bin, an additional bin service, for items such as vegetable scraps, coffee grinds and eggshells. The role and effect of such a program would mean thousands of jobs created, millions saved for taxpayers, and would make massive inroads in increasing the ever-increasing dangers of climate change. Thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. Just briefly, Councillor Whitman's just reminded me of something that came up earlier from the Lord Mayor, and I didn't quite get the chance to talk about that quote from the Lord Mayor from, I think it was 4 years ago.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order
my understanding is that this report is about the Resource Recovery Centre, so I trust that that's what this...
Definitely. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Councillor, if I can bring you back to the report itself, please.
Yeah, talking about what is picked up in the bins from the side of the road and taken to the resource recovery centres.
Yeah, and I don't think the Lord Mayor is mentioned in this report.
And dumped.
Hang on. Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
So earlier today, when I was raised and referred to repeatedly, you said in the report, and I wasn't in the report, you said that that was relevant. So I'm just asking why, if I'm not mentioned in a report,
I'm
that's
not upholding
relevant.
your point of order, Councillor Johnston.
And if the Lord Mayor...
Councillor Johnson, I'm not upholding your point of order.
I'm sorry. Hang on, Mr Chairman. I would like to finish my point of order so you can make a ruling. Is that okay with you, if I can please make my point of order?
Go on.
Thank you. Why is it that you are applying the rules in one way to me and in another way to the Lord Mayor?
I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Cassidy, if I can bring you back to the report.
Point of order, I move dissent in your ruling.
No seconder. Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Murphy's clearly shouting out across the chamber, who cares, who cares? Are you going to take action against him for his disorderly conduct under the meeting's local law?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Cassidy.
So you think it's okay for him to shout across the chamber?
Councillor Johnston, I'm not upholding your point of order.
Of course not, because if it's an
Councillor
LNP councillor, it doesn't matter.
I'm not upholding your point of order. Councillor Cassidy.
So on organic waste, Chair, the Lord Mayor said, unfortunately food waste is a growing problem as households throw away approximately 80,000 tonnes of food waste every year, which is more than a quarter of the average rubbish bin. So if we know back in 2019, and this goes to a very important point Councillor Whitney asked in the committee last week on this report, on this presentation, what the percentage of the household bin, what the percentage of that general waste truck and the total tonnage each year, what percentage is organic waste being dumped into landfill. 4 years ago, the Lord Mayor could be quoted in the Courier Mail. Council's own website can have details, but apparently Councillor Marx can't tell Councillor Whitney, and the Lord Mayor all of a sudden today gets up and claims that it's all made up. So I assume the Lord Mayor is also saying that he made up his own quote, his own statistics from 2019, but he didn't. We know he didn't. Maybe he forgot, but he's obviously quite embarrassed that on his watch now, with the increase in the amount of waste going into landfill, we now know on his own calculations that it's over 100,000 tonnes of organic material going to landfill. In budget information sessions, Councillor Marx and those council officers were able to answer that in previous years. I understand why Councillor Marx and the Lord Mayor won't answer those questions now, because they are terribly, terribly embarrassed about their track record. It's the single biggest thing that's driving carbon emissions in Brisbane today is organic material being dumped into landfill. And the Lord Mayor is clueless and Councillor Marx is covering up.
Point of order to you, Councillor Marx.
Can I put on the record I'm not terribly embarrassed at all about my record, my performance?
Councillor Marks, that's not a point of order either. Are you finished, Councillor Cassidy? Oh, thank you. Councillor Marks, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Okay, if that wasn't a point of order, I'll sum up by saying I am not terribly embarrassed by my work record. I'm very proud of my work record. In my time as Civic Cabinet Chair for City Standards, which has been 3.5 years, I can quite safely say I have delivered a number of things across the city for City Standards, not least, and it's not in the report, but I can say it does because it goes to the tip, is the street sweeping, and that's now on the website. So you can go right out to your residents, watch when your suburbs have been swept by your streets. As far as the idea that we now have a 4th bin on our curbside for collection of just food in it, I don't know about you, through you, Mr Chair, but I would suggest that the real estate out the front of most units and townhouses and what we call MUDs, multiple unit dwellings, would not support the establishment of a 4th bin in that location. So, look, I'm very proud of our record. We've got a food waste trial going with more than 6,000 houses involved, and we will continue to work with those people. We have a very, very low contamination rate, which is also a good thing, and we'll continue to work in that space and just get it better and better. Thank you.
Move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And before moving to the report, just want to put on the record some of the fantastic things that have happened in the last week in our beautiful city of Brisbane. Last Tuesday night, I represented the Lord Mayor at the Queensland Reconciliation Awards ceremony with the Premier and the Minister Enoch. It was fantastic to see our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations being recognised. On Wednesday morning, we had the 10th and a 10-year anniversary morning tea for the renovation of the City Hall, and again an ability to bring back some really happy memories and for people to reminisce about the amazing work that was done to restore this beautiful icon to Brisbane. Thursday morning saw our Lord Mayor's prayer breakfast, and again the largest prayer breakfast that has ever been held in City Hall, and again another wonderful opportunity to bring community together and to really have that wonderful opportunity to sort of talk to each other, and the prayer breakfast of course has become an annual event that is loved by many. On Friday, as I mentioned earlier, I attended the Crosby Park Meals on Wheels 50th celebration with Councillor McLaughlin and also the Governor. And the Governor was also at the 77th anniversary of the foundation of the Italian Republic. So it was a busy night on Friday night, off then to the Gopio India Day Fair fundraising. All of these wonderful organisations that bring so much vitality to our beautiful Brisbane. On Saturday night, I was proud to attend the Nash Theatre, 5 women wearing the same dress. I'm very proud to be the patron of the Nash Theatre, and I'm very proud of the work that a small community theatre does to bring so much joy to the residents of Brisbane. We also on Sunday attended Trinity Sunday, and again that is where the pantry is located. The community of Trinity Church there at the Valley is a great community and supports so many wonderful organisations in and around the Valley. And then off to the Zonta Club of Brisbane City High Tea, which was again to raise funds for DV Connect and also for Forgotten Women. So a great opportunity to spend time with many communities across the city through the week to really celebrate all of the things things that they do to make Brisbane a better place. Our committee was unlocking council's free library services, and we had the General Manager of Library Services attend, who gave us a fantastic report. It went so long that that there were so many things that we had to talk about. But to hear that we have had 4.5 million visits to our libraries, 12,000 events and outreach activities, 480,000 members accessing 9.3 million loans and downloads, and 750,000 free computer and Wi-Fi sessions. I think they are amazing statistics. The manager talked about a lot of the other things that we have on offer with the library, our online databases for language learning resources, our digital literacy development, and also the fact that we launched the Kids Catalogue in October 2022, which again is a fantastic way with more than 1,600 ebooks in over 50 languages, including Auslan. So it was a great presentation. We know that libraries provide many things more than just our books to our community groups and our book clubs. We are very proud to host events with Brisbane Writers Festival, Queensland Ballet, World Science Festival, BrisAsia and the Brisbane Portrait Prize. And I know that that all of the committee members were very impressed with the presentation, and we sincerely thank all library officers out there who really do make Brisbane a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers? I see none rising. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Huang, the Finance and City Governance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 30th May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Huang and seconded by Councillor Atwood that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 30th of May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our presentation was from the Assurance Services branch on protective security measures in Council. We thank corporate security for their work to keep us safe and protect the interests of ratepayers. We also had the bank investment report for April with the CFO on hand to answer questions of committee. I'll leave debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Is there any further debate? I see no one rising. We will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we'll move on to the next item of the agenda, the notified motion. Councillor Griffiths. You're right, mate. Take your time. Sorry, Councillor.
There's an emergency. I kept this motion really simple, so I move that Brisbane City Council takes the necessary steps to remove the TLPI, the Temporary Local Planning Instrument, from the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that Brisbane City Council take the necessary steps to remove the TLPI, Temporary Local Planning Instrument, from the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the motion is really clear, and it was last August that this came to the chamber, and I was one of the councillors. Actually, everyone else in this chamber also supported this temporary local planning instrument. And my request now is, after listening to residents and hearing their concerns, that we remove this TLPI. And the reason we should remove this TLPI are many, but they are certainly very clear. And the main reason I believe we need to remove this TLPI from these homes is because, as a council, as a chamber, we've got it wrong. There are 180 homes covered under this TLPI, And what I've heard from listening to residents is a major impact on those residents. But let's just recap what happened in relation to this temporary local planning instrument and the way that it was brought to this chamber. This temporary planning instrument was brought to the chamber without any consultation. No consultation with residents, no consultation with me as the local councillor, and certainly no consultation that I'm aware of with any other councillors in this chamber. This was actually the way I learnt about this temporary local planning instrument. The way I learnt about this temporary local planning instrument was via the media. When a media appeared that went nationally, saying how we were protecting these homes, but it was almost like a smokescreen because we were removing protection on 200 other homes. So what we had, and I raised this in the debate at the time, was we had homes that were protected. They were protected under the character code, and which I said at the time, which I believed was enough protection for them. But no, under this instrument, we take the level of protection up, we ratchet it up to heritage protection. Now, I don't know if many of you know these homes or have seen these homes or have been out to see this area, but these are very simple homes built post-World War II, made of fibro, and they're entry market homes for many residents. Many of these homes are very simple in their design, and they cater for people who are entering the market. They provide simple housing. And people are very proud of their homes, but they also accept that their homes can be very cold in winter because they're made of fibro. They can be they need renovation, they need improvements. So there was no consultation. These homes had a level of protection that was working. They were protected, they were kept there. And it was released to the media before it was even brought into this chamber. And even at the briefing that we received once this protection was on, that was given at the committee, once this protection was on, there was no discussion about the fact that by putting this protection on, we were putting a huge cost onto residents in relation to the inside of their homes as well as the outside of their homes. So they want to put in a new bathroom or a new kitchen or a new toilet, they've got to apply to us. If they want to change a wall, they've got to apply to us. This is crazy stuff. This is not what I was aware was happening with these homes. We shouldn't be controlling, we shouldn't be in residents' lives controlling what they do on the inside of their homes. This is wrong. We've got it wrong. We need to change what we're doing. We need to withdraw this TLPI. Now, I need to acknowledge residents who I've met with from the war workers' homes, and particularly Brian Luckins and his little group. They've done a fantastic job of rallying around, of having meetings with myself, with the state members, with the Minister for Planning. Do you know who they haven't been able to meet with? Councillor Adams, the Lord Mayor. They have not been able...
Deputy Mayor.
They have not been able to meet with LNP councillors to discuss this issue. And there are a range of issues that are impacting these residents. It's not only basic maintenance, it's not only about building and changing the inside and outside of their homes without having to apply to council to do it and pay a council fee to do it. Many of them can't extend now their homes, so they can't add rooms onto their homes. So it's quite misleading, the presentation that we were given about all the things residents would be able to do when actually it applied to so few residents. So they've got the cost It's impacted, for many of these residents, it's impacted their insurance. So they actually, now their homes can't be insured or can't be insured without excessive cost. Many of these residents are extremely stressed. Many of these residents are saying it's devalued their homes. Is this what we should be doing as a council to our residents? I don't think so. It certainly wasn't what I think is acceptable to residents. But even more so, and what is even more concerning was the fact that, and I'm afraid the officers have got this wrong, the information we were given was wrong. So they're called the war workers estate, but they actually weren't built till post-war. So we were led to believe that these were homes for war workers, for them to work in the munitions factories. That's what I'd always been told. Actually, the group researched it. They went through it. They've got detailed research, and they're happy to present it to LNP councils if you'd only answer them. We need to be going back and looking at this decision. As a council, we've got this wrong. Residents need to be listened to. This is not the right move for these residents. And one of the things that also has come about is that we say that we will consult with them at some point. Well, apparently no consultation on any TLPI or any heritage home has ever resulted in a change to those homes. None. So consultation, as we keep seeing in this council, and that it's week after week after week, is meaningless. We actually don't seem to, as a council, listen to residents because we know best. Well, I'm saying here we've got it wrong. We need to listen to these residents. We need to let the character protection overlay remain. That will support these homes, that will keep these homes here, and it will take off massive cost, it will take off massive insecurity, and it will return lives to normal for these 180 homes, residents from these 180 homes. I urge the chamber to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there any further debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just last week I responded to a question in this chamber regarding Councillor Griffiths' position on the TLPI for the Maruka War Workers Estate. In my response, I noted that Councillor Griffiths had changed his position in regard to heritage protections in this estate. Some may recall that Councillor Griffiths claimed credit for the introduction of the TLPI last August. He supported it because he had been working with the community and action groups who wanted protection and acknowledgement of the significant character in the area. But now he is asking for that very same TLPI he strongly advocated for to be removed. He has publicly stated that the TLPI seemed reasonable until he was contacted by residents. So what is it, Councillor Griffiths? Did you listen to your residents, to your local community before or after supporting the TLPI? But Councillor Griffiths had got one thing correct. It is a temporary provision. A 2-year TLPI allows council to undertake the appropriate planning amendment which will abide by the Minister's guidelines. And in this council, we go above and beyond with respect to community consultation. However, the position we are in is that this amendment package, the qualified state interest amendment local places, is currently with the state for first interest check. It has been with the state since September last year. Because we are waiting for the state, we haven't been able to proceed with consultation with the community. As such, Mr Chair, I move the following amendment to the notified motion. Before the words Brisbane City Council, insert the words, notes that despite Labor councillor Steve Griffiths' supportive comments on the temporary heritage protections for the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, where he stated, this is a great outcome for our local community and one that I am really proud to have achieved. And after the words housing estate, insert the words if requested by the majority of residents during the state government's statutory public notification period. So, the amended motion will now read, notes that despite Labor councillor Steve Griffith's supportive comments on the temporary heritage protections for the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, where he stated, this is a great outcome for our local community and one that I am really proud to have achieved, Brisbane City Council take the necessary steps to remove the TLPI, the Temporary Local Planning Instrument, from the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, if requested by the majority of residents during the state government's statutory public notification period.
Do we have a seconder?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Murphy that an amendment be made to the motion, and it should read, before the words Brisbane City Council, insert the words, notes that despite Labor councillor Stephen Griffiths supports comments on the temporary heritage protections of the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, where he stated, this is a great outcome for our local community and that one that I am proud to have achieved. And after the words housing estate, insert the words, if requested by the majority of the residents during the state government's statutory public notification period. Therefore, the amended motion should read, notes that despite Labor councillor Stephen Griffiths' supportive comments on the temporary heritage protections of the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, where he stated, this is a great outcome for our local community and one that I'm really proud to have achieved, Brisbane City Council will take the necessary steps to remove the TLPI, Temporary Local Planning Instrument, for the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, if requested by the majority of the affected residents during the state government's statutory public notification period. Councillor Allen to the amendment.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I have two, and I understand we'll do one at a time. So the first point of order is around the substantive change to the nature of the motion. The motion is very clear that it is Brisbane City Council that takes the necessary steps to remove the TLPI, whereas a number of changes have been made via the amendment, which appears to be calling on the state government to undertake a process. Very clearly, the motion is being changed to refer to the state government's statutory public notification period. So that is a very significant change to say that it's not Brisbane City Council responsible, but the state government responsible. And also...
can we just deal with one point of order at a time?
This is still the same point of order. So that's the first issue, that it's not part of... It's a substantive change to the motion. But the second is that Brisbane City Council takes the necessary steps to remove the TLPI from the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate. Councillor Griffith's comments, one way or the other, aren't part of that motion. And to include them is a very significant change to the motion that Council is being asked to consider today. So there are two grounds for rejecting the amendment, and I'd ask you to consider that as my first point of order, please.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. With respect to your first point of order, I do not believe that the amended motion changes the intent of the motion, because the actual words of Councillor Johnson's motion are contained within the amended motion in their whole entirety. There is...
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you just said there.
What I said was, all of Councillor Johnson's, Councillor Griffith's motion is included in the amended motion. Every word. Every word. So I don't uphold your point of order.
Okay, right, fine. Oh, that's fine. The second point of order that I have is that the motion or the amendment that's been put forward now states that the state government's statutory notification period. Now, I'm not aware that the state government undertakes a statutory public notification period on the temporary local planning instrument. It's my understanding that it is Brisbane City Council that undertakes a statutory notification period with the... So I think this motion is incompetent because it refers to the wrong level of government in undertaking public consultation.
Councillor Johnson, I don't uphold your point of order, that one either, primarily because the TPI is a state government statutory obligation, and we have statutory timeframes that we have to respond within. It's part of state legislation.
Yep, that's fine. It's
So,
not fine. It's really not fine, but I just moved dissent in your rulings. They're just so inappropriate. It's
hang
not
on
funny.
a sec. Councillor Johnson, is that a point of order to move dissent in my motion?
I don't believe I have to move.
Oh, you think you do have to move a point of order? You're meant to say point of order, Chair, I move dissent in your motion. That is what you're supposed to say.
Oh, my lordship, I'm
That's
so
okay.
sorry.
I'm happy to correct you.
Seconded.
Seconded. So we have a motion of dissent in my ruling, moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Yeah, division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Go on the whole 2 minutes. Two can play this game. Sorry? No, correct. Yes. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
Dissent in my ruling has failed. Please, councillors, please resume your seat.
Oh my gosh, now let's rush to the dinner break. Let's do it.
Point of order, Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Landers. We haven't put the amended motion yet to the vote.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion to suspend the meeting for dinner, moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. See you in 1 hour, councillors. Councillors, we will now resume the debate. Councillor Allen, can you please reread your motion just to refresh our memories after dinner, please?
His amendment.
Amended motion, yes, thank you. The amendment.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm happy to read the amended motion. Notes that despite Labor councillor Steve Griffith's supportive comments on the temporary heritage protections for the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate...
Just one moment, Councillor Allen. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, my understanding is we are debating an amendment
That's
so
correct.
that means there is an amendment. We're not debating the revised motion which Councillor Allen is reading out. So can he please read out the amendment which we are now discussing?
That is exactly what Councillor Allen was doing. Please continue.
Okay, Mr Chair, just so to everyone's benefit, I'll start at the beginning again.
Please do
and
start
hopefully
again.
we won't get an interruption. So, the motion will now read, notes that despite Labor councillor Steve Griffith's supportive comments on the temporary heritage protections for the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, where he stated, this is a great outcome for our local community and one that I am really proud to have achieved, Brisbane City Council take the necessary steps to remove the TLPI.
Point of order, please, Councillor Allen. Point of order, Councillor
Again,
Johnson.
I'm sorry, that perhaps you should take some advice. We are in an amendment motion. The amendment, as I understand it's been put, is to add 2 sections of words.
We've already done
If you have asked
Councillor Johnson,
Councillor Allen to read
Johnson,
out the amendment,
Councillor Johnson,
Allen
you
is
full
actually
well know
reading-
under meetings local law you do not speak while I'm speaking.
Well, I would like to finish my sentence if that's okay with you.
No, you do not have that right.
You don't think I have a right to raise a point of order?
You do not have the right to you well know you have a right to raise a point of order. You
Right,
do
well,
not have the
may
right.
I please finish?
You do not have the right to talk over me
May I
because
please
I have
finish?
already made a ruling.
May I
that
please finish?
This is the amendment that's being read back out.
It's not. We're in an
Councillor
amendment.
Johnson, I don't accept your point of order. Please resume your seat. Councillor. Just give me 1 second, Councillor Allen. Councillor Johnson, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001. I hereby request that you cease making pointless points of order and refrain from exhibiting that conduct. Councillor Allen, you have the call.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnson.
I
your
move
point-
dissent in your ruling.
Seconder? No? Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
And point of order?
Councillor Johnson, for your
Yes,
point of order.
my name is Councillor Johnston, S-T-O-N, and I would appreciate it if you would address me correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As requested, I am going to read the amended motion.
Thank you.
So the motion reads, notes that despite Labor councillor Steve Griffith's supportive comments on the temporary heritage protections for the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, where he states, this is a great outcome for our local community and one that I am really proud to have achieved, Brisbane City Council take the necessary steps to remove the TLPI, the Temporary Local Planning Instrument, from the Maruka War Workers Estate, if requested by the majority of residents during the state government's statutory public notification period.
Thank you. To the amended motion, please. Debate. Is there any debate? Councillor Johnson?
We're not debating the amended motion. This is the problem. And Mr Deputy Chairman, you seem to think we're debating the amended motion. An amendment has been moved by Councillor Allen. That amendment adds 2 sections to the existing motion. So you've just said that to the amended motion. Can you please clarify so that I'm clear, you know we're debating the amendment?
We are debating the amendment. Yes,
Thank
you.
you.
Please,
Excellent.
Please resume your seat.
No, well, I'm standing to speak.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, for
My
God's
apologies.
sake.
Please continue. Councillor Hammond, not necessary. Please continue.
What's not necessary?
Please continue, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I'm trying to. What's not necessary is what the LNP administration are doing with this amendment tonight. They're doing 2 things. Firstly, as we can all see from what's happened here just in this last couple of minutes, they're presenting a fait accompli of a changed motion to Council without even debating the amendment. So Councillor Allen stood up and repeatedly said, this is the amended motion, which the Deputy Chair's endorsed. What it does, in fact, is show that the LNP will simply use their numbers, their massive majority, to ram through petty party political changes that do not do good service to the people of Brisbane. The amendment put before us today does two things. It attempts to smear Councillor Griffiths. As we've heard Councillor Griffiths say here this evening, he has listened to his residents. He has acted upon their concerns. And he has brought a very simple motion in here, which the LNP is seeking to amend by personally attacking Councillor Griffiths for having the courage to listen to his residents and to act on their behalf. The behaviour of the LNP, who won't speak to the residents themselves, to attack Councillor Griffiths for listening to residents, for acting at residents' requests. That is petty party politics. The other issue, of course, with what the LNP is attempting to do here is to try and tie Councillor Griffiths to a decision the LNP made. Now, during the original debate, Councillor Allen stood up and said, look, this was all Councillor Griffiths' idea. No, it was not. This was an LNP idea. They brought the TLPI into council without consultation with Councillor Griffith, without the residents and without
Point
the community.
of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Johnson, take a question.
No,
Councillor Johnson.
No, I will not.
Councillor Johnson, would you care to take a question?
No, I've said no 3 times now.
Not before I gave you the call. Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson will not take a question. Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you have the call.
Yeah, I've got that. So the big picture misrepresentation here is that somehow Councillor Griffith initiated this. That is absolutely false. It is a poor reflection, I think, on the character of Councillor Allen that he's even attempted to blame Councillor Griffiths for this. This motion was brought into this place by the LNP. He was given probably 3 days' notice of this, and based on the fact, exactly like the Lord Mayor does week after week, oh, the officers are right, you can't, and even today, over and over again, you can't criticise the officers, you can't disagree with the officers. Councillor Griffith accepted the advice that this was necessary, urgent, and it needed to be done. The LNP, of course, hadn't spoken to him, they hadn't briefed him, they hadn't spoken to the residents.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Love to ask a question.
Just give me 1 second, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, would you care to answer a question?
No, and to be clear, that's no permanently. This is just disrupting my speech, I'm sorry.
Deputy Mayor, you don't have the call. Councillor Johnson does not want to answer a question. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. It is outrageous that the planning chairperson then went on to quote Councillor Griffith, who in the debate in this place said, and I quote, this is what Councillor Allen said, "This seems like a reasonable change." Now, that's hardly a ringing endorsement. Now, Councillor Griffith has gone out and he's done the hard yards and talked to his residents. I've met with some of those residents who wanted to come and brief me. I've spoken to them about this and I understand their position. I think that there are other ways that we can protect that character area without the restrictive heritage listing on these houses that is so adversely impacting on their lives, on their financial circumstances and on the way in which they live with their families in this community. Who can't put a veranda on? If you're in my area and you're in a character area or a heritage area, this council will let you knock down a house. Yet here they're seeking to put restrictions on houses that desperately need some upgrades. There needs to be a middle ground here. The person who has sought to find one is Councillor Griffith. And every step of the way, the LNP have simply attacked him for standing up for the residents of Brisbane. The Deputy Mayor's done it, the Lord Mayor's done it, the planning chairperson's done it. They've forgotten that they signed an oath to say that they would work in the best interests of all people in this city. And they have abandoned the residents of Moorooka to play petty political games. And that's the other part of this amendment that's been put forward today. Instead of taking on board the concerns that the residents have raised very clearly, letters, writing, all of these issues, and saying, yes, we will take this TLPI down, the LNP have said, no, we're going to force you to go through consultation, we're going to force you to make submissions, we're going to force you to write letters, maybe on the promise that you will then remove the TLPI. Maybe. So not only, this amendment simply does two things. It bags Councillor Griffiths and it deflects and defers what should be done as a matter of course, given the local councillor has asked on behalf of dozens and dozens of residents who are deeply distressed by what has happened. What is the LNP doing? Playing schoolboy Liberal Party politics to make sure these poor people in Maruka have to go through months or even another year of uncertainty before this issue can be properly addressed. That is the outcome of what is being done today. There'll be a Pyrrhic victory for the LNP because they'll have Councillor Griffiths' name in here saying he's changed his position. But what they're actually doing in principle is making sure that these residents will spend another year in purgatory, in limbo, with this TLPI on them, impacting on how they live their lives and in what they can do with their own property. This is a simple issue and it should be above politics. A mistake's been made here. The residents are deeply distressed. The local councillor has said, please, let's change this. The LNP, I think, secretly agree that it should be changed. But because they're so small, they can't bring themselves to say, we accept your advice, Councillor Griffith, and we will take all steps to change this policy. They're trying to bag Councillor Griffith, say, we're sending a little smoke signal saying maybe we'll do what you want, but you're going to have to work really, really hard to prove to us that this is actually what you want. Who does that? Who does not do the right thing by the residents that they represent? Even the Lord Mayor, who couldn't be bothered to be here today for any of these planning debates at all. Oh, he's at a party. He's at a party, righto. Even the Lord Mayor isn't here. He had the courage to go, right, the zip line is wrong, we will remove it. He did? We will remove it. And guess what? That wasn't a problem, that wasn't a backflip. Motions weren't moved at that point to bag the Lord Mayor for, changing his mind, although I think we might have raised a few issues about that. But
councillors.
But the big issue here is there are real people in Maruka who are impacted by this. I know they're watching tonight and I know they're listening. The LNP are playing silly party political games and they are delaying an outcome for you because they want to bag Councillor Steve Griffiths. That is how juvenile the LNP is. These are the people who run the city. Instead of doing the right thing
Councillor
today...
Johnson, your time has expired. Further debate. Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. And I just need to start by saying I said something about Councillor Adams, but it was actually Councillor Adam Allen. So sorry, Councillor Adams, before it wasn't you they were trying to contact, the residents were trying to contact Councillor Adam Allen, so sorry about that. In terms of this amendment, I'm disappointed but not surprised that this amendment has come in, and it certainly happened a few weeks ago with the wildlife fence at Whites Hill. It happened with the roundabout at Maruka, and now it's happened with this one. It's
councillors, please.
For the residents who are watching, and I know residents will be watching, this is how your city is being run at the moment. And it is really sad for our city. I love Brisbane. And I think a lot of this stuff can be sorted out by common sense, but it is like a slog in here. And it is really disturbing and really nasty and really vicious. And I don't think Brisbane needs to be run like this. Also, I should say to residents, the mayor is nowhere to be seen. So with the TLPI that I brought in, yes, I voted for it, as did everyone in this chamber. We were told it was the right thing. Yeah, I was told it was the right thing. I accepted officers' advice, professional advice, and I did that with the roundabout. I've done that with a few things, and maybe I've made mistakes by doing that. And it's disappointing because in this role, we're not engineers, we're not planners, so you have to depend that you're getting the right advice. But in this instance, I don't think I was given the right advice, and I don't believe this chamber was given the right advice. So what I've done is gone and listened to residents, and residents have come and see me individually in groups. There's been lots and lots of heartfelt concern by residents. And residents who don't want Brisbane City Council in their lives now have Brisbane City Council in their lives in a really big way that's very domineering and very cumbersome and very bureaucratic, and we've got it wrong. So the whole idea was that we withdraw this TLPI. It was Brisbane City Council, it was the administration, the LNP administration, that made this recommendation. What I was proposing is we withdraw it, take it out of the state process and clear it up for residents. What you've done is come back and gone, look, we're going to go through this state process and we'll get residents to put submissions in, then we think we'll withdraw it. I wanted a cleaner cut solution for residents, but we're not going to get that. So we've got what you've come back with. And the whole debate has been, and Councillor Allen, I'm really disturbed by the way you've picked and chosen and selected sentences out of various things I've said and submissions I've made. This whole debate in Maruka Ward, in terms of the Nathan Salisbury Maruka plan, has been that we have two issues going on here. We have one issue where council's removing character protection on 200 homes, and we have another issue here for other residents where council is taking a set of character homes and increasing the protection to heritage. So we have two issues here. And residents are disturbed by both those issues, but they're different groups of residents. And yeah, that's complex and it's great for media because you can muddle it up, but it's not honest. It's really dishonest for residents and it's really dishonest for good planning outcomes. So with all that said, you know, this is the resolution. It plays games, but it at least says we'll review it. And if residents, and I believe majority of residents, will want this removed from their homes, I will work with residents to make sure their submissions are in. I just wish we could have done it sooner rather than making them wait a long time and blaming the state and playing games and doing all this stuff. We made a mistake, we need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there any further debate? See no one rising. Councillor Allen, right, a reply? No. We will now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Yeah, division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. When you're ready. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 6 against.
The amendment has carried. We'll now debate the substantive motion. Yeah. Sorry. Move in second. Yeah. Councillor Allen, can you move and have the substantive motion seconded, please? It's now a substantive motion. It still needs to be...
It's already thank you, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnson.
I really urge you, Mr Chairman, to seek some advice because I don't think you're handling this correctly. The motion has been amended. We now move to the substantive debate on the motion. It does not need to be removed.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
The amendment has amended the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Allen, you have the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. And, it's clear through this process that we cannot rely on Councillor Griffith's comments. He has been backwards and forwards on this issue, and he's been remiss in pointing out, and he failed to acknowledge in this chamber, that he was a member of the Heritage Advisory Committee in June 2021 when the protection of this estate was first discussed. And it was probably, would have been one of those times where Councillor Johnson should have probably taken Councillor Adams' question and understood that he was a member of this committee. So this sort of notion that he didn't know it was happening is false. It would have been in the agenda, it would have been in the minutes, it would have been in the papers provided to the Heritage Advisory Committee. So to sort of get up here this evening and pursue the line he's pursued is disingenuous. So, he's clearly backtracking on a position he adopted, a position he supported, a position he advocated, and ultimately, this particular TLPI was voted on in the chamber and was supported unanimously. So there is an attempt here to rewrite history and present a different narrative. Unfortunately, there is too much evidence to suggest to the contrary. He's misrepresented his position here. He's misrepresented his engagement with the community. And our view is that, look, given the approach that's been adopted to date, the process that we followed, which is the process that's expected of us and is relevant to the TLPI, it would be inappropriate for Council just to overturn this TLPI on the basis of Councillor Griffith's comments alone. As I said earlier, we'll undertake community consultation on this estate as soon as the state has completed their first interest check. Heritage is something that's important in this city, and just because properties are old or if they're made of fibro doesn't diminish their heritage significance. So with respect to the state's first interest check, we will see this as an important and essential step in the process. There will be an opportunity for residents to provide their input to the process. I would note that the amendment has been with the state since September, just 1 month after the TLP was made and unanimously supported in this chamber. So if Councillor Griffith wants to contribute in a meaningful way to the outcome for his residents, then I would suggest that he gets in contact with his state colleagues and expedites the turnaround of this TLPI so that we can move towards the statutory consultation required. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further debate. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I'm now speaking on the amended motion, just in case, people at home want to follow along. First of all, I just want to address a few of the issues that Councillor Allen has raised here in his comments now. Firstly, he's trying to allege that 2 years ago, Councillor Griffith was aware of a TLPI putting heritage listing over these Maruka War Service homes. That's fundamentally not true. There was no consultation about the TLPI.
Claim to be misrepresented. Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Allen.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Noted.
I see the planning chair taking his advice from the Deputy Mayor. So she hasn't hopped up to speak here at all, but she's instructing others on what to do.
Councillors. Councillor Johnson, you've got the call.
So the TLPI was put forward to this council without any consultation with anybody. So the person who is misleading the chamber is Councillor Allen. As the planning chairperson, he would have been aware of the TLPI for weeks I presume, in advance. Did he have the courtesy to go to the local councillor and say, Councillor Griffiths, we're thinking about doing this, putting a TLPI on the War Service homes. Can I get your preliminary feedback about what you think? Did Councillor Allen, as the planning chairperson, the person responsible for this policy, do that? No, he did not. On the Thursday night at 5 o'clock, under their statutory obligations, which they meet at the minimum time frame, they would have published the TLPI and given Councillor Griffiths the weekend to figure out what to do. That's it. Any attempt to say otherwise is simply false. So the person being disingenuous here today is Councillor Adam Allen, the planning chair. Councillor Griffith, in fact, is not seeking to rewrite history. He stood up here and said he's listened to residents, he has changed his position, and he thinks there is a better way to go about this. He's listened. Has Councillor Allen met with these residents? I don't think so. Has the Lord Mayor? No. Has the Deputy Mayor? No. The only person who has is Councillor Griffiths. Repeatedly. He's been to their meetings, he's been to... I've met with them. I have met with them.
Councillors.
So the only person being disingenuous here is the planning chairperson, who stands up and criticises another councillor who's listened to his community, who's acted upon their concerns and has sought a simple and practical solution that will ease their concern and distress, give them certainty and assist them to go about their lives without the impact of a heritage listing on their home. But Councillor Allen doesn't want to do that. Councillor Allen today is going to force them to make submissions. Well, I can tell you, having spoken to them, their submission's going to come. They will embarrass council because the facts of the heritage listing that they have fully researched will show up council's mistakes in the listing. They will show up how council has got this wrong. And there will be questions asked. And guess what? We get to debate it again when it comes back here. And I'll speak again when it comes back here. The people who have let these residents down are the LNP by not doing the right thing tonight, by trying to seek to blame the councillor who is doing the right thing and acting on behalf of his residents. So the people who are being disingenuous here are the LNP and the planning chairperson who is doing this. I'd really like to know, here's my question, and perhaps Councillor Griffith will know this. How much involvement did the secret, highly paid Better Suburbs Board have in deciding this? Yes. I see Councillor Allen go, ooh, shock on his face. We know that this secret LNP and developer-led planning board is directing council officers behind the scenes when it comes to planning in this city.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Allen.
I'm not sure what point this is, it's irrelevant in the context of the motion we're discussing. Heritage Advisory Committee,
Thank you.
Anybody else? No.
Councillors, please. Councillor Griffiths, please. Councillor Allen, thank you. I agree. That's not mentioned here. Can you go back to the substantive motion, please, Councillor Johnson? Please.
So, just to be clear, Mr. Deputy Chairman, what was it, the Heritage Board, Steve? What was it? Heritage Advisory Board's not mentioned here either, but that was okay for debate. But the Better Suburbs Board can't be mentioned. Is that your ruling, Mr. Deputy Chair?
Councillor Johnson, can I just remind you that you are to refer other councillors by their title, not Steve?
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Griffith. I apologise.
No, I'll take that interjection, Councillor Wines. I was called something like Your Highness or Your Lord.
I believe it was Your Lordship.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You have the call.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So even for the residents at home, and I'm sure they're watching this going, okay, she needs to sit down, and I will in a minute, but they would have heard Councillor Allen stand up and claim that Councillor Griffith was involved in some secret heritage committee making decisions about this. But the secret organisation that is making decisions about planning in Moorooka is the Better Suburbs Board, which is stacked out by the LNP's mates, ex-LNP politicians, developers, developer advisors, and they are advising council officers directly about what development happens in Moorooka and Salisbury. It's in the council files and on the council records. But of course, they don't want you to know that. They want to throw some mischievous statements out about a Heritage Advisory Board from 2 years ago. Meanwhile, their own secret board has been advising them all the way through the neighbourhood planning process that's going on out there now. So it is relevant, Mr Chairman, because we don't know, Deputy Chairman, we don't know how much involvement they've had because it's kept secret. The minutes are pretty much a list of what's happening. We know they're discussing these issues.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, please
We
continue.
know there's a list of the issues discussed, which is why we know that it's happening, but there's no record of the outcomes. And it is outrageous that Councillor Allen has tried to blame Councillor Griffiths for a decision that the LNP made. No one else, the LNP. And now, instead of doing the right thing, they're going to play silly games and leave these people in limbo for at least another year. I am sorry. I've heard what you've said. I would absolutely support removing the TLPI today. I don't have a problem with that. I understand residents' concerns, and we should all be responsive and listening to these residents rather than treating them so badly.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, well, I have heard everything.
Oh, sorry, just one moment, please. Councillor Allen, your point of representation.
Mr Chair, my point of order was that as a member of the Heritage Advisory Committee in June 2021, when this protection was first discussed, Councillor Griffith should have been aware.
Point of order. Point of order.
Councillor Johnson.
Point of order.
I did hear your point.
This is supposed to be misrepresentation.
It is misrepresentation, yes.
He's explaining his speech.
Okay, I'll cut it down.
Point of order. Mr Chair, people are misusing point of order to make debates in this place.
And that is I'm not going to uphold your point of order.
All right, I just think people shouldn't use point of order just to intervene to move
Councillor
the
Wines,
argument.
thank you.
I just think it's inappropriate.
Thank you. I'm not going to accept that as a point of order. Councillor Allen, you have the call.
Okay. The point I was making is that he should have been aware of the heritage protection because of his membership of the committee, not the TLPI.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. As I was saying, I'm flabbergasted. I have just listened to 20 minutes from the Councillor of Tennyson saying take heritage protection off houses. Take the heritage off. Nobody should be hamstrung by heritage protection. This is absolutely 180% turn on anything that the Councillor for Tennyson has ever said about heritage in this place. Absolutely 180% degree turn on anything that has ever been said. Can I say to you, Councillor Griffiths, who's not in the room?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Noted.
Councillor Griffiths, who's not in the room, has had wonderful top cover by the true leader of the opposition tonight, because it is very clear here. The one thing I will agree with Councillor Griffiths is that this is 3 weeks in a row. It is 3 weeks in a row. 3 weeks in a row of own goals by a councillor who has been absolutely missing in action in these suburbs for the last 6 to 8 or maybe 2 years, because all we know is that he was tapped on the shoulder and his priority has been pre-selection. And the last 3 weeks, when it's all gone right, wow, we've woken up. We've woken up and realised, oh, bugger, probably should have listened a bit more about that roundabout thing. Oh dear. I remember when we launched the neighbourhood plan, and the relevance is the history of Councillor Griffiths and why he should be appalled and he's trying to blame Councillor Adam Allen for this. When I was the planning chair, Councillor Griffiths spoke to me about heritage in this neighbourhood, or did Councillor Griffiths talk to me about heritage? Protect, protect, protect. You are hurting my suburbs. Protect. We protected. I was planning chair when we brought the citations through for the Maruka warehouses to the Heritage Advisory Committee. There is an opposition member on that Heritage Advisory Committee, always has been. I used to sit on it with Councillor David Hinchliffe for many, many years. Very interesting. Councillor Griffiths is a member of that not secretive at all committee that has been going for decades. He got the minutes. He got the citations. And as much as I understand the frustrations by the locals about houses that are not, we all agree, they're actually not really pretty, but there are 8 citations for heritage listing. And it's not just what a house looks like. And we heard here today, they don't care what they do on the inside, because it's also not just about what happens on the inside. It's about their importance to the social fabric of an area. And Councillor Griffiths explained that in his speech, again on the own goal, about he thought it's where the people went and worked when they were in the munitions factory, and about where the people grew up their families. Yes, it was. And that is the citation. The social fabric. Well, the citations are now wrong by the engineer, lawyer and now planning person from Councillor for Tennyson, because she knows best, we know that. But only when it suits her and only when she can top cover from her mates in the ALP. Councillor Griffiths knew about this. Councillor Griffiths asked for it. Councillor Griffiths had the citations. He had the opportunity to go in and fight for his community, but he did not care until he thought he could play political games with it. And guess what? The backfire is enormous. We will listen to the residents. We will go out there as soon as this is ticked off. But we know, and they know, the opposition know, that if you try and protect houses and don't do it with the TLPI, those houses will fall like dominoes in the next 6 months. And I am not having the loss of the social fabric of Maruka on my watch or Councillor Allen's watch, because the owners are a bit upset for a while. I understand it, but we will listen. And now we hear from the councillor texted that councillor protections are useless. Heritage protections are useless. So I look forward to the next time we bring in some protections in the Tennyson ward, because they're useless and we don't want them because it makes people have to do things harder on their house. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. And that's how it is. And if Councillor Griffiths was 1/10 of the councillor of any of the councillors on this side, he would have spoken to his community 3 years ago, because he knew about this. He may not have known about the TLPI, but that's the whole point. We don't tell the locals the TLPI is coming, or otherwise the dozers come in. And Councillor Griffiths knows about that, because there's German houses that the dozers did come in. I'll take the interjection from Council from Tennyson and warn her that there is no privilege in this place about us telling developers. I'm sick and tired of it. If you have a claim of corruption, go and tell the Triple C. Otherwise, shut your mouth in this place. If there is a claim of corruption, claim it.
Sorry.
But don't spray from the back blocks.
Are you not going to do something about that, Mr Deputy Chair?
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, are you standing for a point of order?
I just thought, as the Deputy Chair of this place,
can you answer my question
might like
first,
to take
please?
some proactive
Can you
action
please-
to address the Deputy Mayor's behaviour.
Are you standing for a point of order?
I would hoped I wouldn't have to, and you would step in, Mr Chairman, and get the Deputy Mayor not to engage in that kind of abusive behaviour. Are you going to do so,
Councillor
or shall I
Johnson,
have to make a point of order?
I think you need to make a point of order.
Mr Deputy Chairman.
Thank you.
Shut your face does not seem to be an appropriate way for one councillor to speak to another councillor in this place, and will you take action to address the Deputy Mayor's unsuitable meeting conduct?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for your point of order. Deputy Mayor, could I ask you to take it down a notch, please?
I will take it down a notch.
Thank you very
Councillor
much.
Johnston,
point of order,
with the T.
Yep.
Councillor Johnston.
I also claim to be misrepresented.
That's the second misrepresentation. Thank you. Councillor.
If Councillor Johnston with a T wants to call across the chamber's defamation that we are corrupt in dealing with developers, I challenge her to prove it.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
At no point have I alleged corruption. None. No,
That's
I did not.
Not a valid point of order unless
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
making a...
again, I claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you.
The
So that's
allegation
noted.
that I'm...
I've noted your third misrepresentation. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
The intent of the slur was clear.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnson. That's not necessary, Councillor. Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you.
It's on the record, Mr. Chair. We don't apologise for protecting houses that the Heritage Advisory Committee and the Town Planning Council officers who have again been slurred tonight truly believe that under the 8 citations possible for heritage listing should be protected. We have put a TLPI on. The TLPI will then start the process of talking with the community, getting the feedback, and by all means, if the community says no, let them go, we will listen. But we are not willing to let them go without listening, because Councillor Griffiths didn't listen, and Councillor Griffiths didn't bother to talk to his residents until it became an issue that he thought he could play games with. Because he asked for this, he wanted the protections, and now he's backing out. I totally support this motion to the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Johnson, your 4 points of misrepresentation, please.
Yes, firstly, on the first point of order, Councillor Adams claimed that somehow I'd done this massive 180-degree turn on heritage in Brisbane. Certainly at this point, I have only spoken about removing the heritage protections on the motion before us, which is about the Maruka War Service homes. Secondly, with regard to the temporary local planning instrument, earlier today, the Deputy Mayor, and publicly on the record, has stated that they engaged in consultation with the developers about the Kurilpa Precinct TLPI. My comments about developers relate to the Deputy Mayor and public comments that they were consulted prior to the previous TLPI. Thirdly, I've made no slur about anybody other than highlighting the Deputy Mayor's own comments about consulting developers prior to engaging in the Kurilpa Precinct TLPI. Apparently they can consult with developers on that one,
Councillor
but
Johnson,
not residents in
your
Maruka.
Fourth point. Sorry, Councillor Johnson, that was 3. You had 4.
Yeah, thank you. I think that'll cover it.
Okay, thank you. So you're withdrawing your last misrepresentation? Or make that assumption. Councillor Cassidy, you got the call.
Oh, thanks very much, Deputy Chair. I don't know quite where you started on all that. Like, I thought Councillor Allen, in bringing this sort of childish, churlish amendment, was one thing, but then to hear the Deputy Mayor, that was screaming into a microphone. I watched very closely that bit of the debate, screaming at another councillor to shut her mouth. Was quite extraordinary on what I thought was a pretty simple, straightforward issue. And Councillor Griffiths explained quite eloquently where we're at today. We all supported the TLPI on the assumption that there was a genuine threat to the character of the Maruka War home estate. And I'll come to that, Councillor Johnston. I'll take that interjection about their existing character protection and the Deputy Mayor's sort of warped view about bulldozers being able to roll in on places that are currently protected under character protection. We'll talk about that shortly. But what we had was a situation where the Heritage Advisory Committee, and I've sat on that committee before and been through the process where certain properties were recommended for increased protection. So I understand that process. At no point does the Heritage Advisory Committee recommend temporary local planning instruments. They don't. Councillor Allen knows this, the Deputy Mayor knows this. I used to attend those meetings when no LNP councillors bothered to show up. When I started going, all of those architects and people that are in the room there were finally glad to see a councillor actually show up to those meetings and engage. But they don't recommend temporary local planning instruments. What they would recommend through a neighbourhood plan process, like they did in the Sandgate one, and I was involved in that, where they recommended, and I voted on that recommendation, that through the neighbourhood plan process that certain buildings were protected in Sandgate, and that would have been the course of action for this estate. Industry professionals, architects, heritage architects, people who are passionate about this would have made an argument that they should be protected, sure. But the decision to bring a TLPI is a political decision. We're politicians in here, we constitute the council, so that came through ENC. So Councillor Allen brought an item to ENC, or the Lord Mayor, through city planning, whatever the department at the time was called within council, to recommend a TLPI. That wasn't discussed at the Heritage Advisory Committee. That wasn't discussed with Councillor Griffiths. We all got that, presume the LNP get that earlier, because I'm sure they, in their party room meetings, discuss what's going to be coming ahead of when Labor councillors, the Independent councillor and the Greens councillor gets those papers at 4 or 5 p.m. on the Thursday before council. So that was a political decision. We accepted that at the time because we accepted the argument that the Lord Mayor and Civic Cabinet Chair made about that TLPI and relied on advice, as Councillor Griffiths has outlined. But the Heritage Advisory Committee can get it wrong. And there were examples of that in the Sandgate Neighbourhood Plan, where certain things, and I voted in favour of their protection, but as further investigations went on, they were eventually struck off that heritage protection. They weren't covered under a TLPI. That was dealt with through a normal neighbourhood planning process, which comes to that important point that these houses were already covered under character protection, CR1, Character 1 protection. So to the Deputy Mayor's point, Deputy Chair, there was no risk of bulldozers rolling in the day after if that TLPI wasn't brought in place. There hadn't been a developer who'd bought 180 homes on one lot. There wasn't whispers in the community of a developer buying these homes. There wasn't a real estate agent shopping around potential, unit and townhouse sales on a site that they had someone interested in buying. They were already protected under Character Protection 1. So the Deputy Mayor's, gone off on a bit of a weird tangent here in saying that these homes were under threat of bulldozing despite them having character protection. They've been standing since the 1940s. They had character protection, so they weren't under an imminent threat of destruction. So Councillor Griffiths, obviously after that TLPI was voted on and we in good faith accepted the recommendation of ENC and of the Lord Mayor. We don't do that anymore. You're once bitten, twice shy with the LNP about a whole lot of things. Went and spoke to his community, and all of a sudden, that's apparently a bad thing, according to the LNP. And the community's spoken very loud and clear, and I'm sure that the Lord Mayor's inbox and Councillor Allen's inbox has been filled with residents contacting them about this issue. So to sort of paint Councillor Griffiths, as the Deputy Mayor has, as a bad councillor because he went and met with his community and talked to his community about a TLPI that the LNP brought to council is somehow a bad thing, takes us back to that point earlier today where the Lord Mayor described community consultation as red tape. He wanted to get... That's now very clear in what the LNP thinks about community consultation. They just see it as red tape. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Unless it's useful red tape for them. So, we had that argument about a TLPI earlier today. We're now seeing their true colours really shine through here in that the LNP do not like community consultation. They don't like it. They see it as red tape. They're all sort of describing it in this way as well, as some sort of, you know, nasty statutory consultation period, and it's the onus then is on the community to do all that work. You know, 20 years in power. You know, what's that? It's that they're tired. They're, you know, they're not. Their heart's not in it. You know, what's that old adage? Lord Acton, I think. Power tends to corrupt. Absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely.
Councillors, please. Councillors. Hey. Councillor Marks. Councillor Marks. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to follow along. I didn't quite, with whatever thought bubble that was. You know, Councillor Griffiths has clearly changed his position on the TLPI and been very upfront and owned that, and they just can't handle it. They just cannot handle that because they're not genuine. They're not in touch with their communities, not really. They toe the party line. They are able to change a position when their political leadership says it's okay to do so. We've got a genuine community councillor genuinely listening to a community and coming up with a genuine position on behalf of his community. I just don't understand why the LNP are going so spare about this. Quite incredible. It'll be good watching to go back to watching the Deputy Mayor getting angrier and angrier and redder and screaming at other councillors to shut their face, to shut their mouth about a councillor genuinely acting on behalf of their community. Really quite interesting scenes here tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths, you've got the call.
Yes, because we're on the actual motion now.
Yes,
so I've been really surprised with the arguments I've heard here tonight. And what I'd say to residents who are watching, I know lots of residents are watching, is sadly, this is your council at work. And I know staff watch it and staff are disgusted by the behaviour in this chamber.
Councillors, please.
Yep.
Councillor Griffith, can you please continue?
And that says it all. What we've seen tonight is it's about attack. It's about blaming someone else, taking no responsibility. It's the state's problem. It's the Heritage Advisory Council's problem. It's someone else's problem. It's Steve's problem. It's Councillor Griffith's problem. It's not us. There's only 19 of us in this chamber. It's not us. We didn't do it. But you did. You did. You voted for it. And what I would say is as I said before, I really love council, and I think council can be an amazing organisation, and I think it's a clapped out old dud of a car at the moment with the way it's been run. And I think it's got so much potential to be a leader nationally and even internationally. And I think with this administration, all you're getting is politics. All you're getting is grubbiness. Muck it up as much as possible because we want to smear you as much as possible. There's absolutely no leadership, and you can see that the Lord Mayor has not been in the chamber for hours. And the Lord Mayor has no ideas. And the Lord Mayor has 19 councillors out of the 26 in this room. And what we constantly hear from those councillors is, hey, we keep getting elected, we've got the majority, we're right, people love us. But we won't tell anyone we're LNP. We'll never say that. We'll never say we're LNP. So what I find, I'll take the interjection. I find you one of the grubbiest of the lot. So it's this is actually a smokescreen. Putting protection on this house, on these houses, is a smokescreen to say, look, we're lifting the level of protection here, while the board, the Better Suburbs Board, is removing, along with council, removing protection on 200 character homes over here. So what I would say is, and what I know from meeting with the State Planning Minister and residents and state members is that we had 260 written submissions come in, the most for any local plan that's ever come in. Do you know what this council did, this administration did? They didn't send one of those submissions or a summary of one of those submissions to the state at all. They said we consulted and then proceeded to put in the plan that they had already. So residents spent hours and hours and hours putting in submissions, and then this crew here did not pass those over to the state to show that what we're actually presenting you is actually what residents are saying. I was disgusted. I couldn't believe it would happen, but it did. It does. And it happens all the time. Quite simply, what I brought tonight was a very simple motion to say we remove the TLPI. We, Brisbane City Council, in action, we can do, not blame the state. We do it. We remove the TLPI from these homes and let it just go back to character protection. The LNP councillors don't want to do that. They want to blame the state. They want to hold up consultation. They want to take another year out of residents' lives. I'll make sure residents know that. But I'll support residents in putting in submissions and making sure in the consultation process that everyone is heard so that this TLPI can be removed from these war worker homes so that these residents can get on with their lives.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. We will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we're moving on to petitions, please. Are there any petitions? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chairman. I've got two petitions on the same matter. One's an electronic petition and the other one is a hard copy version of the petition, calling on Council to implement a speed reduction along Brisbane Corso through Fairfield and Yeronga.
Thank you, Councillor Adderman.
Thank you, Billy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a petition requesting Council install a new bus stop on the 435 bus route between the existing stops at Rafting Ground Road and Winrock Street, Moggle Road, Brookfield. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, I have a petition from hundreds and hundreds of residents calling on the administration to review the intersection of Ferndale, Homestead and Tarragony Roads and Beverly Hills Street, Moorooka.
Thank you. Councillor Landis, can I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions, please?
Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Griffiths that all the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Council Ethics Committee order? Oh, sorry. My apologies. We were meant to vote on the petitions. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? See no one standing. Councillors, are there any items of general business? Councillor Whitney.
Chair, I just wanted to take a moment to say that it was a tremendous honour to receive an invitation to be the guest of honour for the Basava Samithi.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
In accordance with the meeting's local law, for any item of general business, it is required that the specified item that has been spoken about should be referenced first before the speech is entered into.
I apologise. Obviously, still learning.
Hang on, just one moment. Thank you, Councillor Owen.
I apologise. I rise to speak on an invitation I received over the weekend to be the guest of honour for Basava Samithi of Australasia Brisbane chapter's celebration of Basava Jayanti. I was privileged to attend a captivating evening filled with vibrant culture and a strong sense of inclusivity. Throughout the event, this chapter went above and beyond to ensure that I felt warmly welcomed while providing me with profound understanding of their cultural traditions. During my time spent with them, I discovered that for nearly a millennium, their teachings have emphasised the fundamental principle that true devotion transcends the mere act of visiting temples, making donations or reciting prayers. What truly matters is whether you embody decency and carry God within you within every step you take, acting with genuine humility rather than offering empty words and displaying arrogance. In that room, surrounded by their warmth and hospitality, I couldn't help but feel deeply humbled and privileged to be a part of their celebration. One aspect that we can all take pride in is Brisbane's remarkable ability to embrace individuals from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, whether it be through our grand festivals such as Pennyeri or supporting our small local businesses. Brisbane, and specifically Wynnum Manly, has proven itself to be exceptional in fostering an environment that welcomes and embraces residents from CALD backgrounds. I am eager about nurturing and strengthening this spirit of unity within our community and ensuring that we continue to grow together. Uniting and rallying behind individuals, regardless of their origins, is what defines Wynnum Manly and what we do best. Together, we can celebrate our diversity, foster understanding, and create a stronger and more vibrant community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further items of general business? Councillor Allen.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. I just wanted to touch upon a couple of things that occurred recently in the Northgate ward. First off, we unveiled our second red bench in Northgate ward in conjunction with St Oswald's Church and the Red Bench project. We're very pleased to support that project, and certainly it's a red bench that is prominent. It's on a great location and certainly will raise awareness of domestic and family violence. The second point was we recently had a park upgrade, and this was, the catalyst was a letter and a photo written to me by a couple of very young residents who were keen on an upgraded swing and some additional play equipment. We were able to provide that, and recently we went down there and the kids test drove those new facilities. And lastly, wanted to acknowledge that the North Wellston Junior Cricket Club, who practice and play at Shaw Park, were successful in securing a grant via the Better Suburbs grant, the Lord Mayor's Better Suburb grant, and will be able to get lighting for their cricket nets. So a great outcome for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Okay, I'm rise tonight to speak on a couple of events that happened over the weekend in my ward. Well, actually, one in my ward and one in Councillor Mark's ward, I think. The first one, and the Lord Mayor alluded to it in his ENC, before the ENC, that we have the Haka Dragonboat Multicultural Festival in the Forest Lake ward on the magnificent lake, which is looking absolutely fantastic with really great water quality at the moment. But be that as it may, I just want to pay tribute, of course, to Jackie Chan, the president of the Haka Association, and of course, you can't forget Florence Day, who was a former president, but has had a commitment to this organization, this particular event, for many, many years. It was very pleasing to see one of our local teams. Now, this was the first time that they'd actually run, I believe, a youth under 14 teams, and St. John's College took it out, which I was very pleased to see, and they were very over the moon at the presentation ceremony, of course, at about 2 o'clock. So a great event, one I hope that goes for many years to come, and it's just so great to see a huge turnout. It was a fantastic day, and it only started to rain a little bit towards just after the presentations were done, so that was great timing. Anyways, the other event, of course, was on Friday over at Landmark Restaurant, the GoPO fundraising dinner. President Sharma and his organizers delivered another fundraising bonanza for the money that's needed to, of course, support the India Day Festival at Roma Street Parklands. It was a long night, but it was a really enjoyable night. And of course, fellow councillors were there. Of course, Councillor Kim Marks, Councillor Vicky Howard, Councillor Tracy Davis, and myself held down the fort. And we were given all sorts of opportunities to have a few words, which was always really nice. But again, they raised quite a lot of money. I don't know the exact figure, of course, and probably shouldn't divulge it if I did know. But I just want to congratulate them for another fantastic fundraising dinner that will see the India Day Festival very well resourced. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on a couple of issues. First of all, Padua College's mother and son breakfast, and also, as I won't be in council chamber next week because I'll be representing Brisbane City Council at the Australian Local Government Association in Canberra, I'd like to say goodbye to Peter Maddock. It's not a junket, thank you. Councillor Johnson, just because you haven't gone, you don't understand what it is, doesn't mean that you can call it a junket.
Councillor Hammond.
So Padua, I would like
through the chair, please.
I would like to speak on the wonderful event that the Paduan Mothers Committee put on for the mothers and sons breakfast on Sunday. I'd like to thank Katerina. This will be her last year of having a Paduan boy, and there was no tears, I hear. Sorry, my daughter just phoned me, so I lost the names. Melissa, Maddie, Erin, Anita, Kerry, Louise, and also Robin and Michael as part of the college and their dedication. I would like to say how envious I am, because when my son, I'm a proud Paduan ex-mother, when my son was there, we did not have the mother-son breakfast. It was so outstanding, this breakfast, and I haven't got my hat. But I did score a hat, and I didn't think I'd get to speak on it tonight. I have a hat, bright pink hat, with the Paduan colours saying Paduas, with diamantes, and yes, I'm a proud ex-Paduan mum, and I'm going to wear that hat on my mobile offices on the weekend. In true Franciscan style, Padua College didn't raise money out of this. They actually donated everything they raised to Your Choice. Now, those of you who have not heard about Your Choice, let me just tell you a little bit about them. Melissa and Peter McGuinness, they tragically lost their son and 4 other young people in a car accident due to alcohol and drug substance abuse. The parents did not sit down and want sympathy. What Melissa and Peter do is go around Australia to speak to all schools and say to our youth, it is your choice. They do not want sympathy, they want to make change. One of my children, I'll say her first name, Piper, they spoke at her school when she was in Year 12. And I remember her phoning me straight after school in tears about the strength of Melissa and Peter and their strong message that they do have a choice. They have a choice to make a change. So I would like to thank, first of all, Padua for raising the money for this wonderful organisation. I do understand that Melissa and Peter won the Lucky Door Prize, but we are lucky to have them in our lives, supporting our youth and making a change. When their devastating loss, they could have just sat down and cried and did nothing. But no, they want to make a change for our youth. So thank you again. To my dear friend, Councillor Maddock, I will cry. When I first came in here in 2008, you were a pillar of strength to us new councillors that came in. We forgot that you'd only been there for a year before we were there. We always thought you were there. I would like to thank you for your support, taking the time to actually, teach me the ropes in this place, your undeniable kindness, passion for the community of Paddington. I really am going to miss you. For most of my time here, I have sat either in front of Peter or beside Peter. We have had our laughs, we have had our jokes. He has told me to be quiet and ignore some of those on the other side multiple times, which I found very hard, but I will miss that very good, strong advice. Pete, you will be missed by your community. You have not said no to a battle out there. You have always done community consultation over and over again. But more importantly, we have got a strong team on this side. And this team will be a little bit of a loss without you. But I wish you all the best. Big loss, sorry, without you. I do wish you all the best for your future, and we will stay in contact. Councillor Norm Wyndham will say that I still contact him and have a chat, so you're not getting rid of me that quickly. Pete, we will miss you, and all the best. Thank you.
Councillor Massey.
Hi, Chair. I rise to acknowledge a community group, Friends of Raymond Park, who have been incredible advocates over the past 2 years around Raymond Park, which, as many people know, is an endangered green space between the Gabba Ward and Coorparoo. I acknowledge them for all the hard work that they've done, which this weekend culminated to about 1,500 residents from across Holland Park, Kangaroo Point, East Brisbane and the Gabba, and I commend them for the incredible work they've done, and I look forward to them doing more incredible work in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, just briefly, just on misrepresentation earlier today, because I have just remembered what it was. The fourth issue that raised was Councillor Adams earlier today threw out that I'd accused the LNP of corruption. In fact, what I'd actually said was that Councillor Adams had consulted with developers about the South Brisbane temporary local planning instrument and didn't consult with the residents on the Moorooka temporary local planning instrument. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that I wasn't accusing Councillor Adams of corruption, I was accusing her of hypocrisy.
Are there any other items of general business? There being no one standing, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, councillors.